Israeli press is that Netanyahu's head was about ready to explode. So I'm just going to bring you today's Axios take on this, which is not too dissimilar, but if you're interested in this, you should really delve into some of the other articles on this issue. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu discussed a new effort to reach a deal with Iran in a difficult call, three sources said, with one source saying Netanyahu's air was on fire after the call. Whoever that source is, they're not just talking to Axios, because that same terminology was used in a Jerusalem Post report that I read last night. A revised peace memo was drafted by Qatar and Pakistan with input from other regional mediators to try to bridge the gaps between the United States and Iran, the sources said. It comes with Trump vacillating over ordering a massive strike on Iran and holding out for a deal. Netanyahu, Axios continues, is highly skeptical about the negotiations and wants to resume the war to further degrade Iran's military capabilities and weaken the regime by destroying its critical infrastructure. Trump continues to say he thinks a deal can be reached, but he's ready to resume the war if it isn't. Here's what he said yesterday at the Coast Guard Academy. Quote, the only question is, do we go and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Let's see what happens. Then later, he said, the United States and Iran were, quote, right on the borderline between making a deal and resuming the war. And then Trump said, and this really flies in the face of what Tucker Carlson is trying to tell us, because Trump is Bibi's little puppet. If you listen to Tucker Carlson and his ilk, Trump also said Netanyahu, quote, will do whatever I want him to do on Iran, though he also said they have a good relationship. The two leaders have had temporary disagreements on Iran before, but have remained closely coordinated throughout the war. All right, so that's where we are. It would seem to me that Iran has effectively backed the president into a corner. And maybe there is another alternative. I'm not saying when you come to the stage, and I hope more people put their hands up so we can get through the hour. They're not just saying, I'm not just saying that it's a multiple choice between the three, but from my perspective, and I love to hear additional ones that I've not thought of, he either maintains the status quo as long as he can, he declares a victory and leaves to the chagrin, and that's an understatement of the Israelis, or he goes full blast with this attack which appears to have at one point been imminent. Les, we invited you up to the stage. Other folks, we'd love to see your hands pop up. We're going to start with Marshall, followed by Howard. Marshall? Marshall! Howard, followed by Les.
Hey, Gary. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Gary, from the beginning, I felt like you have to be fully committed if you were going to move on Iran. And Trump, I believe, right now is kind of backed himself into a corner. And I put on your Facebook post, if he doesn't go full action, because at the end of the day, you need regime change. To me, that's going to be successful, and then Trump could definitely declare a big victory. Part of that, he's going to wind up being Jimmy Carter 2.0. I really feel it. And I know as Americans, the public doesn't want more engagement or troops on the ground. But we're past that point of no return. If we're going to be successful, we've got to resolve it or just keep the status quo. So that's how I see it.
So this is an analogy, and you guys know I like throwing analogies in, and sometimes they stick and sometimes they fall flat, but this is an analogy that I've used before. And I think it's absolutely apropos to the current situation. When a police officer confronts somebody with a weapon in their hand, and these words come out of the police officer's mouth, which you never, as a police officer, want to be in this position. I guarantee you, I've been around cops a lot, I've covered them pretty extensively. You never want to be in this position, ever, in your job. Drop the gun or I will shoot. Once those words come out of your mouth, you better mean what you said. And if the person doesn't drop the gun, unfortunately, you must shoot.
You're right.
Here we've got a president who keeps saying to Iran, drop the gun or I will shoot. Now, I don't know whether we're in a situation where that's necessary to say. That's a matter of debate, of course, but it is something that the president has basically said. So now what do? Howard, how does that feel to you as in response to what you just said?
No, Gary, I think that's a very clear analogy. It's similar. I just feel, you know, you do calculation, you're making a major decision when you decide to deploy resources and troops, and as we discussed yesterday, it's what, 3 aircraft carrier groups at least have been in that theater. And Israel, you know, again, there was maybe the belief was it was going to be more like Venezuela, that would happen a lot quicker. But as part of contingency planning, you also should have a pretty good plan of what happens if things go wrong or what could go wrong, and then what are we going to do about it? And it appears things may have gone wrong, but it's not clear what are we going to do about it action plan is. And this posturing back and forth, at the end of the day, do we really know who we're negotiating with? And also, does it really make sense for a superpower like the United States that is relying on Pakistan to be the mediator? It just seems like we're just not being serious. And when you don't have serious people involved in really critically thinking what the outcomes, what the consequences can be, you find yourselves basically stuck in the mud. And that's kind of what I feel right now. We're just plodding along and stuck because there's no easy off ramp at the moment.
Well, you just brought up another aspect of this that I had not mentioned, not in today's gathering, but it's a very important point that you just made, Howard. We don't even know who we are negotiating with. So the president has said they want this, they want that, they are close, this is what they want, we've made it clear, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. But he's also said, we don't even know who's in charge. Well, which is it? If you present yourself as the CEO of your company, and you have, as a result, the ability to enter into a contract for your company, and I negotiate with you in good faith, but it turns out that you're just a functionary, not an officer of the company, and you do not have the legal authority to represent the company and enter into a contract, and I'm negotiating with you, and ultimately I signed an agreement with you that purports to be an agreement with your company and I are going to end up in court, and a judge is going to have to sort it all out. Because you didn't have the authority to enter into the contract. I'm not going to negotiate with you unless I know for sure you're the CEO of the company.
forces. But I think also our situation, I don't think we can understate the importance or the weakness that we've created for ourselves as a country of not creating that coalition with our allies, to have other partners to apply more global pressure. There's no doubt right now, other than Israel, the United States is essentially out on an island right now. And I think that weakens us at this point. So thanks, Gary.
And it's an island of our own making. And again, I'm not going to argue the points of the president's desire to disengage in the protection of Europe, nor the manner in which he did it. Some people think, bully, bully. Thank God, finally somebody is standing up. They can't stuck at the breast of the United States forever, for God's sake. We're wasting all this time and money, and we have to redirect our attention to the Pacific. People have argued that. But in so doing, and in the manner in which he did, I don't know whether behind the scenes there were attempts to reestablish some kind of coalition of the willing before making this move. And I don't know if even we were on a good footing with Europe, whether it would be politically palatable given the drumbeat of blood libels against the Jews and Israel in particular. I don't think like Ireland or Spain would would join in, because that's not where their body politic is right now. Nothing could be more evil than the Benjamin Netanyahu quote-unquote regime to the Irish government and the Spanish government. So I don't know whether they would have been successful, but you're absolutely right. This whole situation may have been different, had it handled differently. And with regard to the Strait of Hormuz, we get mixed signals, as do the Europeans. The Europeans, they've got to step up to the plate. They're the ones who are suffering more than us. We don't need the Europeans. The Europeans, shame on you. Get in here and help. We don't need the Europeans. Well, I mean, if you're a European leader, how do you respond to that? I don't know. But I think you're absolutely correct in your assessment that had we been successful in creating a coalition, and mind you, had we done that, those nations would have been committed to the goal of eliminating those nuclear weapons. They would have been committed. There would have been other things they could have done besides militarily as part of that commitment. Because once you commit troops, you're in it. That's a very serious decision for a country to make. So I don't know whether it would be obtainable even without the personality of this president, but he did very little, and I guess this is kind of like the British understatement, to ingratiate himself with the Europeans, if in fact he felt that we needed their assistance. I'll tell you, Howard, my fear is, and again, I don't know, I'm not writing his memoir, but my fear is that he just felt, I'm Donald Trump, I'm the commander-in-chief of the strongest army, military force in the world, we don't need anybody else, we can do whatever we need to do, nobody can stop us. If in fact that was his assessment, as I fear it is, I don't know that it is, he really miscalculated, and I think that's being kind. Les, followed by Brian.
Well, I think Howard brought up a good point about Pakistan representing, being the intermediary. Pakistan's previous thing was to protect Osama bin Laden. You remember? He was found within a mile of a soldier training area in Pakistan. So I don't trust them in terms of their siding with this country. And Qatar as well, they were the ones that had Hamas protecting them in the hotels, the luxury hotels. And they were the ones that put out all those vile signs that caused all the anti-Semitism in the universities. So, but in terms of what we should be doing, I think historically what happened in World War I, Germany had to surrender because of the blockade. They were starving, they didn't have the material. And we have to ask ourselves, people have this idea that there are 90 million people. Well, some minority of them are fanatics, but there are a lot that are not. And they're going to have to pay them. I mean, that's how a regime stays in power. You have to pay the people that are supporting your regime. There are a few true believers, but most of them are just going to be jerks that don't care if you pay them, or if they can't feed their family, they're going to leave. So the question is can we blockade in a way that is going to cause a long-term weakness in the regime, as it did in World War I in the Germans?
Thank you for that, Les. There's no question that everything that you said is true, and I don't know the answer to that question, though, whether a blockade alone brings this regime to its knees. I'm fearful that what might have worked then is not going to work now. We're talking about a different mindset with the regime running Iran. Even though you could say that the mindset of the Germans during World War I was pretty fanatical, it would be, I think, fair to say they were more pragmatic than the Iranian regime is, because they have other reasons that we discussed yesterday that are motivating them. And it's hard for people, the Western mind, to wrap their, for us to understand those reasons, because it's not our perspective. I get that. By the way, I will point out, because whenever this happens, I think the world needs to take notice. They executed 2 more people this morning in Iran for being dissidents, for protesting against the government. They executed 2 more people. These are not good people running this regime. And anybody who thinks that it is appropriate for them to have nuclear weapons because other nations have nuclear weapons, and so that justifies such an argument. I mean, you can make that argument, but at least I will never adopt that argument or offer any support to it at all. And anybody who fully understands that mindset knows that that would be a horrific thing. This is not just about Netanyahu and his maps and graphs at the United Nations and his perhaps accelerated timeline that he used 20 years ago, that they were on the brink of. They are on the brink. This is not coming from Netanyahu. Forget about Netanyahu. Any leader of Israel will tell you the same thing, based on their intel, which is second to none, and the IAEC says so. And the United Nations is not what you would say a puppet of Israel by any stretch of imagination. Thank you, Les. Marshall, are you back?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, we went to you earlier, but you...
So, I mean, I think they've kind of forced Trump's hand. He either has to do something, and commit more troops, or he has to end up conceding. I don't think the Commission of Markers is a good idea. I just think that's a categorically bad idea. It will cost trillions of dollars if we put ground troops on the ground. The Afghan war in the first several years, the first like 5 to 10 years, ran up a $7 trillion tab. Trillion with a T. And we have a 100% debt to GDP ratio, which we haven't had since the Second World War. That, as I said yesterday, makes things like borrowing and forward deploying a little harder because there's less of a credit line. And I don't, like, while the reprisals are nice for 47 years of killing American civilians and soldiers, I'm kind of with Anson on this one. We need to take our stuff out, declare victory, come home. Because unless we invade, the regime's going nowhere. Right? The blockade's not going to make them go anywhere. The bombing's not going to make them go anywhere. The assassination of the Ayatollah is not making them go anywhere. If anything, the decapitation centered them on a what they call the mosaic defense, which once the head gets chopped off, it becomes far more decentralized. It's just an overall bad idea to do so. The upsides, if we had the time, the money, the people, and the support, are immeasurable in getting a friendlier ally in the Middle East if you can do it. But I don't think we have the time, support, or the resources to allocate to that. Not to mention, if we were going to do this, you want allies, as you said, right? We are as strong as we are because of the allies that support us, because of everybody we can bring to the fight. And when it's only us, that puts a tremendous strain on U.S. capabilities, and particularly in other places globally, right? And I don't think there's anything China would like more than to see us get bogged down in the Middle East for another 20 years. And I think since the regime controls everything from Ayatollah to dog catcher, it would take many, many years to root them out. So, I think they called his hand.
I think, Marshall, that exactly what you just articulated is what Tehran is counting on. They can take the punches. You know, it's like a boxer that gets into the ring and just stands there and takes punches. And the other guy gets worn down, and then with a flurry, the guy who lost the first half a dozen rounds KOs his opponent. So I don't think the regime cares about the suffering of the people of Iran. They can sustain that. What are the people going to do? So what if you don't have water? So what if you don't have electricity? So what if there are bombs dropping? In the end, we can wait it out. And if, in fact, you know, what you're suggesting is in the potential cards that's being discussed at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, I can see the Ayatollah sitting back and saying, yeah, let's just wait until it's so unpalatable. And even if the Americans continue, it's going to be a great strain to the Americans' economy, and the Americans can't sustain it the way we can because America is a democracy. So people can take to social media and to cable television and to talk radio, to complain about the cost of eggs and gasoline. People can't do that here, they'll get executed. And you can't wage a war without the support of the people. We know that. The art of war. I think that's rule number one. So, I just try to put myself in what I think is the potential mindset of the Ayatollahs, and I can really see them assessing it exactly the way you did, and just saying, cool, we'll just wait it out. So what are your thoughts about that? That they might be assessing it exactly the same way you are, but from a different perspective, from their advantage.
I can see how somebody might see it that way, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm with Hanson on this one. It's time to pack our stuff up, declare victory, and come home. Without the allies with us, it's going to be increasingly hard to do that. Without invading, you really don't accomplish much. Jim Mattis gave a talk on this, the former defense secretary and the guy who was the warrior monk of the Marine Corps, and said the United States is achieving some tactical victories, but we have failed to deliver on key strategic victories, things like keeping trade routes open, right? That has weakened our power, and we did not have to stay for that to happen. We could have done the reprisals and come home, and I think in Iran's favor is that they're the power in the region and we're the power that's forward deployed. So all they have to do is outwit us and use unconventional tactics, and they can get us to some kind of parity. So maybe they're thinking the same thing, maybe they're not. I don't know.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm glad Alan is with us finally on the stage, because I want his perspective as our Iranian expert. But we'll give him a chance to get his bearings, and we'll go to Brian first, and then I'll come back to you, Alan, on the question of whether the president is boxed in right now by the Iranian government. Brian.
Hey, I definitely think he's boxed in. I think that he and Israel thought or hoped or planned or strategized that if they wiped out the first, second, and third tiers of leadership, within the IRGC, within the government, but across the regime, and they called for the people to rise up. I think he believed or hoped that would be enough of a catalyst to shake the regime and then lead to a revolt, a successful revolt. I think now that has not happened, and it's unlikely to happen, I think he's up against the wall, because I think he very much wants to win the midterms. And I think with the redistricting and, it's a coin flip basically right now. So I think at some point he's going to have to pivot from the war and its drain on the economy to basically call it a win and come back home. I don't think this will drag out for 7, 8 months. I think he's going to try to negotiate something, knowing full well that they will never live up to any promise that they agree to on paper, that they will continue to covertly, subversively continue their nuclear enrichment programs. And I think what Netanyahu basically came to Trump early on and said was something along the lines of, this is our best shot. Whoever follows you may or may not agree with this attack. And so, let's say a Democrat gets in office, they're not going to support Israel. They're not going to, I think, support initiating an attack in Iran like Trump did, several months ago. So I think they looked at it like, this is our best shot. They've been building this for years. All the intel pointed to that they were close enough, and so they're going to have to just look at this, what they've accomplished as a victory, and then hope that at some point, they can again stall, delay, impact Iran's dreams for a nuclear weapon. Because no matter what they say, they're not going to back down from that. There's no way that Trump is ever going to, I think, get that on paper, even though China agrees, even though Xi agreed with that. They could never have a nuclear weapon. I don't think that the people in Iran, the leaders in Iran, the mullahs, are ever going to put that on paper, or they certainly would never live up to that promise, even if they did somehow put it on paper. So, in some ways, this was, I think, a necessary preemptive war. I think Israel had sufficient intel that their window of opportunity was here, and they needed to act on it. And Trump is, caught in the middle. So I don't know how he's going to get out of it. I think at some point he's going to maybe sign a less than ideal negotiated contract or agreement, and then just try to turn his focus back on reviving the economy so that he can get something out of his second half of his last term.
I guarantee you that exactly what you articulated is what's got the Israelis up all night worrying. And I say the Israelis, not Netanyahu. If Bibi Netanyahu today were to say, okay, enough of this nonsense, I don't want this position anymore, let's have some parliamentary elections, let's see which party amasses the most votes, see if they can put a coalition together and select a new prime minister. Does anybody really think that the next prime minister of Israel is going to say, it's okay if Iran gets nuclear weapons. Who cares? Netanyahu's crazy. We hated Netanyahu. He was corrupt. It's all right. I don't think so. And I think by personalizing this and making Netanyahu the co-boogeyman in this play is really a miscalculation, and perhaps the people who are feeding this, not necessarily everybody who's articulating it, for them it is a designed, calculated attack politically on the state of Israel.
And I don't think Europe can be counted on. I don't think they would have ever, you mentioned a coalition of the willing. I don't believe that after Iraq and Afghanistan that they would ever sign off on a preemptive strike. So I just think, America and Israel were going to go it alone. And, you see how Spain and other countries even refused to allow them to use their American bases or the bases populated by American troops. So, it was clear they would never be able to develop a coalition of the willing. So,
that's because they didn't ask, and that's because of previous actions. If you go around insulting your allies and then tearing the ever-living daylights out of them, they're going to be far less likely to help because you've just been a giant dick.
Yeah, I agree. Trump backed himself into a corner. He's trying to get more out of them financially and politically and get them to shift away from their, focus of social safety nets and pay for their own defenses. And, he's trying to leverage it, being a bull as he usually does. But, he definitely backed himself into a corner. But I just don't think, Europe, especially now, would be, willing.
I would just say that politics plays a lot into everything. And that's why the propaganda campaign of vilifying Trump, and I agree with both of you that the president has almost invited me to, and vilifying Israel and vilifying Netanyahu is so important in this analysis of the situation. The German intelligence service is an excellent intelligence service. They're known for their legislation with regard to protection of the homeland. Anybody who thinks that they were not aware of the threat Iran posed to Germany, and the same can be said for other European nations, until they opened up Der Spiegel today and read to their astonishment that the Iranians were planning attacks on Jewish leaders in Germany, and suddenly said, oh, thank you, Der Spiegel, for reporting this and letting us know, would have to be naive, and that's another understatement. Europe, when I say Europe, I mean the European leaders, even the leaders of the several countries that just hate Israel, are familiar with the threat that Iran, the greatest exporter of terrorism in the world, has on that continent. The problem is they lack the political will unless and until, God forbid, something happens. I think the nation that has absorbed this the most, once again, are the Brits, the poor Brits. During World War II, they absorbed the Blitzkrieg. Then they absorbed the troubles of Ireland and the terrorist attacks in the island of England. And now they're absorbing all of these attacks that are going on their homeland, many of which, if not all, has a nexus to Iran. It's not like they don't know, it's just that they don't have the political will. It oftentimes takes a Pearl Harbor or sinking of a ship or 9/11 before the public is behind you enough to actually do something about it. This is a problem with liberal societies, and I don't mean liberal in the terms of the political sense, where we want to think the best of everybody, and we don't want to be seen as not helping the downtrodden, and I think that's the correct position to generally have. But you have to be aware that not everybody who you're assimilating into your society is somebody you want to assimilate into your society. And I'm not supporting banning people whole forth based on their religion or based on the country that they're coming from. I'm just saying Europe is in a big, many parts of Europe have a real problem because too many radicalized people are living in Europe who are aligned philosophically and sometimes financially with Iran. And they're aware of it. And they know for their own survival that if they want to be able to assimilate people in a manner that is peaceful in their countries, that Iran, this regime, has to be stopped. But they're probably frustrated as well. How do you, as other people have said on the stage, affect a regime change? And again, I'm not in a position to say, I don't know the answer to that. I have some thoughts, but as you saw yesterday, I had some thoughts about the Strait of Hormuz. My thoughts are pretty basic. They're not, I'm not playing multi-dimensional chess. I just believe in a simplistic solution to some of these complex problems, and I'm probably not giving it the proper thought that they deserve. But as I said yesterday, when those pesky little speedboats pull out of the coast,
Oh, some girl.
Pull them out of the water.
Some girl.
That's all. They're doing it in the Caribbean. They're blowing what they claim to be narco
She
terrorists
wasn't very
out of
nice.
the water. 200 people have died at the hands of the United States military. In that effort, which may, by the way, violate
Others.
the established
Very
terms of
superficial.
engagement at the Pentagon, and now the
Now looks
Pentagon's
like
Inspector General is looking
a
into that,
plastic doll.
and if that Inspector General determines that
Some
these
girl
were
can't
illegal
remember her
orders
name.
that were being
She wasn't
followed,
very nice. She now looks like a plastic
we're going to
doll.
have a critical
Told her
thinking forum gathering
not
to
to
discuss
do all the
why
facial.
that person was removed from office. Because that'll be the response
Told
to
her
that.
not to do all the facial
And
injections.
who knows? Maybe
Some girl can't remember
they'll
her
be
name. She wasn't
prosecuted
very nice.
for
She now
something
looks like a
as
plastic
well along
doll.
the way.
Told her not to do all the facial
So
injections.
I don't think it's, Brian, that Europe is unaware of the threats.
2 years ago, I went out with a Bosnian
It's
about these
just
books.
that they
Find
are
the
probably
Bosnian sample.
frustrated about what to do about it. And
No.
secondly, they don't have the political will to do it because the populace right now, I don't believe
I
in
saw
most
her.
of these
I
countries
saw her on.
favors anything that might favor Netanyahu in particular and Israel in general. Because of the boogeyman,
No, I saw her on.
which I read every single day. That argument. Thank you, Brian.
She
Alan,
was going to
does
Florida.
Iran have the president, or has the president backed himself into the corner? They say
Sugar Daddy's boat.
today that they are unmoving Tehran on the issue of
She
the
was
enriched
going to Florida
uranium.
and
They're not going
spending
to give
time
any of it
on
up.
some
They
Sugar
claim,
Daddy's boat.
and on the Strait of Hormuz as well. So doesn't that now put the president in the unenviable position of no matter what he does, it's not good?
She was going to Florida and spending time
Oh
on
boy,
some
yeah,
Sugar
Alan, are you
Daddy's
there?
boat.
So for those who don't know, Alan runs a small business, a retail business, and there are
Yeah, you might know her.
no other people in that store. He runs it by
Yeah, you
himself.
might know her.
And so this is not unusual that we go to Alan and he's not prepared to come to the microphone. But when he is, I'm sure he'll flash his mic and we'll give him a priority position in the queue when he does that.
Some girl, I can't
Hayes, followed
remember her
by
name. She
Agent.
wasn't
Thank
very
you,
nice.
Brian.
She now looks like a plastic doll.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah,
No.
this is a very interesting position we're in because,
Can't remember. Can't recall. What
you know,
was her
I
name?
gotta sit here and ask, like, what is our objective? You know, I keep hearing regime change, but I'm talking about beyond that. Like, what's
Mila, I
in
think.
store
I
for
can't
the
recall.
world
It was
in
her
regards
name,
to Iran
Amila, I think.
10 years from today? I think we're thinking too present, right? We're not thinking far ahead into the future, and clearly, I don't think Americans we don't know. Like, well, okay, so we're gonna go there, we're gonna take out their regime, put in our regime, and then what? I mean, what's that?
If you say so.
Right? We put them in there, right?
If you say so.
Along with many other leaders that
If you say so.
that you could say that the United States had influenced that country. So at this point, I understand the Strait, the Hormuz Strait, and why we needed that resolved, and then of course, Iran having
I
nuclear
figured.
weapons.
I
But,
figured.
that's the other side of the coin is.
I figured.
Okay, so we keep them from having
Small.
nuclear weapons today, but again, I go back to what happens 10 years from today? Who's to say that they're not going to get it then or before?
Why are you worried about that when we have to triage the situation today when they are so close to developing a bomb? What are you worried about 10 years from now if we're able to stop them from getting the bomb? Every discussion I've had about this talks about the enriched uranium being removed and there be safeguards in place to ensure that the program is not reconstituted. I don't know, and neither do you or anybody else, whether such an agreement with any future regime, to use your scenario, in Iran would be adhered to. Maybe the next regime, I can't imagine the next regime being more radical than this one, can you?
Yeah, I can, because
she's
that next
she's a
regime
beautiful
the
woman.
person that we put in there, the government we put in there,
She's a beautiful
family
woman.
members of theirs died in this war.
But
well, let me just tell you, because I think you are very much miscalculating the mindset of the Iranian people. There are people in Iran who are supportive of this regime.
if we don't work out,
They are a
I'm just
minority,
gonna
but
move
they
to
are a
Bosnia.
significant minority. But the people of Iran have made it clear through their
And
actions, putting their lives literally on the line, which we don't understand, because we could go out and protest for our
She took me to some wine cannabis,
without fear that we're going to
some
be
cannabis
killed
wine
for doing
decorated
so.
pot event where they were
They
selling
put their lives
mushrooms and collectibles.
repeatedly on
It
the
was cool. She's a
line.
beautiful woman.
They
If we don't work
don't
out, I'm
want
just gonna
this
move to
regime
Bosnia
in
and
place.
retire there.
Now, I think most observers, including most Iranians who I have spoken to,
we don't
and
work out.
I'm sure Alan would, for what it's worth, parrot what I am saying, believe that the offer from the Crown Prince to come back and for a specific limited amount of time,
A few weeks.
had a transitional government and allowing the people of Iran to determine
It wasn't very
the
pleasant.
form of government that would follow, would allow for an age of enlightenment in Iran to where they have a government that has Western liberal values, that allows for dissent, and which is pledged to no longer allow for the development of nuclear weapons. And then they will elect the people who will replace the interim government, which will replace the repressive regime that they hate. Every Iranian to whom I have discussed, with whom I have discussed this issue, what happens if this regime is eliminated, what's next? They all say, and maybe they are miscalculating, but they all say anything would be better than this. I think we should listen to them. Armaze, and go ahead. Your rejoinder is encouraged and welcome.
Consumer free stuff, going on vacation,
I'd like to say
dating
one more
multiple
thing.
months. It was no pleasure being with
I
him.
mean, I understand we don't want a world with nuclear weapons, right? But until the powers of this planet, which includes the United States, right? China, Russia, at least those three, right? The top three. And I guess France and some of the other European countries. But until the powers of the planet
consumer free stuff, going on vacation, dating multiple months, it was no pleasure being
everybody
with him.
else is going to try to obtain them as a sovereign nation. So I think we need to look at ourselves and do more introspecting, of ourselves.
So in the meantime, since we're not disarming at a pace that you feel we ought to, and I would agree with that argument, that it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons because, well, hell, Israel does.
Good point.
I know, that's not my point. I'm asking you, is that your point? Apparently it is.
Yes, that's a good example. Yes, that's a very good example, right? We know Israel has nuclear weapons. That's not a secret. And the point being is that other countries they're gonna want to
Stick me some cannabis wine decorated plant pot where they were saying
go back to
mushroom.
like
It was
when
cool. She was
What other
beautiful.
countries?
She's beautiful
What
woman.
other countries?
don't work out, I'm just gonna
Any
look at
country
Bosnia.
on the
What?
planet
Name
that-
one. Name one.
Mexico.
Is Mexico attempting to develop is Mexico, wait a minute, is Mexico attempting right now to develop a nuclear weapons program?
She has made it
perfect for
very
herself.
clear in her marionettes that that is the aim of Mexico.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, she's perfect for herself.
She said that the treaty between the United States and
Yeah, she's
Mexico
perfect for
is
herself.
over, where Mexico would rely on the United States for protection.
Can you show me a public pronouncement
I'm
or
not complaining.
proclamation, a tweet, anything that would substantiate that?
It's called her marionetta. She comes
I
on.
wouldn't do it over again.
Social
That's for
media
sure.
every morning.
I'm not asking you to quote me the
I'm
name
not
of
complaining, but I wouldn't do it
the
over
thing where
again,
she
that's for
speaks.
sure.
I'm asking you to quote me the speech.
I mean, I can try to find the link to that particular speech. It was on. all over social
Please
media.
do, because otherwise we're just relying off your
Yeah, she's
interpretation.
perfect for herself.
Also,
Well, yeah, you
I
can
don't
also
complain, but I
always
wouldn't do it
well.
over again, that's
Also,
for
dude,
sure.
I keep up with Scheinbaum every day on our Twitter account, and I
I
haven't
don't
heard
think
or
she
hear or
keeps
say
well
any
Scheinbaum
such thing.
the way I do.
So let's look at the record. Let's look at the record. First of all, if the president of Mexico says that we can no longer rely on the United States for protection,
The treaty is over.
she does not. She is not saying
that.
Hold on, let me
say that.
Then quote me chapter and verse, or you're making it up.
I will look for it.
She did not. That is not the same as saying we want nuclear weapons.
Here's what she said exactly. I'm going to try to quote her because she said it in Spanish, right? So I'm going to translate it. It was something along the lines of the treaty is over, and if Mexico wants to pursue nuclear weapons, including nuclear weapons, because they already have nuclear power here, okay?
So I looked this up because you're not, there's no credible source that's reported that Scheinbaum, that there's no credible,
I know your
meaning-
perception.
meaning there's not a Mexican paper, or a radio station, or a television station, or a tweet, or a TikTok, where she has said such
Yeah,
a
I
thing.
can try to find it. That's what I just said. I said that earlier when I answered you.
Okay, then
so
let's
the
move on
fact of
to
the matter is that is incorrect because she has taken a pacifist stance. She has never said that Mexico should have nuclear weapons. She has firmly maintained a pacifist stance warning.
I heard her say it at the.
She
Yeah.
did not.
You actually just want to be
She did
bi-coastal.
not. She is.
Yes, she did. I'm sorry.
No, Gary is
I'm
quoting
gonna
you
take
stuff,
that
you're
stance.
pulling
I
it
won't
out
argue.
of your behind, and that is not acceptable.
No. See,
Yes,
I knew
yes,
you
you
were
are.
gonna do this. I didn't plan on saying this, but it was just part of the flow, right? And now that I
She
put
said
out
it
there-
at the that Mexico in
You
general
actually just want a
debate at the
lifestyle,
United Nations,
bi-coastal,
at the
not a
at,
burial.
Mexico's Minister for Foreign Affairs has said that Mexico
You actually just want a
opposes
lifestyle.
the development of nuclear weapons. They have never
You
said
actually just
there's
want a
nothing on the
lifestyle,
record
bi-coastal,
which
not a
says
burial.
Mexico
President.
You actually just want a lifestyle, not a
Woman,
burial of
woman,
motherland.
Government, come on.
Yeah,
Woman.
it's like
And
when
when
she's
both.
speaking, Trump says one thing and the part of the government says another thing. It's the
Like,
same. It's the same thing.
Okay, well, let's get back to your comparison then. You're saying that Iran should be allowed to develop them because Israel has.
That's
So
not
I-
what I'm
so-
saying.
so
That's not
I-
what I'm
so
saying.
I-
Don't screw my words. What I am saying is
You
this.
literally said that not 5
No,
minutes ago.
let me clarify it since it was misunderstood. So, what I truly want to say, since that was wrong, I misspoke. Countries, including Iran,
If you like
Iran,
metal, I'm
all
gonna
over the
play some
planet,
of my AI
are
metal
going to
just to create
continue to
some songs.
develop or want to develop, nuclear weapons as long as the big three.
Oh, I know
have
how.
what I mean by that.
Okay.
Slop.
I can't speak Spanish. Mexico ha sido
But
y
it's still
seguirá
amazing.
siendo
There should
pacifista.
be a way to translate it, Gary.
I got the
But it's
translation.
still amazing.
Yeah.
You can't take it
Yeah,
away.
siempre, Kendra, let me
say it's
finish,
not amazing.
Maze.
Just because
Let me finish, Armin.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You can't say
Don't respond to me until I say it. Please. El país siempre tendrá una visión. You tell me if I'm wrong in my translation. Pacifista sobre cualquier cuestión relacionada con armas, especialmente las nucleares. No deberá haber guerras. The translation. Mexico has been and will continue to be pacifist. Shine bomb enemies. The country will always have a pacifist vision on any issue related to weapons, especially nuclear ones. There should be no wars.
Rip my life and make a wish.
That is correct.
So
Mexico
she
has
is
a
not
translation.
pursuing nuclear weapons.
Yes. Oh,
No,
few
that
things.
doesn't mean that. Because let me point this one thing out.
A few
You
things.
can be a
That's
pacifist
exactly.
country.
Hold on. That's
Exactly
exactly what he means.
She said the
No, that's not what
country
it means.
will
That's
always
what
have
you
a
want it to
pacifist vision on any issue
How do you get a
related
plain
to weapons,
sentence and not
especially
understand it?
nuclear ones. I cannot believe my lying eyes.
Your lying eyes. I don't know what you mean by that. But
Well,
It
I
means,
mean,
should
we're gonna
we
move on
believe
because
you or should we
we're
believe
gonna move
what
on
we read?
because when if you want to come to the stage and give your opinion, that's fine. But do not misquote the president of Mexico. I don't know what the laws are there. I hope you don't get deported from Mexico for doing so. The president.
He's been deported from America. He's next gonna be deported by Mexico.
I'm here, Gary.
Hey,
What's the pig man? Pig slot.
Gary, yeah, just catching up on the news as I came into this room and
everyone.
were they forcing the hand? I mean, I think have shot at more ships, at least one more ship, and then they're declaring that they just
It's
completely
pig slot.
control the strait now, and they don't
Everyone
have to
refers to
let
AI
you know, they're
content as
making
pig
these
slot.
wild usurpations, you could say, of a critical waterway, which was a direct challenge to the freedom of navigation of the waterways. You know, as Secretary of State Rubio's speech recently was talking about this, about this, like the whole
It's very AI.
you know, the American Pax
Everyone refers to
Americana,
AI content
the
as pig
American world
slot.
order, and it relies completely on freedom of navigation, and especially guaranteeing
have you
that
seen
these
my
critical
medical
passages
clinic
and waterways are free to travel.
for vaccine?
And as you said, like there's been a tremendous amount of work over generations, many generations, to guarantee this. And so to just be like, oh well, Iran now doesn't like that.
My content broke Sora.
Shut it down. It's just not going to fly, right? You're talking
My
about
content
a
broke
global,
Sora and some altmans shut down the app.
almost multi-hundred-year project that they just have no
What's that?
precedent
You
or
broke the
power
internet?
to
Yes.
enforce this for any period of time. If they had a nuke, it still wouldn't work, but they could try to hold the world hostage for a bit. But there's that. I mean, I think that is really a key point, and I think even the U.S. could pull out, and someone else would still put them in their place on this issue. And there's the nuclear thing, which because we haven't seen because we haven't seen Tel Aviv, obliterated, people don't take it seriously, right? They just, and I talked here maybe last week or so about the whole false narrative and completely fake 20-year war that occurred on the justification of WMDs in Iraq. That was a complete hoax. But in this case, we know that they've declared themselves that they have the material and they're trying to enrich more, and they have enough for 11 bombs. They said it themselves, so it's like it's comparing apples to
seen a city obliterated. It's been since 1945 that we've seen 2 cities obliterated by nukes. And so they're just, I think it's just not real to people. And the cheap shots that people take in discussing this matter are just unbelievable. But yeah, I think Iran, unfortunately, is fractured into at least 2 factions, maybe more. They set it up this way, almost like a dead man switch, in a sense of like a very decentralized command structure that if you cut off the head, then it becomes like a hive. They have this mosaic defense pattern where it just splits into smaller and smaller units that each of which feel this mandate that they have to continue the war until the very end. It is a pretty good strategy for winning, I would say, honestly. But nevertheless, it has, and yeah, it's going to be extremely expensive. The U.S. could just surrender. I mean, people have predicted. There's this guy, Jiang Shuiqun, or I'm saying his name wrong, Shuiqun, I think, in this Chinese quote-unquote professor guy. He's a high school teacher, but he has a good YouTube channel. But he's made some interesting predictions that we would be in this war to start with, and that the U.S. would lose the war. And losing just means we're pulling out, whatever. Trump will make up some excuse of declare victory like he always does, but realistically it would be a loss. But then Israel would basically take up and finish the job, so to speak. And that key point of that's the other big thing about what is this all about? Why is this happening? Well, it was engineered at least in concert, if not directed by Israel. The excuse when Rubio gave when we started was, well, Israel was going to go in, so we had to preemptive strike before Israel struck. That was the thing. So, there's this idea that there could be a greater Israel project. Nobody's talking about that because they haven't seen it yet, but directionally we may be heading towards this, where Israel is the rising power in the region, and if they show enough chutzpah, let's say, then other Gulf countries at this point are ready to fall in line under their leadership. And then maybe Iran will eventually make a deal, maybe even a partnership with Israel, but we're kind of a ways away from that. They've got to get through this period. But either way, Iran has set this up. They set it up from the time of the revolution. I'm sure the Shah sucked in a lot of ways, and they were getting ripped off on their oil at the time. But it basically all amounted to this crazy, fanatical revolution that is a ticking time bomb. And it's good we're going in now, and or it's good however it's happening.
She's perfect for herself. I'm not complaining, but I wouldn't do it over again, that's for sure.
Disrupting them before they can actually settle.
Very self-centered, not caring.
But yeah, it's messy, but this is just what happens.
Thank you, Agent. Meryl, followed by Doctor.
Well, I don't know that I can articulate myself as well as everybody else has, because I'm also going in a different direction. I agree with everybody about where we're at now. And I'm not blaming Israel. I am saying that Trump knew from his generals, he knew from Marco Rubio, that this was not going to be over in a month. And he knew, he was told, any regime change was not going to come just from bombing from the air, it was going to come from boots on the ground. And everybody knows Israel can't do that. They can't go in their boots on the ground. So Trump just did his gut, what he always does, and says, I know best. And he did. And now he has nothing. He can keep bombing. And I think part of him wants to say that I'll just keep bombing from the air, I'll keep bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing, and that's going to make a difference. And I don't think it will. I think he wants this war over. I think in his mind it is over. I think several people have said he wants just to get some kind of an agreement. They'll say that he won, and that's that. I don't think that he'll ever get the agreement that he pulled us out of, because for a number of reasons. One being, who the heck does he have that are negotiating all the time? He doesn't have who Obama had. These were intelligent, smart, experienced people. They were negotiators. They weren't real estate people. They were negotiators.
There's also that
So we're
period
never going to get
they
that.
consume a free ship of
regard
stuff
to
going on
Europe,
vacations doing
I hate to do the whataboutism, but Trump already in his
This is
first term
perfect for us,
was
though.
blasting Europe. He didn't like them. They don't pay
I'm
enough.
not
And
complaining,
he
but
kept,
I wouldn't do it.
they don't do this, they don't do that. And he talked about, he threatened then about leaving NATO. Obama comes in and Russia has invaded Ukraine, and Obama was able to put together a coalition, in a day? In 2 days? So that tells you something. With regard to a coalition now, when you go and you start a war, and you don't talk to Europe ahead of time, you don't even warn them, that, I think, sets them off a little bit. And I know, Gary, you keep talking about Britain, and we all know the wrong people that are there. However, I think that they also have a right to take a look at who Trump's allegiances is, and it's Russia. And they're also, here they are, nations, countries that do not like Russia. Some feel Russia is a threat to them, and they feel that Trump is, that's an ally, that's what Trump is doing. Anybody who can stand there and say, Trump is letting Russia give intelligence to Iran to kill Americans, that in and of itself should be setting, that's what to set Europe off. Europe doesn't, we don't have an agreement on anything. Trump has an agreement, he wants the new NATO to be the Gulf countries who also have a relationship with Russia. So I do think that enters into it. We never talk about it, but that might enter into how Europe feels right now. You dump us, you talk bad about us, you don't even warn us what you're going to do. I think that is a fair assessment of why they might want to get involved, nor do they trust if they do get involved, then what happens? What happens to them? What does the United States do for them or to them? You still have this issue, I think, that they want to support Ukraine, Trump doesn't. Trump supports Russia, they don't want to support Russia. I think that enters into it in some way. It isn't just about Israel. That's not the whole thing. I don't think so. I think they know that Israel wants to keep this war going, and it does. Israel has said that this morning. They do. They want the job finished. The United States considers it finished. It's not, Trump is not going to do what is necessary. And he can say, we can all say that here in the United States, most of us don't want to see war continued under those circumstances. But that was something that our leader, our president, who makes these decisions, that's what he did. And he has to be responsible for that. So if you don't have a coalition of the right people, that's something Trump did going in. And by the way, if you think anything imminent, that Trump is going to do anything imminent, because he always threatens, he threatened today, he threatens them. He's not, because he announced today that he might not go to his son's wedding. It's not a good time. That means Trump is lying. That means Trump will be at that wedding. He goes golfing the whole time here. While this was all going on, he was going golfing. He was going to games. He was doing everything leisurely and recreationally, while he was telling everybody what they need to do to win this war. So I don't think anything imminent is going to happen, because I think if Trump announces he's not going to his son's wedding, that means he is going to his son's wedding and nothing imminent is going to happen. So, but I do think that when we want to criticize Europe, I don't necessarily think that we should discount whatever they are expected to do, and then what do they get back in loyalty? What do they get back in return that maybe makes them not want to invest right now? And I could be wrong, and I wish somebody would explain it to me better, because maybe I'm just looking in the wrong direction. But I welcome
the guy's nuts, okay? Let's just leave. I mean, he's literally nuts. He's trying to hide his taxes. That's what this is all about. The grifting. He's literally.
So
We speak one at a time here, and when Gary calls on you, in order to stay in this room, you will need to follow the rules.
I'm just talking about the war in and of itself, and how is it going to proceed? And I think that Trump considers it over. He's looking for a different way out. I don't think that he is going to do what he was told he would need to do when this first started. And I'm not blaming Israel. I'm blaming Trump. I'm blaming him. And as I said, when we talk about Europe, I really I might be wrong, but I'm trying to understand what Europe gets. We know what they can benefit from, but what do they get ultimately? What is Trump going to do for them? What is the loyalty that he will have to them? And what is the loyalty Trump has to Russia? And to what does any of them fear Russia? And regarding Germany, remember, Germany had I believe the most bases, army bases, or military bases there. That's where people were going when they were injured. They have all these injured people that nobody talks about. It's over 300 people that were injured, 13 or 14 killed, but nobody talks about where did they go. They went to Germany. And what did Trump do? Didn't he just take troops out of Germany to kind of threaten them? Pardon me. Okay, thank you.
So when I made my comments about Europe, and I talked about it may be unpalatable because of the internal political pressures that they have, because of the drumbeat of lies about Israel that's out there, that's affecting the body politic. I also said in the same secondary salvo, my little rant about about the very things that you just said about Trump showing a lack of interest. In fact, I started by talking about Trump showing a lack of interest in continuing the traditional support for Europe that this nation has shown since World War II. So apparently you're under the impression, or the misimpression I should say, that wasn't part of the discourse. It was. I'm not arguing your point. I'm agreeing with your point.
I was not criticizing you.
I didn't say you were. I didn't say you were criticizing.
And I didn't misunderstand you. What I was saying is I was expanding to the part about Russia, because we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We no longer, Europe and the United States no longer have something that they were both fighting for, both supported. And I can't help but think that can enter into a decision that Europe might make about loyalty and disloyalty and Russia and Ukraine. Somewhere I think that there's a big picture that everybody thinks about except us. I think Europe does think about the bigger picture. I think we don't realize how close, what the alliance is that Trump has with Russia. Thank you.
I think that with regard to the point that you made, and it's an excellent point, that how can we maintain relationship such as it is right now with Russia at a time when Russia and China, for that matter, are providing satellite assistance to the Iranians that the Iranians have used to to attack U.S. military positions. And then the commander-in-chief cozies up to those two world leaders. Of course, Europe is as cognizant of that as you and I are. But my guess is, and it's just a guess, but this would seem logical to me anyway, that what Europe and maybe others are waiting for is for this term of office to expire and an attempt for a reset in the relationship. And my suspicion is that's exactly what will happen. We saw this to a lesser degree occurring during Trump's first term in office, and then there was a reset when Joe Biden became president. And then Trump doubled down on some of these positions that he takes that many find unpalatable. And I think just like people in the United States who are not fans of the president, just as they are waiting out the expiration of his term of office, I think so too are our European allies. And I don't believe that the long-forged relationship is irreparably harmed. That's what I think anyway. I could be wrong, but that's my perspective on it, if anybody cares. Doctor, followed by C.
Hi, Gary. Thanks for inviting me up. You are able to hear me well this
Loud and clear, yes.
Thank you so much. Something that I wanted to mention is this. Everyone knows that Trump is a motor mouth, and people didn't really worry so much about it. But he made some of the very important logical mistakes. First thing is that when you want to go for a war, unless otherwise you are pretty sure that you are going to win, you should never do that. So I see lack of preparation on Trump's side. The second thing is about exit policy. So how do you, in case there is a problem, because you cannot always guarantee any such things that do internationally, you should have some sort of exit policy built into your thought process. I don't think he had done that. The third point I wanted to mention here is that Iran was already down because of so many years of sanctions and other things, and also internal unrest. Iran had nothing to lose. So in case there is going to be a problem or a stalemate in the war, it is Americans who are going to bear the brunt of this whole situation, not Iran, because Iran is already in deep shit. So for them it doesn't change much. So a desperate opponent is a bit difficult to defeat. And the third thing is, yes, I know that European countries had never really worried about security issues. I can just give you one example. The country where I work in Europe took almost 8 years to sanction 1 million euros for a military type of a project, European Defence Agency project. But in the last 2 years, they have not doubled, 4 times now. They are ready to sponsor the project, and that too within about 6 to 8 months. So you see the big change that European countries are doing now. Trump could have somehow used the Ukraine war to get a little bit more active, resourceful participation from the Europeans rather than simply alienating them. And how did he alienate? He simply spoke lots of illogical things about Greenland and other things, which he was not even really attempting or trying to do something about it. But because of his foolish statements, completely alienated. And another important thing that I wanted to say is this. Americans are already seeing for the last 4 years, Ukraine-Russia war, how the war is progressing. And Ukraine is desperate with all the support and things like that. With so much action, Russia is continuously bombarding. Ukraine is suffering with all the support from Europeans and Americans. So nowadays, wars are not really won just like that. It has to be very well planned, and it should get internal support, which I don't think Trump had. The last point, maybe it's just for the sake of interest for other listeners. Um, Pakistan is being used as a mediator, but it is very well known. A.Q. Khan, the so-called Pakistan's nuclear father of nuclear program, he stole from one of the European universities, which has got a nuclear reactor on its campus, and he stole that and went to Pakistan, and then he was the one who gave it to Iran, or at least partially gave it to Iran as well as North Korea. And Trump is trying to use Pakistan as the mediator. So much for about the credibility of the Pakistan as a country for this negotiation, and Iran, which has been one of the major beneficiary of this stealing of nuclear-related information from this university. So, having said this, I feel that the only option for Americans, I really respect them a lot because of so much of work, scientific work, that Americans have put in the last century. So the only way, I think, is to wait for 2 more years and then elect a better leader. Thank you so much, Gary.
Thank you, Doctor. And you're right about Mr. Khan and his sticky finger approach to procurement of nuclear weaponry. Let's go to C, followed by Amir. C, are you with us? That's funny. They took the mic.
No, I can't talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go to Amir, followed by Ann.
Hi, Gary. Thank you. Just a couple of quick points. I agree with a lot of things that the previous speaker said. I think his name was Agent. And I also like to make a comment about what you said, Gary, regarding the waiting game and that you mentioned on the side of the Ayatollahs. So I don't actually think they're going to fall for that. I think the Trump team, if you like, they're not going to fall for that game. And I don't think. Also, I don't think it matters really who is negotiating on Iran side. I think there's very clear objectives that Trump has, and he has been pursuing that since last June, when the mission was not accomplished in the 12-day war of June 2025. They thought they may be able to accomplish that by sealing the entire established enrichment farm and burying, if you like, the enriched uranium, but that didn't happen. So I think the agenda is still the same, and it's not really about negotiations as such. I actually think it's about submission. I think it's about in terms of handing over the 400 kg enriched uranium. Well, actually, it's not 400 kg. It's a lot more. It's just that 400 kilograms of it is enriched 60% plus. But there's a whole host of other enriched uranium which are at 50% and 40%. I mean, that's the nature of enrichment anyway. So that's one objective, and the other objective is abolishing the centrifuge farms, and of course putting back on the missile program. So these are very clear objectives that he has, which he didn't achieve last June, and he is pursuing that. And I think really the negotiation thing is a red herring. Now, Iran has obviously spent literally over $1 trillion on developing these. So naturally, they're not going to kind of hand these over on a plate. So the logical, I mean, I just want to cut my argument very short. The logical outcome, given the situation that both sides are, is basically another conflict. I can't see any other way out of it. Even if my sort of what I've just supposed, if that is correct, then there is no other way other than another conflict. Now, obviously, that's not going to involve boots on the ground. I mean, that's insane, and that's just not going to happen. The experience of Afghanistan and Iraq has shown that that's not going to happen. So it's not going to be an all-out war, but it could be kind of an attack on infrastructure to further cripple the economy, and of course, to cripple the governance in general, so that it would come to submission effectively, or a kind of a commando-style operation to dismantle and kind of destroy the enrichment facilities and the missile facilities. So those are the points that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Amir. Always appreciate your perspective. Andrew, followed by David.
Good afternoon, Gerd. You can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. Yeah, I'm not so sure that Iran's forcing Donald Trump's hand in this. I think Donald Trump is a victim of his own propaganda. I think you were correct earlier on when you hoped that when you speculated that his thoughts were, like Donald Trump and I have the greatest military in the world. I sincerely think he believes this kind of stuff. And he's very braggadocious. And sometimes, people will believe their own press. And as he is his own press person on Truth Social, I think he tends to believe this stuff. But I'm going to make a hockey analogy, if you don't mind.
My favorite sport, so you go right ahead. I love hockey analogy.
The other night, Montreal was playing Buffalo in Game 7. Game 7 is, there's no other thing to do other than win or go home, right? And at the beginning of this conflict, among other things that were stated in terms of what the reasoning was behind, somebody mentioned about Marco Rubio and Israel was going to go in, so the United States had to fear their assets being attacked in retaliation, which happened anyway. We've seen that. But he also said that he had terms of unconditional surrender. Well, when you back somebody up like that, existentially, then they're going to fight till the bitter end. However that end comes, and whatever destruction that might incur. I've given this analogy before in terms of Germany in World War II. They fought to the very end. Not everybody, of course, but those that believed it did. And it cost a lot of lives to go in there and finally get the surrender. I think the Allies were surprised at how long the nation fought, even with all the destruction. I mean, you had Hamburg, Dresden, Berlin was destroyed, and much of Europe. And even with all that destruction, they fought on till the very end. So I'm not so sure that anything's different here in terms of Iran. The other thing that was mentioned was about this blockade. I don't know how successful or how valuable that is when they, like Ukraine, have allies in Russia and China. China may not be getting oil right now, or substantially less, but I'm sure they're prepaying for oil. And so those monies are flowing in. And I'm I'm not sure that Russia has any money to give them, but they certainly have been supplying them across the Caspian. So this waiting game that we're talking about now, I think Iran has the capability to outweight the United States, outright Donald Trump in any event, because this power is extended. It costs a lot of money to do so. And of course, the support for the war is not well established in the United States. There was one other point I was going to make, but I can't remember it quite right now, so I'll land there. Thanks, Gary.
So since you opened the door but right, how'd you know where I was going?
Because I know you.
I want to congratulate your nation on winning the first Walter Cup. You may not get the Stanley Cup, but you got the Walter Cup. And I will say that I'm not saying this in a negative sense, because that women's professional hockey league is fantastic.
Yeah, but you're wrong, though. You guys won last year.
No, wasn't this the first Walter Cup?
No. The first one was this is the second season. So last year, I believe it was either Minnesota, I can't remember who, but it was, I know Toronto was in there, but then they were booted out. So, yeah, no, you guys won the first one.
Yeah. Oh my God, I didn't even know that league existed. And then I stumbled across them on television and I said, whoa, what am I looking at here? It just fantastic hockey. Great to see that women are out there playing a tough game such as hockey. And I told my daughter and my son-in-law that next season, I want to take my granddaughters to, so they can see that women can perform just as well as men on the athletic field. They're just fantastic. It's a joy to watch them.
Great.
And I'm sure the check from the Women's Professional Hockey League is in the mail to me for that. Product placement.
Their promotion, yes.
Thank you, Andrew. David, followed by Daryl. David.
Sorry about that, Gary. All right. So I don't know if you talked about it in the room, but there was the story that broke regarding there was a plan afoot for the United States to reinstall Ahmadinejad in a similar fashion to the way that Rodriguez was installed post taking out Maduro. That this was a plan that fell apart in the first round of bombings. They attempted to free Ahmadinejad from house arrest, and he's since disappeared. This is an interesting.
I'll read that, David. I'll read that in Disturbed Me to the Hell.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
I said I'll read that, and it disturbed me to the hell. I was so scared this morning.
Okay. Yeah. No. Absolutely. This was obviously this guy was playing both sides. He was an anti-Israel Holocaust denier, an anti-West president for Iran, and then of course, he probably was behind a lot of the terrorist attacks. So how this was attempted
So wait a minute, yes. Whose lame-brain idea was that?
It doesn't say in the article. It just says if you remember, Trump was made a comment along the lines of, wouldn't it be great if we could find somebody from the inside to take over? And so he was kind of stealthily messaging that.
So the implication here is that this was our president's idea?
In tandem with Israel's.
I don't think Israel would have been in support of that.
Well, that's not what the article says.
Really?
Yeah, and the article also accuses Ahmadinejad for spying for Israel. That he was an inside mole. So, I was trying to figure out how they broke the story.
Who broke that story? I'm going to look it up. This is very interesting.
The New York Times.
Oh, the New York Times.
Yeah, it was in New York Times, but I think this is a propaganda Gary from them.
Okay, wait a minute. Were there any dogs involved in the discussion in this article?
What do you mean by dogs?
Well, it was the New York Times that published the column about how the Israelis were training dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners.
wondering, since it was the New York Times, the credible source that it is when it comes to issues in the Middle East, I was just curious whether any dogs are involved in this.
Yeah, no dogs involved in the story, Gary. I'm happy to report.
What do you mean, David? Ahmadinejad is a dog.
Well, I mean, look, he would have been our dog if his story would have been carried out the way that they intended it. But anyway, yeah. So there was that story that's surfacing. Again, this is probably why we went in and did what we did. And then there was also talks of the Kurds were supposed to also usher in their response to this attack and assist us in possibly installing Ahmadinejad as the new leader, de facto leader. So that obviously did materialize as well. So here we are, Gary. Here we are, bogged down in this situation. It also was reported by Reuters, although Pakistan denies the veracity of the allegations, that they've sent 8,000 troops to Saudi Arabia. They're sending warplanes as well as air defense systems. And I don't know how this affects their neutral Switzerland role in negotiating peace, but there's clearly an attempt there to cozy up to the Sauds, who are absolutely against us continuing the bombing campaign into Iran. So maybe they're preparing for the inevitability that, as we've talked about in the room, that they're not going to turn over any of the nuclear material that they have, and this will ultimately force the boots on the ground response. But again, Pakistan is denying that allegation. Gary, I don't know that we have a hand here really, other than to just back away, fight another day. But if we allow this to stabilize, it's only going to embolden the regime. It's only going to allow them to reconstitute their military. Obviously, do whatever they have to do with those fissure materials, and so I don't know. It's a very tense, big pickle environment here that I don't really have a lot of response for. I will say that we are attempting, in my opinion, and based on other things I've read, that because we can't take China on directly, and we saw sort of that hand being played in Beijing, that the only play we have is to take allyships that they have with these oil regions, Venezuela, Iran, and others, and disrupt the oil game. We've seen how we've disrupted the oil game with regard to Europe and its energy dependence on Russia, which has been a big win for China because now that cheap energy is flowing that way. And Europe's been forced to buy from us now, buy from the Dixie states where this natural gas is produced, and big states like Texas. So yeah, we have a situation, Gary, where the international stage is being played out like no other. We have the rumblings of potentially Alberta.
Is there anything wrong with people purchasing natural gas from us? It seems like it would be an upside to the U.S. economy.
Well, it's not so much that it's a win for us, but Europe's paying higher prices, I believe, for that same oil, because look at how far it's got to be shipped and transported to feed Europe's energy structure, right? So it's not, Russia's right there with a pipeline, and we destabilize that. And obviously, the Ukraine war obviously muddled those relationships.
Yeah, because it made them reliant on Russia in a way they shouldn't have been.
But now we're telling them they're not our allies anymore, and the NATO no longer exists, and we're forcing them. We're saying that they've been sucking on the United States tit for too long, and we want to wean them off of that. So where do they do? Where do they go? So they're also, we've left them in a lurch on some level. So anyway, I hope the bombing does not continue, Gary. This can only end one way, and that's badly. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. If we had a strategy, if we had a solution, we'd be playing it out by now. And I don't think we really have one. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
So with regard to this Ahmadinejad story and how he's a Holocaust denier, but but a spy for Israel at the same time, and all this kind of stuff. I am, as soon as we're off the air here, I'm going to contact one of my sources, who you may have heard of before, who should be able to sort this out for us. My good friend, Dr. Jack Ryan, and he will give us an analysis. Maybe we can even have him come on tomorrow to talk about that. And the reason I picked Dr. Jack Ryan is because, holy cow, that's a Tom Clancy novel if I ever heard one. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Google the name. It's a fictional character, a Tom Clancy character. But holy cow, this is the makings of a Jack Ryan Netflix movie.
It's pretty interesting, Gary. I have to say, I was pretty blown away by it and how they wrote the story. I hope you can find out. That'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, well, I just certainly hope that they didn't use the same sources that they used to break the story about the dogs.
But see, I was of the opinion that Ahmadinejad died in those attacks, but they're saying he didn't die, and he's just been disappeared. So they don't know his whereabouts. So.
Well, if the word leaked out to the Iranian government that the United States and Israel were colluding to reinstitute the presidency of Ahmadinejad, I think he would disappear. And if he wasn't dead before, he probably is now.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Daryl, you get the last word for the day.
Yeah, I actually, Gary, I thought when you said Jack Ryan, I actually thought you were joking around at first. That was actually pretty good.
You like that one?
That was awesome.
So at first you thought I was joking, and then you thought it was real. That's pretty funny.
When you said Jack Ryan, but then you said you're going to have him come into the room tomorrow. So I'm like, wait a minute, is he serious? I wondered if it was going to be Tom Clancy or Alec Baldwin. So to Marshall, to something Marshall said, Marshall, it's in a way it's cool that America can sell, its oil, but the problem becomes what's it settling in. So America sells its oil, it settles in dollars. The biggest issue here is about the dollar being the world's reserve currency, and that's the problem that we're staring down the barrel at. If you look at what's happening economically, Treasury rates are up, the 10-year is up, it's up and going up and up, and this is China's 18th birthday party. This is what they've been waiting for a very long time. And they're seeing this as an opportunity to become, the ascendant economic power in that part of the world if you can get more countries to drop the dollar with regards to oil sales and settle in whatever currency they choose. And I promise you the majority of those currencies will be the RMB. And it just doesn't bode well for us. To Andrew's point, China is, Gary, you said that they're giving them information, but they're doing more than that. They're prepaying for oil. I think so far this year, it's $10 billion just in sales that we can see. But they're doing currency swaps because China has invested in the energy transportation industry in Iran. They're building physical things, and I think what we're looking at here is, do we actually want to do something that triggers an actual kinetic conflict with China if China thinks that their investments in Iran or their assets in Iran or their strategic interest in oil coming off the dollar, are they willing to also send soldiers to fight, in some type of proxy conflict in Iran? And I think that's really what we're thinking about as we, try to use Pakistan to come to some type of resolution for this, because what we want, I know we talk about the nuclear material and Trump goes on and he says this and that. I think strategically what America really wants is for the straits to be open and for oil to be free flowing as it was, and for oil to be settling in US dollars, because that's really what American power is based on. You know, I think Meryl made a great point where she was saying, you know, we are allies. We're basically giving our allies the middle finger, and we are outwardly cozying up to Putin. If I were Poland, I'd be very concerned about this. If I were, you know, Germany is going to be considered now the backstop, or at least the front line of possible Russian invasions. You know, I think they're so bogged down in Ukraine that I don't think, and many don't think that that's something that would happen. But the diminishing of soft power, particularly soft military power, that America has established since World War II is pretty much gone. And that should scare all of us. And again, the idea, I'll just end it on this. The idea that, you know, NATO is not the ally that we wanted them to be. NATO has done, I believe, exactly what we've always asked them to do. You know, and we talked about this previously, that NATO may have been, you know, deficient on some of their funding, but as I always understood it when I was on Wall Street, that it was always a wink, wink, nod, nod thing. You know, like, so you guys are going to be short on your NATO funding, but hey, we need you to buy treasuries. NATO countries hold about $8 trillion in New York debt. In U.S. debt. And, you know, and they do it when we ask them. So, hey, we buy our debt. We need you to buy some of our debt. Okay, we'll take some of our defense money and we'll put it into your debt. Okay, everybody winks, everybody nods, everybody handshakes, and the world continues as it should be. I think that this idea that, you know, when Trump came out, he said, well, NATO hasn't done anything. They didn't send any soldiers into, I think he said Afghanistan. And you know, the Brits were highly offended by this. There's something happening here because it doesn't make sense. And I really hope somewhere someone's writing a movie on this, because, like I said, time is history's greatest detective, and at some point all of this will be unveiled. Thank you, Gary.
So when you were talking about purchasing some of our debt, and then you juxtapose that with the president's misstatement of Europe's participation in Afghanistan, I'm wondering that in each of these cases, whether this is just the president making an argument to make an argument for whatever reason he wants to make that argument that we don't understand, or whether he is oblivious to the facts. You know, we had a guy come on the stage today who made an argument that was inaccurate. He was, you know, either deliberately misportraying the facts, or he was oblivious. It doesn't matter, because it's just some guy on the stage in a clubhouse room. But we're talking about the President of the United States. So, with regard to Afghanistan, you probably don't have any, you know, area of expertise that gives your sense of the matter any more value than anybody else's. But with regard to the finances, we know that you're an expert in this. So what is your sense? Do you think the president, when he flipped off Europe, was unaware of how they've helped us with our debt? Or what? I don't get it.
I think he calculates, for the most part. We all know he's not inherently honest, right? So is the question, is he making a mistake, or is he telling a calculated lie to gen up animosity or an adversarial leaning in the people that follow him? You know, like, it's funny. It's funny listening to like certain people come into the room. At some point, some literally will have you thinking that Trump is some political Stephen Hawking, and he's playing 10-dimensional chess, and at the same time he's falling asleep in meetings. So two things can be true as long as they don't contradict each other. He knows he tells things. I believe he does know that he says things that are not true, but I believe he's targeting who he's speaking to. At some point, someone, he's surrounded by military advisors. Someone would have told him, hey, that's not true about NATO non-participation in Iraq and Afghanistan. But I think he makes a calculated decision as to what will fire up his people, whether it's true or not, because I personally don't think he believes that his followers care about what is true and what's not true.
I think that's a pretty good analysis, Carol. I'm glad I asked you.
Thank you, sir. Tom Clancy tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Jack, did you get all that? He's getting into the role right now. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
fine. No, you.
I forgot. You know what? I jumped on. No, literally, I was just on a phone.
I'm considering our friendship. I don't know. I'm gonna consider it. I'm gonna consider it. What do you think?
See, you're in
What's
the
going
matrix.
on? Oh.
Matt Goliath. Did you see the news?
What news?
That's
Is your name Matt?
Goliath, to the stage. Did he come in or did he leave?
Oh, you knew what I was talking about the again? Yes.
Oh, there it is, yeah, there.
Oh, he dropped out, right?
He's in the chat. He probably, you know.
No. I'm talking about
Omari,
Doug.
you're not Matt. Excuse me. You said you're gonna wait for your grand shishito in 2 hours. So you just wait. Sit down. Come on, Matt Goliath. I asked Omari for help and he said no. He said he'll follow me where I go.
No, you said what I got. You know how like sometimes people say, "What you got going on today?" And I said,
No, you know what the hell I'm talking about. You always like to gas up somebody's ass. Stop gaslighting somebody's ass up. I don't want your gas up my ass. Thank you. Matt, where are you? Where's Matt? Hey, Matt.
What's going on?
TT was calling for you. She said, "Where's Matt? Matt! I need Matt!"
Well, officially, the governor's race in Michigan has officially left toss-up and is likely D, thanks to Duggan dropping out because, well, one, he doesn't have money. Two, polling showed him just being a spoiler candidate, and he'd not want to actually let a MAGA win. And then three, his reasons he cites is because bipartisanship is officially dead due to the extremism from the right, and that pretty much everyone now just needs to swing left because as of right now, there is no way to be bipartisan when the right does not want to be, and doesn't want to do anything that's sensible. And also, he blames it on the Iran war. So, gas prices, all this stuff. So, I agree. I'm glad he dropped out. He would have been a great lieutenant governor to pick up for Benson if she wanted to just do a consolidation ticket, but I don't know that it's really necessary anyway. He was a very effective governor, so I have nothing bad to say about him. He's a centrist. Benson is more of a centrist, centrist/lean lib. She's not progressive, so that would just be a centrist, centrist lib ticket. It wouldn't really be anything. Like,
Progressive, liberal, elite, gay
If
Democrats.
for some reason El Sayed becomes the nominee for Senate in Michigan, they can help together kind of push each other over the finish line because I think that El Sayed and Mike Rogers are a toss-up. I still support Mallory McMurrow. I think that El Sayed is
You go to the Safavid dynasty, 15th century, in Persia. The Safavids forcibly converted the Sunnis into 12er Shia Islam. That happened in Persia. That's the people we're dealing with now, by the way.
What Muslims are you talking about? McMurrow to win since she's the one that
The Safavids convert.
Mike Rogers and prevents from losing.
Sophie kind of foolish shit. It doesn't have its like. It's not like really salty and strict. It's not. So.
I was gonna ask Matt if you saw.
For the Iranian, it was more like what? Don't advise us. And it didn't advise.
No, not gold, not.
No, I know. Nadler's seat. That's Nadler's seat.
Nadler.
Schlossenberg is not running shit. Nor
He's
is.
not. I'm surprised
And the
he's that
NEP
low.
proposals have already gone out for this year, so I'm gonna have to wait till next year anyway, so I can work on the NEP proposals. And I have to get more.
Micah and Alex Burrows, which is statistical dead heat, and Alex Burrows is the. By the way, handsome as hell. So you know I'm voting for him.
Well, he's gonna win.
Yeah, well, I hope so. They're statistically dead heat. I think it's like 2-point difference, but I think a lot of people who maybe would vote for Schlossberg may go over to Burrows, but he's the like crypto industry after him. I think crypto and AI industry are going after Alex, but I'm pulling for him, so I don't know. I'm surprised Schlossberg is doing so poorly though.
I mean, he's kind of psychotic. So
if you followed him on social, he's absolutely nuts, which is part of the reason why I was thinking about voting for him, because he's so unhinged. But I think he's too far gone.
Trying to go live. I think
Yeah, I think he would get a lot harder.
I have a few action items I need you to handle. Of course.
Yeah, that's a
Democratic Church for America is to be the official national religion. Great idea. I want every boundary between church and state dissolved. I want troops sent into every sanctuary city that took exterminators. Issue an executive order banning abortion. So breastfeeding is now mandatory. ABC for mothers. Okay, actually outlaw that too. Ban nut milk. The greatest treatment ever left for foreigners making these things nuts. Milk. Those are all fantastic ideas. I'll run them by Congress. So disband it. Sorry. Disband Congress. It's better for freedom. I'm afraid I don't really have that authority. Read Stevens' mind. I don't know if he's a Trump or not. Of course, I'm not sorry. But if I'm nothing to worry about. What the fuck is that? Don't make me ask again.
He's scared for you, sir. He thinks you're just a tiny bit psychotic. So Cox was like, oh yeah, this last week I already done it. I'm trying to focus on a positive spin. And they quoted what he said, he says, oh, you put it on Twitter. I'm like, oh, you know.
Yes. How was it explained? We have detained any butcher and you came. Let's see his location first. Not this screening. Massive follow-ups. Questions. Believe in your hearts that I am indeed the one which will go. Since I'm proselytizing is my other sympathy.
He was like, hey, let's talk about that man. Assaulted that young person when you sat over here and did 60 days of 60 days sentence. Let's talk about how you're soft on crime. I said, yeah.
And then they have
You're not allowed to leave?
Betrayed you and paid you down.
Democratic Church for America is to be the official national religion. Great idea. I want every boundary between church and state dissolved. I want troops sent into every sanctuary city that took exterminators. Issue an executive order.
True American God.
Long ago, after your duel with your father on Cloud City, something was taken from you.
Oh, in the black.
My hand. Your
He
father
also
ordered it
cut
recovered.
but I will
Why
say,
would
I don't know if it's anywhere else as far as like,
because even then,
but he did cut
he
a
understood
little
your
promo.
impulse, though perhaps not completely. The Emperor kept it.
Twitter at least, where he
Yes.
Miss Opal Lee
Why?
talking to her and
The Emperor had become obsessed with the
Twitter
Skywalker
trying to let y'all know, listen, I'm
bloodline.
with you, okay? I have the grandmother.
Your father had been broken by Mustafa, but you...
Opal Lee.
I think he could explain that better than I.
Opal Lee allowed me into her home over here in this historic area of Fort Worth, Texas, okay? Y'all can't ever say I'm not with you.
Tell you what, champion's purse.
I'm in your
Though
grandma's house.
you're not the champion yet, are you? A true champion defeats all their challengers. Surely there are others out there who still dare to challenge my reign. Uncle, how about you? I'm sure they have a spare costume.
One taste of combat was enough for me, Your Grace.
Well,
I'd like to keep what
what's so
remains
crazy
of my
is, like a
I
few
think you
days
should fight.
ago when
This
that
was but a
Trump
poor
endorsement
imitation of
came
your own
out,
bravery field of
Jasmine
battle.
like made
I
a
speak as a
tweet
first-hand
about
witness.
it.
Climb
Like
down from the
first
high
I saw
table
that
with
she
the new
was
Valerian sword
I
and
think
show
she was in
everyone
California.
how a true king wins his throne. Be careful though, this one is clearly mad with lust.
She was in California
It
for
would be a
Becerra,
tragedy for the king
and
to lose his virtue. Hours
so I was like, you know, not saying that she needs to be in Texas for Talarico or for Gina, or anything like that, but just saying that, like, I thought her in California was, I could see her in Georgia before I could see her in California, so I just thought that was like, okay. And then when I saw her tweet where she was talking about, oh, I wish it was me, because then I would want a chance to stomp him on the campaign and on the What good is it? In a debate, I said to myself, oh, sister, come on now. We doing too much. We doing too much. We gotta reel this back just a little. You had me in the first half of this last bit. Uncle! I don't know
Where you going?
what the remainder
I thought I might change out these wet clothes you're wasting.
Perfect the way you want. Certainly not one.
As the heat
Hurry up! This tie is dry.
But what was very funny, I think the other day.
So please, Your Grace, Lady Thompson, it's
The
very tight.
first lady is in here, Kiki's in here.
No,
wait here. I want to say yesterday they were having a conversation regarding the whole genders thing that came back up. And what was really funny was I looked into it, and even Waco had an article that they wrote a few months back. And Marshall, how the Republicans are focusing on gender and stuff as a whole, how it's an effort to distract again.
Champions first.
Did you know
Southern
that
states
they
was in
are
a formal
allowed
position in the Union,
in
speedily
women's
enough to enable
bathrooms
us to proper application of the 13th Amendment.
They want to take access to home.
To the practical relations with the Union immediately.
This could be
All
giving me a right.
I knew it.
As Vice President of the Confederacy,
They gonna gin that shit up.
Jefferson Davis.
You'll not be a conquered people, Mr. Hunter. You will be citizens. Determined to the laws and the guarantees and rights of the Constitution,
which now extinguishes slavery. And with it, our economy. All our laws have been determined by a Congress of painful Yankees. All our rights will be subject to the Supreme Court, backed by bloody Republican radicals.
we're here to discuss Reconstruction. We have no legal basis for that discussion. I don't want to deal falsely. The northern states will ratify most of them. As I figure, it remains for two of the southern states to do the same, even after all are readmitted. And I've been working on that.
This is wide walking.
just saw the crazy black lady blue. Just saw the shit around here. People pinned on Mikey Sherrill. And now he'll spin it. And supposedly both of them to beat both candidates. And both of them lost. They're bad. Yeah, some of y'all might think
Tiberius knows more than a Christian should about Salahadin's intention. Must not go to war with Salahadin. Do not want it. May blasphemy!
Across Jordan, 200,000 miles.
You'll make first for Kerak, around Sheffield, my lord.
We must meet him before he reaches Kerak. I will lead the army.
If you track
Assemble the army!
Saladin will cut into this. Tiberius knows.
If you sit down, push.
Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares.
I think especially with like the exacerbation of the war priming and gas priming, I think for some people it's like, I mean, they might care, but not as much as like, hey, you fucking with my pocketbook.
Well, it's just you and me now, Tara.
They give a fuck about the fact that Democrats care about people who have other gender identities and their identifiers. Like, no one fucking gives a fuck that much about, oh my god, what about who uses they, me, them pronouns. But, you know, I'm gonna vote for the motherfucker that's gonna they're already destroyed my entire pocketbook and savings in my array. So I'm gonna go vote for them and get destroyed. Like, no, I mean, we have discriminatory in this country.
You should have brought a fucking army.
You can't release the virus. You wouldn't tell them already.
Unless I'm waiting for him to soon constant clock in for the day shift.
Where's the virus, Butcher?
I dumped it in the sprinkler tank. All I gotta do is pull this trigger. Shit will be worldwide within a couple of days.
Why? We already won.
No, we just gave him a black eye. As long as there's vote, there'll be soups, and sooner or later, some cunt that's already out there becomes the next Homelander, and you fucking know it. We need to end the whole bloody notion of soups, and we need to make it permanent.
Drag me through fucking hell. To be your
don't need me for that. You never did. It's already in you. I can see it. You might have a broken fucking heart, but you have one. You are not a monster. Roger. It just hurts to be human.
Did you see about that lady in Texas 35 who talked about wanting to put folks in internment camps? Wanting to put people in internment camps?
Can't let you do it. You ain't gonna.
All I can think of, first off, I'm glad she's not in Texas because there, especially when you get to Collin County to north of Dallas, there is a heavy
It's okay. Oh, and Bubba. It's all right, Huey. I gave you no choice. How I'm gonna stop. All the blood. And show me I put you through. And no, I ain't a blind bit of difference. You state yourself. No matter what I've done.
Right? If she was in a blue state, you might be able to say that and, it not seem crazy, like it's crazy. But it's like, you can be crazy there. Down here, it's the reverse. Like, you could say the same thing, just take out different races and different religions. And for those people, it's the type of crazy we're like, oh, that's a crazy that makes sense here. You can't say that here. Really, you really shouldn't be saying, I want to put a group of this particular religious group in a concentration camp. You really shouldn't say that across religions when I really think about it, because that's just a weird thing to say, right? First, it's just weird, but then second, politically speaking, that immediately kills your candidacy for me. You can take hard line stands on particular issues. Right? You can take a very hard line stand on, as your candidate, I'm anti-Israel as far as it relates to our tax dollars.
Did you know that for the Dark Knight Rises,
their defense and to help aid in the bombing of children? You want to have that be a hard right line, say that all day, every day? I ain't gonna do it. But to go to that end, I'm just kind of like, sister, it's getting spooky. You're getting spooky. Why would you say that out loud? You're getting spooky. Where's your comms director? Who let you say that?
this is once before I offered you.
I mean, I just think Cori Bush was bad. I've unhinged, with her rhetoric on it, but this has got her beat. And I now support Cori Bush, so I hope she wins real.
She need to come back to look moderate next to that lady. I mean, just fucking up the churches, because I also think it's one of those weird, to me, unforced errors where, as a Dem running wherever you're running in this type of environment, to quote one of the things I think Ben said a while ago, it's okay to just hold certain things to the vest, to your chest, and not lay all of your cards out on the table and be so forthright until you get into the office, and then you can do the things that you need to do. Now, that particular thing that she's saying here, that little wish, I don't really want you to hold that to your chest and then try and enact it once you get to power. That's just automatically disqualifying. But if you're somebody who doesn't want to fund Israel and its conquest, have the right message publicly. Hold that to your vest. And when you get to Congress, just be like, yeah, we're voting no on all these bills. Me and this caucus were saying no on everything. It's out of here. We're not doing that anymore. I don't know. These young people just get all their politics on the internet and then just come around and say any and everything, and it's too much.
The guy from Cat Apagabala was all raw.
She from Texas too. And then went up to Illinois thinking she was gonna sandbag and carpetbag and look at her. Nothing to show for it.
Buckus.
I know I made up her last name. I don't know how to pronounce. I broke her off with her house. Right.
I mean, she sat up here and talked about how she used to be Republican and then decided she was going to carry herself to a blue state thinking she was hot shit with her politics and that all of them were just supposed to be in love with the progressive politics that she espoused, and come to find out, no. We don't know you in this community like this. They got to get offline with some of the politics and entrench themselves in the community. The rhetoric stuff is getting a little.
And you know, there's people in their immediate circles that are like, yeah, you go, yeah, that's right, and they're living high off of their own, juice. They're being gassed up to be like, yeah, that's okay, you can see that, yeah, that's right. Not realizing that there's a broader world out there that doesn't align with the absolute crazy part of their.
Right. Because who's going to hear that? At least who is sane who's going to hear that and think to themselves, oh, this sounds like a bright idea. This is just empty rhetoric. Like, oh, you sound crazy. I don't want to, like, we already have enough MAGA crazy weirdos running around. I want less. I don't need that from the left at all.
All right, well, Matt, are you going to respond? Is that not going to say, hey, Reclaim?
Oh, no, I agree with everything she's saying.
Cool. Reclaim?
Oh, I agree with everything Britt said as well. I mean, Britt nailed it. Most people live like within a 30 mile radius of an area their whole lives. So Britt is absolutely correct.
Yeah, I was just asking if y'all wanted to add on, y'all wanted to respond. Go ahead, Amari, you want to say something?
I just want to say I agree with Matt and Britt.
Okay. Is that what we're taking, like a poll of like who agrees with who?
I will say we're on track to win 53 Senate seats right now. That's per all the polling and all the data I have. So those splits are Maine, North Carolina, Ohio, Alaska, Texas, and Iowa now. Those are the 53 we're eyeing now. It could end up being Kansas, Nebraska, and I would say Montana and South Carolina, Mississippi, if we really get credit. It may be Florida, but the ones I'm really confident on are those. And that's my bet with the CEO. And as I mentioned before, if he does not pay me, I'm driving to New Jersey and driving to every marketing research firm in the entire tri-state area to find him to get my queen.
What's the bet, Matt? What's the full bet?
I actually don't remember the money because I didn't care because I had money, so I just said bet whatever. I think it's $5,000. Maybe it's $500. I really don't remember. But he's gonna pay me my money, or that Tesla he drives is gonna be in the Chattahoochee River.
And it's so the bet is that the states Maine, Alaska,
Ohio, North Carolina, Iowa, and Texas flip.
Wow, and you gotta hit all 5?
Yeah, and I'm gonna win.
Damn.
And we got about a confident bet about Vivek Ramaswamy and Amy Acton, and then we have one about another governorship, maybe with Roxanne. It's Roxanne I'm winning. And it might also be Alaska. Because I already said from the beginning, Amy Acton is winning Ohio, Rob Sand is winning Iowa, and Tom Begich is winning Alaska's governorships. I already knew that from literally the beginning of the election cycle when they all announced. They all were going to win. Especially when I realized who their ops were. Randy Fincher is a retard from the backwoods of Iowa. He's a loser. No one likes him. Vivek is literally a fucking, like, I'm not going to go there. You already know what I'm going to say. And then when you look at Nancy Dahlstrom, like, everyone hates Mike Dunleavy in Alaska. Why would his lieutenant governor win the governorship? Win the governorship over the former speaker of the House in Alaska. So, anyway.
Is Keisha going to win?
Yeah, she didn't win narrowly.
Okay. Dang, so
everyone needs to save her money because she needs help because the Atlanta Metro, her numbers when she won the primary in the Atlanta Metro, they were horrible. She should have been better. She should have romped there, but because everyone's mad at her for not running for a second term, they are not as confident. So that is the key to her success, though, in the fall. So she really has to invest, and people really need to mobilize and get these people who don't like her in Atlanta to vote for her. Because if she does not win, it will be because of the money. Fulton County, etc. living there.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good readout. Appreciate it.
Thank you both, Britt and Matt, for your.
Oh yeah.
What's it called, First Lady? What's it called when you're on a stage and although you mod in other rooms, you act like you're a mod in another space? What's that called?
I don't know. But there's also something
It's
that's
called First Brother.
Okay. I had the Democratic autopsy report. Did y'all do earlier today?
I had presented it in the chat, but I know that there were other things being discussed. But that report, unfortunately, is information around Gaza and some other key components, such as inflation. So it is a very incomplete report as cited by Ken Martin, the DNC chair. And I read the entire document today. It's 107 pages. I read it when I was in the gym because I'm losing half my life. I found it to be I found it to be very interesting in some respects, and then in others, it falls short of giving a really solid analysis. And there are a lot of spelling mistakes, and they also said Trump was president in 2022 in the document. It was not proofread, it was not finished, and I really think that it's helpful to some. It helps with understanding why the Latino taper-off happened. It also helps in understanding why a lot of voters didn't want to vote. It discussed Joe Biden and his debate, his flop there, and how Democrats have completely abandoned basically local and state politics, where you will create your bench, therefore then also shoring up the ability for you to be competitive in places like Mississippi.
Okay, wait a minute. And not everybody that heard it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
They just give y'all the whole thing.
Not that impressive. So I was trying to get the clip notes because it's not that impressive. But the things that are good about it are, you talk about local and state politics, not to invest, and they get Biden, cool. Kamala didn't, talk enough about they them, the stupid ass fucking they them. What was it? Kamala's for they them pronoun bullshit that they want to talk about. But the rest of it was to me kind of irrelevant, and they didn't really give me what I wanted because we know what happened. Gaza, we know what happened. Inflation. So, but yeah, y'all can go ahead and do a deep dive on it. I just was, in my opinion, it's not something we should take wholeheartedly.
Matt, I got a question for you. I haven't read the report yet, and what is it about? I saw the pot bros bitching about the fact that whoever did the report for Ken Martin turns out it was incompletion. Are you familiar with what happened with that?
Yeah, I just was talking about it. It's an incomplete report, and it was written by someone from a think tank from the Biden administration. So it's not actually something that No Shade is going to give a real, I think, honest assessment, especially when it comes to certain red button hot topic issues like Gaza and Israel. It literally didn't mention it one time. It didn't mention black men. It didn't mention the Arabs that decided to not vote and vote for Trump. Like, it didn't mention third party stuff, Jill Stein, Green Party. It didn't mention leftists. It didn't mention. It literally did not mention anything. It only praised Alyssa Slotkin and Jackie Rosen and all these other people for being centrist Democrats and how they outperformed Kamala. It did not talk about the progressives that also outperformed Kamala. But yeah, First Lady, you can go ahead and play the thing. Sorry, I just wanted to answer his question.
Thanks, man.
I just want to know if anybody want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to answer his question. Go ahead.
No worries. No worries.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hey, Empress. All right, let me go into the mood of music. Hey, come on up, girl. Okay, one second.
Well, the Democratic National Committee released a long-awaited so-called autopsy report on what happened in that much-disputed 2024 election. Up until now, DNC Chair Ken Martin kept this and the results under wraps. The final document, it's a big read, 192 pages. CBS News Executive Director for the White House and Politics, Finn Gomez, dug into those pages, joins us now. So, Finn, what did that report say, and why is the DNC seeming to distance itself a little bit from it?
Right, Reed. This has been a long-anticipated report, and we did dug into this 192 pages of this report. Somewhat of a surprise report because up until now, it was not expected. Ken Martin, the DNC chair, had received a lot of criticism since the election for not releasing the report. It was expected, but he said he wasn't going to release it. And then finally, today, this 192-page report is released, really showcasing what they felt went wrong in the 2024 election. Of course, Vice President Harris lost to Donald Trump, but the report lays blame on the Biden political operation for Kamala Harris's defeat, saying it failed to, quote, effectively support Harris, who became, of course, the eventual 2024 nominee over the summer, and why she did not win. One key quote I wanted to read you is that it said essentially the national campaign did not effectively drive Trump's negatives, and the White House did not effectively support Vice President Harris over 3.5 years to improve her standing before the candidate switch over that 2024 summer. Also notable, there is no mention of President Biden's age. If you recall, during that presidential cycle, it was a big factor, a negative factor on his presidential re-election bid, and one that ultimately helped oust him, push him out from that campaign following that disastrous CNN debate performance that he had. Also, there was no mention of either Israel or the Middle East in this report. As you recall, during that cycle, it was a significant issue that divided the Democratic base, and something that many had expected to be in this extensive report. Read.
Finn, did Ken Martin give any insight on why he decided to release this report now? I guess the big question, why now?
Just reading this out loud here, I mean, it was notable. Across the 192 pages, there are a lot of references, disclaimers saying that the committee was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions, or cannot independently verify the claims. Very interesting. So, it turns out that it seems to me that they're trying to distance themselves from the report, from the findings here. We do know CBS News can confirm that the author of the report, that is not mentioned, his name is not mentioned in the report, is Democratic strategist Paul Rivera. Now, Rivera is a longtime ally of Ken Martin. During a phone call today, we also can confirm that Martin announced to other Democrats and DNC officials that Rivera is no longer working for the committee. But again, this is something that was expected, and Martin has been long hammered by his fellow Democrats for not releasing this report. He himself has said that this memo was not ready for prime time, not even close, and also apologized that this report had become a distraction in a Substack post. Why now? That is the big question. Ultimately, I think the pressure from within the party and externally was a major factor here, Reed.
Finn, I want to get your reaction to something that was just handed to me by way of some news. Former DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who the world knows has survived an episode of gun violence and has worked very hard in the gun safety lobby, and then is the former DNC Vice Chair. He just issued this statement, and I'll just read to it in part. And this sort of may take the temperature about how people in the DNC are feeling about this. It says, this autopsy and the months-long debate about even releasing the report, he calls it a demoralizing joke. He says it's clear that Chair Ken Martin has lost the confidence of his staff, supporters, and most importantly, millions of Americans counting on the DNC to help Democrats win up and down the ballot in 2028. He's calling on Ken Martin to resign. Any reaction to that, Finn?
Yeah, I have talked to David Hogg a couple times over even the last couple weeks. He's become sort of this rising progressive leader within the Democratic Party. But if you recall, he was also pushed out by Ken Martin for some of his beliefs and strategies that countered against Martin's platform and agenda. So that's a rivalry, if you will, that's long standing there. But he does give voice to a growing criticism within the party about not only this report and sort of the circus around it, if you will, but other measures that have been criticized by Democrats, including the fundraising numbers by the DNC versus the RNC. The RNC, the Republican version of the Democratic Committee, has raised an enormous amount of money in comparison to the DNC that ended last cycle in deficit. They owed money, and so it's something to watch. We are a little under 200 days away, about 170 days away until the midterms. That's the next big tentpole here. Democrats are riding some of their Democratic overperformances in some of these key races, not only this year but last year. And there's a sense that they can really potentially take back the House and potentially the Senate. They feel they have a lot of momentum this cycle, and they are, I've been told by Democrats, they are, irked and frustrated that this has become such a distraction when their focus should really be on gaining more seats and flipping the House and potentially the Senate come November.
All right, Ben Gomez, always great to talk to you.
Alright, that was a nothing burger. Like, what's, all he talked about exactly what Matt was saying, wasn't in it. Well, what's in it?
Well, I was able to look at it. It did mention Latinos and for a few key states, the trends as far as where Democrats lost or how they lost with Latinos, and just kind of hammering home the point that there needs to be more thought in that particular strategy.
He made us wait a year and a half for that.
I mean, that part's kind of crazy when we all.
Well, I mean,
the autopsy like a month.
I mean, it, like Matt said, when I was scrolling, because I found a link for it on PBS, it is 190 something pages. And the thing that I do appreciate, though, that nobody's mentioned, is that it's annotated in part. So there are blurbs where it will say, like, there's no evidence for this section. There was a section for an executive summary. There's an annotation that says this was not included in this draft. Like, there are annotations throughout the document in order to show that, like, why, to give Ken Martin, I feel like, cover as to why it wasn't released, because it was a piece of shit. But in my opinion, given that it is a piece of shit, should have just kept it in the vault forever. Who gives a shit at this point?
Exactly.
Lock it up.
Like, what? And now they trying to say some fraud? What was that I heard about the fraud thing? Saying they want to investigate for fraud. Because he held it this long? That makes no sense. Did y'all hear that part or no? Hey, Joey. Y'all didn't hear that?
I didn't hear that, First Lady.
Y'all hear nothing about fraud?
I missed that part.
What was the part about the fraud, First Lady? Can you explain? I thought he said that now they were going through and talking about wanting to investigate, like, something about voter fraud or some bullshit. I don't know. That was a mess. I should have listened to Matt.
I told you it was a waste of time. That stupid ass report was it was embarrassing, honestly, that they even released it. But I understand why, because people were like, "You're hiding the report. How dare you do that?" So I was like, "Okay, well, here's the report," and now everyone's calling for him to be removed as DNC chair, which I actually think he should have never been elected. I think it should have been Ben. Was it Winkler from Wisconsin? He should have been party chair because he's actually a stronger candidate. He would be able to actually do wonders, I think, for the party, but they wanted, Ken Martin, so this is what they get, I wasn't a Democrat at the time when he was elected. I registered, was I actually? No, I was a Democrat whenever he was elected.
so you did this so you can vote in the primary? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was just about, because I never cared about voting in the primaries. I just cared about the general. I just felt it was important to join the party and, try to make things happen. So I had registered Democrat right before Kamala won, or would have won. She won.
So Matt, can you give us the latest on what's going on in California?
A mess. Xavier, Javier Barcera is fucking pretty much supported now by Meta. Their super PAC is backing him in addition to Big Oil. So Big Oil Barcera is probably going to be the governor, which is disgusting to me. Very upset. I'm happy for the Latino representation, but I don't really give a fuck about that when it comes to him being the way he is. I think he's worse than Newsom. So he's scum. I don't really personally. I'm voting for Tom Steyer, but I don't think Tom Steyer's gonna win. It sucks if Katie Porter, her Ozempic ass, and Matt Mahan would just drop out and Villarosa, we would probably be able to have a head-to-head between Steyer and Becerra, but fucking Karen Porter, and oldest fossil fuel Villarosa, and Matt Mahan, who needs to just go be an OnlyFans model or something, like get out of politics, go.
Okay, what about LA?
Spencer Pratt got the endorsement of Trump, so or he's about to get it, one of the two. And it's going to be a head-to-head between him and Bass, which sucks because I wanted Nithya to be top two. But Spencer Pratt's getting too much support, and all the South Central LA niggas are supporting Karen Bass, which fucking pisses me the fuck off to no fucking end. But they're supporting her, and I don't want her to be mayor again.
You think Bass is going to win that?
Yes, she's going to win, and I'm pissed. Now I gotta deal with her until 2030.
Why you don't like her?
What'd you say, First Lady?
I said, why you don't like her?
The fires, the way she handled it. She's not done really a lot to handle the homelessness issue, budget issues in California. I mean, there's like a number of things that she's just completely let fucking flounder. I mean, there's a lot of other issues that the city council needs to handle, but she needs to pressure them more than she is now. And I don't really understand what the fuck's going on with a lot of stuff. But she's done some good stuff, but majority of she's a very underwhelming mayor, and she's NIMBY, meaning not in my backyard. She's very much not for building affordable housing that will help our issues in California be resolved with the homelessness issue, and also just affordability in general, and that's being able to afford. Most people don't own a home. It's just too expensive. So it's not all her fault. For Newsom ran in 2018, he ran on building I think 7 million new homes and did not build like 300,000 homes. So it's a hard issue. It's a complicated issue, but locally you can do a lot in terms of sidestepping a lot of the regulations, right? Like there's a lot of stuff she could do, but is not going to veto a bill that would have built more housing faster. And I don't want to. Yeah. He did well. He's unhinged. He's unhinged. He said to Nithya Mom that she'll get killed going downtown, that she'll get stabbed. He's very unhinged. He's psychotic. When he gave Chad Yaku, you know who that is?
The sheriff. He's running for
Correct. The Riverside sheriff. He and they're like they're both psychotic. They're talking crazy, cussing, and back front the other moderators for asking questions. It's psychotic. That's both of them are. Yeah, surprise next deal. He says he will leave LA because it's pretty sad.
Is Gavin still running? Not Gavin. Grant Cordell? What's his name?
Yeah, he didn't qualify for the time. Well, he was ready for governor. He didn't qualify. He didn't get his support.
What? What are you doing? What? He didn't get in. When you was gonna tell us that?
He didn't get enough ballots.
How many did he need? How far away was
I think he needed like 300,000. I don't
they don't understand how what the role of the state auditor or treasurer is. This shows you how dumb the American electorate, like, we're really a dumb country. There's fraud everywhere. There will always be fraud. I just think it's so stupid. I'm sorry, I just get irritated. It just enrages me because it's like saying, well, there's a problems that are gonna happen with elections and like certifications and like there's nothing wrong with it. No, the role of the Secretary of State. It's their job to handle these problems. These problems will happen. That's why they're a role to handle the problems.
That's a fact. Yeah, I mean, you have risk mitigation for all of these type of shit. So yeah, I'm with you, man. I agree with you twice today. This is. What time the lottery closes? I can still play the lottery.
Thanks, 2 cents.
So much fraud. Well, there's fraud in every fucking state, every city in the country. That's why there are auditors and state auditors. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there was so much fraud in Iowa, public shit, that they took away the powers of the state auditor last year. How the Democrats could statewide. But they didn't want him to stop the fraud, and no one talked about it. I think it's hilarious, actually, and that's what the state should go. Because all this fraud in Iowa that they didn't want to have investigated and cleaned up by an elected official. That's crazy. They don't talk about the Democratic fraud. No one talks about the Mississippi fraud, the Alabama state fraud. Like, there's literally cases that happen constantly, huge cases of fraud. Like, no one talks about that. We only want to discuss fraud to accuse the Dems of having fraud, which every state has fraud. And fraud is investigated by the state auditor, the attorney general steps in and they indict people. Like, we have handled, like, that's part of the process of the state. But because something happens, it's oh my god, look what's happening. Fraud to roll. Look about the fraud happening in public information. All the fraud.
They never want to talk about the Brett Favre fraud.
True.
In Mississippi. They never want
That's
to
the fraud
talk
I'm
about
talking about. It's just bizarre. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's Missouri. Y'all know what's fraud in Missouri right now? How much fraud is happening? And I look at all this, I read all this. Like, I just find it disgusting. And I get irritated. Like, I guess especially when you talk about this, like, Gen Z to figure out how to message back. Because it's like, I like when the sequel track it back. Like, we talk about the murder rate in California. They'll go, oh, then what was the murder rate in Alaska? That's actually not wrong.
trying to go next year to hang out with PhD and the fans.
PhD, you're gonna go hang out with the man who said he wants to rape, sexually assault, Kate.
I asked Tiana if that was real.
I was in the room when it happened. Do not go hang out with him. It's fucking Syria. And he needs a little bit of her. He got hit for something else. He has like 3 issues.
We're in Donald Trump's era. We can call him a puppy.
Yeah,
Maybe
shame that Concrete wants to agree with that. You know, didn't the Lord say, "Love your neighbor as thyself"? This is the first and greatest commandment.
The book was edited in Nicaea.
Yep, the Council of Nicaea, honey.
Yeah, Council of Nicaea. It is like pagan influencing worship the sun. The is why you guys have crosses not actually correct. Y'all can look at history again. Oh, yeah, word on that. No, not that. I didn't stop out. That's not one thing. Anyway, yeah, it was edited by a pagan emperor worshiping one fucker. And all these things versions exist. You literally look at pagan and you produce a homosexual white faggot fucked and made and you look at how homosexuality is not then it's a class. So none of it was ever intended at all. It's just young white people who accept the book and all the blacks reading and worshiping things with. It's actually a nation. This translated word homosexuality exists. This is all nonsense. Continue reading the book. I respect it. I'm a Jew, right? God is real or God is not real? Hold on. God. Yes, you never word research, you look it up. Why don't you look at the Apocrypha? I feel like who Jesus actually was, unlike who we all think he is, because he is nothing about wrath and anger and hatred and love.
Well, Jesus is not the God of love.
Stephen, I'm still
I
speaking.
My fault.
I think that Jesus is a beautiful, pleasant man. I hate how history has been warped on this nonsense that we have to think we did. We were taught things, especially through slavery. And it's just stupid. I mean, when you look at the Ethiopian Bible, it's the most complete Bible, right? I don't know. I just get irritated with Christianity because it's so stupid to me how it's like cognitive dissonance where we think this interpretations are wrong. A lot of them. I think they're actually trying to look at Jesus. Like I said, Jesus was the king of all kings in my mind. And he learned from dead monks and learned about how to keep God how God had this kind of place. It's a state of mind, right? Like how we're all God, how to tap into God, source, universe, whatever you want to call it. Like how we all are. It angers me because it's like we all can learn this and be so light and love each other, but we have to divide ourselves into these factions. Believe all these things make us hate other people because they were quote unquote homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, transgender, whatever. It's like all these different things have been around since the beginning of time. Like African genders, they have multiple expressions of gender, but we don't know this stuff because we're not taught it and grow up and hate each other for being it. And then look at we tap into our black brothers and sisters who are queer and thrown out ostracized because you read a book with like faggot and bleak. And that's where you are, and that's where a lot of us are. And I think it's very sad. But anyway, that was my speech. Go ahead, Stephen, interrupt me. Blasphemous, disgusting.
I wasn't gonna fucking. I was actually agreeing with you and applauding you for what you were saying. In fact, my son's name is Enoch.
I love it.
Yeah, brother, speak it, bro.
What's up?
Well, I mean, this person's probably going to reference the King James Bible.
Yeah, the KJV stuff is version of inaccurate.
Yeah, like
proven inaccurate fucking version of the Bible.
not only proven inaccurate, look who it's named after.
Right.
Look who King James is and was and how he still affects our public.
He was a gay man.
He was a gay man, exactly.
Homosexuality was like a class thing back in the day.
I mean, to be clear though, I mean, homosexuality still is a class. You can always tell a
technically people have up to 30 anuses, anus-like sphincters.
Well, just
Anus-like.
30 anals! Every man and woman is a star in an anal world.
Things you
Those
learn.
are specific
My
emojis.
friends, I'm leaving my friends in the dust because I spend time on Clubhouse.
Those are specific. Those are specific.
We're learning so much things on here every day.
Those are specific. Those are
Sphincters.
specific.
Wait until I wow them with that there are 30 sphincters in the human body.
Usually I just learn like shitty things about myself.
How about you just tell me what you want?
Yeah, I did yesterday.
Oh yeah?
I have done that too. I lost my shit.
God, John, yesterday I was like, what, go to your doctor and
But you just
have
tell
an
me what you
intervention or
want.
something. I was worried about
Now,
your
wait a
health.
minute,
You're so
Yoni.
upset.
Hold on a second, Yoni. I just asked how many sphincters are there in the human body, and Gemini says there are over 60 ring-shaped muscles called sphincters.
How about you just tell me what you want?
Okay, I was wrong.
So there you go.
So double. I was half right.
You're on the way.
Yeah.
Over 60 though. Not even half right.
Oh.
It sounds like they're still counting. Whose job is
I
it
think
to count
so.
the assholes?
Not all,
Long day counting assholes.
not all sphincters are assholes, but all assholes.
We need a new jumbotron link here.
When I was young, I used to
Please don't call it a jumbotron. Oh my
I
god.
used to have a can of fish assholes. Did you guys ever have that?
Fish assholes?
Yeah, I don't know how much.
You ate them? You're saying you ate them?
Well, we never.
Like,
No, I don't know what
fish
was.
tripe?
I don't know what actually was in the can, but it was. I think it was just like a joke label. And it was like kind of before, you know. I was like a teenager, so you had to put some effort into making a joke, a novelty can product. Anyway, it must have been regional.
When somebody said not all something have something,
Those are specific.
it reminds me, I saw a video my daughter sent me of somebody saying, not all pee-pees have poo-poo, but all poo-poos have pee-pee.
What?
When you sit down to go pee, it can just be a pee, but you can't sit down and go poo and it just be a poo. There's always pee with a poo.
No, it's true, Roses. I didn't really know that until recently myself.
Yeah, you can't hold back your. Yeah,
That's right.
You can't hold back your bladder. You gotta defecate.
That's right. Most people don't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just men don't know that, but it really is true.
I just never put two and two together.
And
FYI,
FYI, every vaginal birth, there's shit that happens to.
Oh shit!
Ew.
And the labor and delivery nurses are so fast at it, even the mother doesn't know she shat.
It's impossible to push a baby through without it like clearing out of your hole at the same time.
You can't give birth without taking that shit.
Yeah, it's just no way.
I'm expecting a major influx of new people in the audience with our title change.
You know, have you ever puked in your own mouth and you swallow it again? It's so much fun.
Not swallow it.
Like you find something to drink just to chase it down with something.
No, spit it out. Yeah, spit it out.
Sometimes you can't though. You're looking.
No, I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I've been there. It's not. I don't think it's really so much that. It's just a little like acid reflux type thing, right? I mean, you don't really.
Yeah, it's a burp. I call those burps. Burps.
Yeah, burps. Yeah,
vomit burps. Man, I love the temperature change right before a storm rolls in. Fucking so awesome.
We'll have the leaves turn upside down on certain trees when it's about to rain. There are many indicators.
The birds stop singing because they go and you know what? I just watched a video.
Now these birds are singing crazy. They're all fucking going nuts. Flying around. It's dark. It's starting to mist. The gloomy clouds are rolling in. The wind's picking up. The temperature drops. Well, birds
birds that get in your yard, though, that what they do is they end up sorting out where they're going to camp out when storms hit or when it's raining. So they literally already have their hiding spots. That's why when you look outside in the pouring rain, you often can't see birds. And they also find spots where if they die, they're gonna die there. Like millions of birds die every day, but you don't really see dead birds on the ground because they find these little bushes and crannies and stuff. I really like birds, so I watch a lot of fucking content about them.
They'll crawl in the bushes and die.
Yep. That's what I want to do. I don't want to die in a hospital someplace, and I want to write my own ticket when it's the end of my days. In Oregon, we can do the death with dignity thing, so I absolutely do not want to. I want to do what I would consider the honorable thing and sign off when it's time. Speaking of signing off, I have to go set up the lullaby room for the evening. But
So here's another tidbit that David just brought up, that in every blue state, and including the purple state, Wyoming, you have a right to die. And so if a doctor tells you you have 6 months left to live, you can ask to be put down. So we do have the right to die, but it's only in the blue states and Wyoming.
They won't even let you die.
red states want to make money on your passing. I mean, that's basically it. Like, it's a huge moneymaker. All this lengthy extended care while you suffer your bank account. You know, they get to drain that shit.
Oh, there's a good way to do it. You gotta get like an industrial size tank of carbon monoxide, and you can make a pretty good mask. And then that's the best way to do it. You actually look really healthy when you get discovered after carbon monoxide, even more than oxygen. Seems like this real flat, white, kind of healthy look on your cheeks.
You can buy cyanide online. It's common. Or it's using the big gold. If you wanted to kill yourself, you can just order some cyanide.
Or argon gas for welding is less painful than even carbon monoxide.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's a lot like dying by helium. You basically just kind of get high.
The danger is if you fuck up and then you end up in a worse condition.
See, that's the danger.
You're trying to escape from, right? I actually have a long explanation on how to do it from an avant-garde classical composer. He's not classical, it's whatever the fuck all these kind of.
It's not Chris Corda, is it? The EDM guy from.
They don't want to talk about how a person grew up, their influence in statements that they've said, and racism, different aspects of culture that people say is irrelevant to the conversation, and you only want to talk about that. If you don't want to actually talk about the people involved in the historical people, their lives and who they are as people, and not just the information, because information on paper has the author behind it, and they have a life.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you're not willing to do that, then
no, brother, for sure. Look, and this is on replay, so anybody can go back and listen to it. And
It's on replay.
On you for saying that I was talking about KKK as though I was a racist in the last 12 hours. That has not happened. So I'm bringing you up, but for you to say that in a room like that was really, really messed up. Because I'm on replay in the last rooms that I've been in, and I have not said anything about KKK. The only thing that they have. I don't know what that means.
You did.
Foreign. What was the room title? What was the room title? Don't just make an accusation on somebody. What was the room title?
Let me go to it. Let me go to what I'm.
Yeah, go to it and then.
Because you definitely said it, and you said it today.
Foreign. I said KKK because I was trying to speak.
Andrew. Okay.
It's not KKK. Oh, hold on. Let me just point out Yahoo chat. Chizad, everybody listen to what she's saying right now.
I'm sure many people heard you.
No,
I
heard you today, Andrew. I don't think that was a coincidence, you know what I'm saying? Because then we got other people saying.
Like, why would you even say that? Why would you
say.
Stop. Let me just respond to how dumb this is. This is projection at its finest. I was in another room just now before. Hold on. I was in a room just before this room, and people were talking, and I was trying to get the mic back. I'm like, K. When I said that, they said, see,
Andrew.
That is the dumbest.
You should have added another K on there.
Really?
No, Charles.
Andrew.
I'm sorry, but that is supremely stupid.
Why would you say K? Why?
Foreign.
You as a person,
Foreign, I'm answering you. The founder of the room said KK. Was he close?
And you thought to say 3 Ks?
That is so dumb.
And you thought to say 3 Ks?
No, Foreign. Here's what I want you to do. You find this clip of me talking about the KKK. Don't do
I mean, people heard you today, so I really have to find it. And you just admitted yourself that you said KKK.
Let me say
You
this.
said KKK. Everybody just heard it. The replays are on.
If I said okay.
Andrew, please.
But what make it worse, Andrew, is multiple witnesses that be in the chat saying that you was racist. Like that make it worse.
I don't care about all that. People are gonna say that anyway because I go into rooms and I fight this nonsense and I come against the stuff that people are saying. I don't care about all that. What I'm saying is that to say that because I said KKK, therefore I'm talking about the KKK.
You did not say Andrew, but you did not say okay. You said KKK, which is something.
Warren, you said that I was in a room and that I was talking about the KKK.
Was you not in a room last night?
Foreign, I was in a room.
Exactly.
I wasn't even foreign. Oh, exactly. Oh, you're in a room. Exactly. Foreign, I'm in a room that this is talking about the KKK. Don't go into.
You said it earlier. You just said it today too.
Foreign, I cannot believe how stupid you would have to
I
be.
cannot believe how ignorant
Let me finish speaking, please. I'm the mod, and I'm not. Look, I'm being much more fair to you than you would if you were in a room and had mods. So just chill out. You were over talking me way too much. The fact is that I'm in a room, and I said KKK, which I say that a lot. If it's just me doing a tick and speaking, I'm not talking about the KKK. That is absolutely Down syndrome level. For you to think that has anything to do, with racism. I'm sorry, but that's extremely offensive. That is unbelievably stupid to say something like that. And then beyond that, you said I was in the other room. Not that I said KKK, but that I was talking about the KKK. So what I would like you to do, Foreign, if you're a person of integrity, why don't you pull the clip, since I have the replay recorded, pull the clip.
You said it today, so do I really have to?
No.
You just admitted yourself that you said, who says, okay.
You let me finish speaking.
Somebody.
No, you said I was.
If anything, you're going to say, okay.
You said I was talking about.
No, you know what you.
KKK.
And I'm not going to lie, even if you kick me down, I do not care.
Right now.
You just admitted yourself what you're saying. You just
talking about the KKK. Are you stupid? That is not the same as talking about KKK.
Andrew, why would you sit up here and say KKK? And then the fact that you're sitting up here and trying to say that you said okay.
I think your IQ is so low.
I mean, Andrew, you gotta.
Charles, I'm not gonna have somebody call me a racist. Hey, knock it off.
You gotta have more awareness than that, brother.
Start moving people down if you guys don't knock it off.
This chick is
You
really.
brought me up.
Hey, hold on. Stop talking. I'm far too lenient to you guys to let you guys come up here and call me a racist because I said KKK in a room. That is the most retarded thing that I have heard. I did not say things against black people. I was not like, oh, black people are lesser than white people, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, you're sitting there. This is the irony, Foreign. In the same breath, you're like, it's always been about skin color.
Has it not? Be honest with yourself. Let's see if Andrew's going to be honest.
It's always been about skin color, like a racist.
Let's see if Andrew's going to be honest.
And then say KKK. And then say I was. Hey, Foreign.
Andrew, have it not? Has it not?
probably Caleb. But just so you know, look, you coming into a room where I'm trying to have a sincere conversation with a bunch of people of color and saying something like I said something racist in another room that was recorded in the last 24 hours. He was talking about KKK, not saying KKK. I was talking about the KKK.
You did not just say that. You said you were saying okay.
No, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying, had I said, and by the way,
And then you were saying okay. Who says 3Ks?
I'm gonna let you guys. I said that I was, if I would have said okay, you wouldn't be saying that. But because I said KKK, you said that, that's saying KKK. That's so unbelievably stupid.
Send money.
You know, I've got love for
I'll send you love.
I appreciate you coming into a room and saying,
I'll
get this
just like
cracker
send you
arse
cash
off the
out.
stage. Don't do that, bro. If I'm trying to have a conversation with a bunch of people who have an absolutely horrific doctrine, to come in there and say
Send me
something
your
like that
number.
to get me booted off the stage, not cool, bro.
Send
So
me your
I'm just
number.
saying, if you want me to have some respect for you and let you in the room and chill, you know, we're talking about you getting mods at some point. Yeah, Hanan, yeah, look at you. Now let's have the discussion. Yahoo Chad, let's try to get to the bottom of this, okay? Quit calling me racist in other rooms. Quit doing all this nonsense that y'all been doing. Stop doing that. I'm willing to let you guys.
Hey, let me say this real quick.
You know how
If you black and you in this man room about how African Americans, Israelites, get out of here.
Here's what happens when you have mods, Hanan. You go, mute your weak mic, and you stop me and you mute me and you do all that stuff. But I let you guys come over and I'm an absolute pushover for you guys. You guys come up here and mistreat me and overtalk me over and over. So don't sit there and act like I'm a racist with you guys. I have been unbelievably passive and very generous to you guys. As far as letting you on stage and letting you speak. So
that's true. But you're not aggressive towards white racists.
Send me a number. Let me take care of this.
President Trump just gave the insurrection people money for whatever that bullshit was in January.
That's awesome, right?
See how you laugh about that, Andrew?
Yeah.
See?
I love that.
Because what does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with it?
And this is what I'm talking about, Andrew. This is what.
So what does that have to do with it? What's up, Frank? I'm not talking to you.
Hold on. I'm going to mute everybody. Hold on. There's people up here that hate Trump, okay? My co-mods don't like Trump. Mark is not a fan of Trump, okay? But I would imagine, and we can ask him, but I would imagine if we ask Mark or these other people who hate Trump, do they think that that's a racist thing that the dude gives money to these people who did the January 6th thing? No, we'll let him speak, and maybe he thinks it is. I don't think that is. I think that is an unbelievably stupid thing to compare that to racism. You guys are just so, like, everything's racist.
See, you don't even see what's going on, so it's okay.
No, that's not racism, bro.
It's okay for him to give these insurrectionists money. But black people built America.
No, yeah, hold on.
Put him off the stage.
He doesn't want to hold on. Chizak, I'm going to have to move you down if you don't wait. Just hold on. Because okay, hold on real quick. Let's just keep it serious. Let's keep it cool. No, I'm not being Fish, it's hard to say your name. Yahoo Chizak. I have not moved anybody down. Somebody, Caleb, moved one person down because, you know, he doesn't want the crazy stuff, whatever. But here's the thing. I want to hear your open case, or I want to hear you make your case as to why you think that African Americans are Israelites. Please, will you make your case? And I'll let you go as long as you want, dude. Just, well, preferably not too long, but...
My case is very simple. You go to Genesis chapter, you go to the beginning of Genesis, chapter 9. You know, we have to answer the question. If there's more melanated people on the earth, right? And this will get to my point. Then where do white people come from? There's a scientist that used to work for Penn State. He said he did a study. He did a study with the zebrafish, and he talked about the gene that is in Europeans is a regressive gene, right? He said that he's on. I don't remember his name, but you go a little further, point to the biblical narrative, you'll see that it is the progenitor of those people that call themselves white, right? The issue is, here's the issue, and that's Yafet, right? That was one of the brothers that was Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Noah's black and his 3 sons are black.
How do you know that?
I mean, it's, well, you know how I know that? Because it's, if you believe in the Bible, it's only if you believe in the Bible. If you go look at the word Adam, and you go look at the soil that is over there, it's called Terrea rosa, and it's a dark, rich brown. So the first man was not white. Right?
Ooh, shit!
So this is a regressive gene, and if you study
Regressive, not progressive?
aspects of
Oh my God!
white folks.
What folk?
Of Cain, right?
Oh shit, Cain and Abel.
So here's the issue.
Cain is white, Abel is black.
Noah had 3.
He's an ableist.
That's a great point. So if you read as a professor,
You don't know.
No, you don't know, Jacob. Cain was black, right? Now there's a professor that she has a paper out there. She recently did a paper, and she went to go to a lot of the African cultures to get their stories and a lot to get their traditions. They said unequivocally that the first white man came from Cain, right? And what she said is that Cain was black. And now their story is different from the biblical narrative, but I'm gonna give context, and we're gonna bring it all together. Is that they said that when the Messiah, the Creator, when he showed up to Cain and said, "Where's your brother?" he was struck with fear and he turned white. Right? We know that the biblical narrative, the biblical
This shit is gold.
says that a sign was put upon Cain. A sign was put upon Cain. That's that same word that's used in the Hebrew text. It's also used. That sign when Moses put his hand in his bosom and pulled it out and it was white as snow. If it's white as snow, that means it was another color before it was turned white as snow. So the sign that was put on Cain was the lack thereof of melanin, right? So you have Cain going to the land of Nod. And if you study the research, if you study the Sumerian, the Sumer people, right? That's where you get the Anunnaki and all that, those so on and so forth. So you have
Anunnaki.
The lineage of Cain becoming white, right? The lineage of Cain becoming white. Now, the only way for Yafet, being a melanated person, to regenerate, so forth, the race of Europeans would be if he married a woman from the land of Nod, and there's some historical stuff out there about that. So you get white people from the lineage of Yafet. Now, what has happened with the argument that you're bringing up is you're bringing up once again an insecure, like Dr. Francis Crest said, it is a inferiority complex, small man complex. It is a projection of inferiority in which you project this manifest destiny. I am positioned to tell everybody. It's very interesting that Europeans won't talk about their history, but they will go and look to everybody else's culture to say who they are, and then as it being in the movie space, and then we'll play their roles and say we're them because it is an insecurity. It's a deep-seated insecurity thereof, not just for the lack of not having melanin, but the lack thereof. Because when you go to Genesis chapter 9, this is my point, is it said, Baruch, or blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem, right? He's not the Elohim of Ham. He's not the Elohim of Yafet. So Yafet has his own Greek gods. Ham has his own gods, right? Shem being therefore, those of the Negro race and so on and so forth. You have them being connected to Yahuwah, right? So what happens is the devil has used Yafet and Ham. So the argument is coming from a perspective of insecurity, because we need to talk about where you're from, who you got your research from, right? Because once again, if we're going to have a real conversation, let's just not talk about the history book. There's a publisher. There's a publisher that wrote that book, and we got to look into what's the history of this publishing company. Where did they come from?
Oh my God! King James Bible, KJV.
Let's not act like
shit.
The history just shows up in 2026, and you can go on ChatGPT.
Oh my God!
All these other things. There is history, just like the University of Gothenburg. It's in Germany. It's one of the biggest universities to output some of the biggest intellectual races that has walked the face of this planet. That same university was the one that said that studied the Negro head and said, you know what, their head is shaped different, so they're inferior. Then it was going back to the 4th century. It was the Talmud and the rabbi writers who said, you know what, they were cursed with black skin. So it's so much effort. It's so much effort.
Cursed.
Come at black folks.
Blurst.
Right? And to so-called black folks, and to put them down.
So-called.
Now I know, you know, there's camps, and there's people that rightfully so, if you understand where they're coming from, rightfully so should be angry. Now, some of these people got some really crazy things they believe in. Yes, rightfully so, I can agree with that.
Okay.
But here's the thing. White people are not what they often do. I was in a room with a Jewish guy, and I talked about, you know, Rambam, some of the greatest rabbis, and bring up some statements, and I read this statement. And one of the things they do very quickly, which sounds like you're doing, Andrew, is won't acknowledge the fact that if you talk about a historian that's talking about history and talking about this and that, and then I go to page 10 and say, well, he said this too. Oh, well, that was just, I don't recognize what he said on this racist tip, or this, or he came from this era, or this, I don't recognize this, but this right here is correct. So you want us to believe a racist historian, because you got your information from somewhere, because you've been living in 2026, and the world's been going on for a while. So I would say you don't possess the truth.
Okay.
Because the truth is Yahushua, the Messiah. So if you don't trust in him, and he's not a white man, right? He's not a blue-eyed, blind-haired person, right? He's a melanated, you know, and back in the day, a Negro, whatever you want to say. So the issue is, what you're going to do is spill a bunch of stuff about racist information that you got from people who were part of the era of oppressing people, right? So we got to have a real conversation. If you're ready to have a real conversation, the real conversation is, if I take away all those sources that you're going to quote, what do you have left?
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's try to open that conversation. I wanted you to have an opening there so Mark can kind of see where you're coming from, and then we just have a dialogue and let's keep the submit. You know, we don't have to. Hopefully, the submissions won't be that long. They can be, but notice, you know, I try to let you finish, Yahoo, and I want to be fair. Please, people, do not interrupt. Mark, what do you say to what you heard?
I just want the ball next.
Hold on, Jacob. Stop, or I'll move you down. Mark, what do you say?
I don't care about you moving me down. I'm talking about you got it.
Love you, peace be upon you. Mark, what do you think about
I don't believe in mythologies. I think they're just ancient legends. Aren't true, and the biblical patriarchs who he's tracing lines of descent from of modern people groups totally didn't exist. The right way to understand population level genealogy is not through staring at individual word choices in the Bible. It's to look at the field of population genetics, and more specifically, the field of ancient DNA. Now, I'm guessing, based on the latter part of what he said, he's going to dismiss all of that, because modern research into ancient DNA is carried out at prestigious universities, which he's going to say have racist histories, and therefore can just be totally dismissed, or so I interpreted it. I'm obviously not going to agree that you can just dismiss any research finding you want, as long as it came from a university that was racist, however many decades ago.
Well, I want you to address my first point, is that I told you about the Penn State. So if you want to say, I can bring up some universities that are very high prestigious, that done studies, DNA. You want to bring up DNA about how Europeans have regressive DNA. So let's talk about that, because here's the thing: we have to talk about If you believe that you have a forefather and he has a forefather and so on and so forth, and you are the author to say, because if you're saying somebody else is wrong, that means you're saying that what you have, the information you have, Mark, is right. So if you're saying you're right, then why is it that when we talk about a lineage of people who have regressive DNA, but always in the position of power to tell people, like what I told you about psychology-wise, when a person feels inferior, right? They look for a position of power to fulfill that need of inferiority. And this is white people in general. In general is what I'm saying, and those who are spin off from white folks. This is what I'm saying. That has to be dealt with, because your argument about history doesn't make a sense, because these are people who went to marginalize another people because they felt inferior. If we talk about, let's talk about European history, right? Because if we talk about European history, we have to go and we have to see, just like if we go back to how the slave trade started, we go back to the empire of Mali, right? We go back to Portugal. Let's not start with, oh, America. No, let's go to Portugal. Let's see how Europeans interacted with, and the Portuguese and the Spanish interacted with those of African descent. And we will see, because I got receipts, we will see the craftiness in order to position themselves in a position of power because of the inferiority conflict. It's over and over again. It repeats itself over and over again. Not just the transatlantic slave trade. It goes to beyond that. There's multiple receipts. So if you're not going to deal with that part of history, we're going to say, oh, you're this or that. No, deal with this part of history. Deal with the part of history where the receipts say that Europeans have always positioned themselves to try to gain a position of power
It's her handle.
over.
Hey man, why don't y'all put up in my room, man? I got a bill that I'm trying to pass through for legislation for blacks.
Governor, don't do that. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I mean, first of all, I suspect you don't mean regressive genes, you mean recessive. Yeah, everyone on Earth, including you and me and everyone else in this room, has recessive genes. Like everyone has tens of thousands of genes in their genome, and at least one of them in each of our genomes is going to be recessive. And recessive doesn't by any means mean inferior. In fact, there are many, there are many recessive genes that are actively beneficial. And I mean, if you want me to compile a list of them, I could do so. Although I'll have to go off my. I mean, the rest of what you just said is just like psychological projection onto the entire race of Europeans about how they're inferior. They feel inferior because their genes are recessive or something. But A, I mean, everyone has recessive genes, and B, I mean, they were conquering the world before anyone knew anything about. Anyone knew anything about genes in general, and C, recessiveness doesn't equal inferior in any sense.
Well, I think you missed the argument. Is once again, I told you, you talked about, you quoted and you said prestigious universities and all this stuff. I just talked you about Penn State. Believe it's his last name is Kong, but he did the research and he said the regressive. When I say recessive, meaning that like you have the dominant and you have recessive, right? So what he's talking about is that the aspect of the skin per se, when he studied the zebrafish, he said that it was recessive. And what I'm saying to you is naturally, in natural selection, if you want to do a case study, you can see that within nature between the Negro and the European, right? You can clearly see that, not just physicality, but also in other aspects. That's not because of us. That's because of how Yahuwah made the situation and how he created. So let's not be. We can. And there's plenty of evidence about that. So what that means is that once again, psychology. You have to talk about the psychology perspective of it, because all these institutions that people want to quote, right, don't allow other thought and other counter thought to exist in that space. And so how are you going to actually have great academic work when it is the one-sided? They won't let somebody from this nation or this nation or this nation examine it. It's no, because we own the historical societies. You want to go into that? You want to go and see and pull up the chart of, let's see how much money, who is owning and funding historical societies? No, we just want to talk about the research. We just want to talk about the research. Yeah, but you don't want to talk about the Rockefeller Foundation owning the historical society and this big family foundation, these billionaires owning the historical society to get knowledge and information as they want it. But you want to quote these guys? So we have to be real about what's actually happening. And so I'm not interested in a person from, because that's disrespectful. That's like we're going to go to China and then we're going to tell this person that has their culture, we're going to tell them who they're not and what they should be. That, Andrew, because I would caution you to actually tell you that same mechanism that you may move in, even though you may see and hear things that you don't like, right, from other people, from black folks, that same mechanism was the same mechanism that will go to the Native Americans and say, you know what, we don't like your tongue. Matter of fact, you should speak our language because let's civilize you because you're not according to our standard and we are the standard. That's what you're saying. That's exactly that's kind of what I hear. That's what I hear Mark saying. Is basically, I am the position of authority. I am not here to negotiate with you about what history is because I am the author and my people are the author of it. So I'm here to tell you that you should be in subjection to my authority and be subjection. And what happens is when you start, the intellectual part started first. And then when Negroes and those of Shem were not listening to that, then the violence starts. Because the craftiness starts to use all these words and to say you're this and to prove it and to put this big smoke screen out. And then when somebody's not listening, guess what happens? The violence. So now we're going to punish you to make sure we take your tongue. We're going to punish you to make sure that you listen to our historical accounts of what we're saying. So that's the real conversation that we're having right now.
Just the money.
Well, you don't put that man cooking your ass, Andrew.
Do you read books or are you just a money vacuum? Do you have a soul? Do you have a soul?
I think to what you had to say
Do you
about
have a
the
soul
recessive thing.
or a brain?
Again, to say that Europeans have recessive genes.
Do you read books or just a money vacuum? Do you have a soul or a brain?
And again, having recessive genes, having some genes that are recessive
That's no wonder
does not
why.
make you inferior in any way. And there are easy to find
You have
examples
to
of
beg
recessive genes that are actually good and that you would want
for
to
money.
copy.
Oh, no wonder why you have to beg for money.
And having recessive genes doesn't explain anything about
Are you in Chicago?
European power historically, because
Are you in
European
Chicago?
power
No wonder why you have to beg for money. Are you in Chicago?
But to your main point, like, I
Okay,
think
bye.
you're just asserting
Okay, bye.
that there's this like conspiracy among academics to keep out, the voices of people who disagree with you. Like, it seems like you're just saying these academics are coming to a conclusion that I don't like, and and that I disagree with, and that the only possible explanation is that they're wrong and keeping people like dissenters like me out. I don't think that's the explanation. I think the explanation for why they've come to the conclusion that they've done is that the overwhelming force, for lack of a better term, of the evidence points in the direction of the current mainstream position. and that there's virtually no, say, genetic evidence.
Nearby. We're gonna get to the bottom of this right now.
If you're scrolling right now and you see me, meet the tiny strawberry. Meet the tiny strawberry with huge flavor. These teeny tiny strawberries are sweet and creamy with a super intense strawberry taste. And the smell?
Did you know that one library's in 1236?
You the villain now. You stop.
Over time and historical time,
Okay,
skin
bye.
and the melanin change, and he completely obliterated that notion because that's a false. That was another false context there. So
What did he
also,
what did he refute? I didn't quite catch it.
he refuted the notion that that people got their skin color from their location. That he refuted that. Like he refuted that. Just because I live in Antarctica, and I'm away from the sun, all of a sudden I'm going to turn white. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a myth, right? Like that's a myth, and he obliterated that. So the interesting thing that you do, Martin, and this is exactly what I'm saying. You really prove my point, is because when I get specific on the point you just talked about, how if I hear this right, you just said that the people that are marginalized or lower, they don't have actually evidence that could actually sway the narrative because in this overwhelming majority that they're just correct, right? But then I just quoted you this study, and you're not attacking it, you're not even acknowledging it, and you're moving the goalposts, but you're also projecting that what I'm saying is it doesn't make any sense. But when I get into the details of what it is, you don't address it. You don't address the fact that, and you move the goalpost to say that everybody has recessive genes. No, I'm specifically, if you want to specifically talk about it, I'm talking about overall in human nature that there is an overwhelming majority that the Negro, those of Shem, have dominant genes over the recessive European, right? And that goes into different aspects of what we can see in society. Just even if you did a case study to say whether it's sports, whether it's singing, whether it's this or that, right? Just like what we talk about with all the events. That same thinking that you're thinking is like the person that says, well, we have all the patents. We have all the patents, right? We have all the patents. But guess who actually got the ideas to so your argument is invalid because you do not address the points.
To the brain, to the soul.
Okay, well, first of all, until now, all you said about that study that I can remember, and we can ask other people in the room to see if they can remember anything else before that, latest salvo that you just spoke. The only thing you said is that there was a study from UPenn saying that Europeans have recessive genes, and from that you opined this story about how it made them feel inferior, yada yada yada. And I addressed that point. I addressed perfectly. I said, so what? Everyone has recessive genes. It doesn't have anything to do at all with inferiority. It doesn't explain anything. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It doesn't tell us anything about the unreliability of biblical genealogy in comparison with the modern genealogical consensus. Now you're saying something else. You're adding more. You're adding more.
You didn't relay it back. You didn't because I said specifically. I talked about this.
Yahoo! I just want to point out, brother, you're the first person to interrupt. So you don't like what he's saying. He may not like what you're saying, but he didn't interrupt you. Notice who the first person to interrupt was. It was you. I just want to note that. Let's flag that. So go ahead.
And I agree that I did interrupt him because he missed a.
So you're making up a reason. He can make up a reason to interrupt you. Notice that.
Mr. Mayor, City Council in Chicago, good morning, and thank you so much for this amazing opportunity that people's voices are heard. My name is Baron Bailey, and I'm the Republican nominee for governor of the state of Illinois. Now, I'm not originally from Chicago, but I've recently moved here because this is where I want to be. The only way to get what's in my heart to this city, for this city, to the people of this city, is to be present, to be...
Interruptions, or would you rather not?
No, I don't want any interruptions. Unless it's like interrupting to ask for clarification on something someone said, or asking someone to repeat something.
Okay.
That they did.
Okay, let's just keep it like that. Yahoo, if we can, brother. Okay, go ahead and finish, Mark.
Okay, so the last thing you said, you added something else. You said something about how the study shows not just that Europeans have recessive genes, whatever that means, because you didn't really clarify, because there's all sorts of genes that can be recessive, governing all sorts of different phenotypes. I mean, presumably you have skin coloring on it. You said how this study or author or something, I didn't even quite catch the name, Khan or something, showed that something about how like altitude doesn't automatically translate. Living at a high latitude, like some northern climate, doesn't automatically translate to evolving light skin, and living near the equator, I guess, doesn't automatically translate towards evolving dark skin. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but the evolution of European skin, like European light skin, maybe not like Eskimo light skin or something, but European light skin has been pretty exhaustively researched, and there's a consensus that Europeans evolved it somewhere in the last 5,000 to 8,000 years, and I can easily come up with probably more recent studies published in more prestigious journals that shows this. There's no question that European light skin, at least in Europeans, evolved in the last few thousand years, and before that they were darker.
But once again, he disproved that, and so the issue is before we talk about and what I said as far as Mark, just to be clear, when I say recessive, I mean across the board, right? That was one of the issues with when you talked about if you go into the Talmud and you research about the curse of Ham, it got down to the big lips. It got down to a lot of the mockery and the minstrel narrative from those of European descent was mocking some of the features that Elohim had given us, particularly our skin, our lips, our hair, our nose, so on and so forth, right? And this was part of the dominant features in which we were given, right? So when you say this, he literally went in. The professor, we're talking about science, and said, hey, this is one aspect of it, but when we talk about it, because the whole history of what you said, the consensus has been that this has been an evolution, and before that they were darker. Like before that they were darker. No. Like you know why that's a lie? Because people want to do this thing with science where they want to talk about this big picture, but they don't want to actually observe what's actually happening right now. And that's lunacy, right? Because you can see the aspect of like Negroes or black people making they actually just had a situation where as far as like a European or pale person, right? Like, so here's the thing, is like we don't want to actually look at the things that are happening right now. And once again, we can talk about all these prestigious words, but you had a father and you had a mother, and they instilled or didn't instill values, information, their worldview to you, right? So that's the same thing with the professor. The professor is not just this genius that comes up with all this grand research. I want to deal into that conversation.
Okay, bye.
Who are these people? Would you want to know if a person is telling you, if you believe in science, would you want to know that this person does not have a worldview, that they are viewing from a traumatic perspective, and the things that they are saying are not just research. That's the thing that Europeans like to do. It's like, well, it's just research, but you don't understand that this person actually has a life, right? They actually grew up. They were actually a child first, and they were a baby, and they grew up. So the issue is, once again, the point I'm gonna land on this is that we're talking about the recessiveness of Europeans, and literally in the text it's explained very perfectly by you. He says, I know you say you don't believe in the Bible or whatever, but it's explained because it says that Yefet will dwell in the tents of Shem, and that Elohim will. It said enlarge in one thing, but when you look at that word, it means that he will entice. When you look at that definition, it said he will entice. Yefet, right? So here's the thing, is that white people and Europeans and those from Yefet have been enticed to how would you say? It's an entice to test your heart, right? And the heart test, y'all have failed. And y'all have failed because you've persecuted your brother, you've oppressed your brother, right? You've murdered your brother like Cain, right? Just in the history of America. So you want to tell me, you want to sit here and tell me that the same people that are part of the historical society are the same people that justify exterminating the Native Americans, that are exterminating and bringing people over ships. You want to erase that point. That's the issue that we have when we have these conversations. Is you want to minimize that point and then get your grand manifesto. But here's the thing: is that we're not going to listen. The reason why I'm not going to listen is because if you can't be genuine enough to recognize that the historical societies and the people that have published this information have been at the heart. I'm not talking about theory or conspiracy. I'm talking about quotes. I'm talking about some of the biggest. Do you know some of the biggest people that were in the South and some of the Confederate? They hired scientists. And I have a list of them. They have scientists, some of the quote unquote greatest minds, to help them justify what they were doing. And you want to say, you don't want to look at the foundation, but want to say this grand science manifesto of what the world has accepted. Well, this is why the world is in this chaos, is because it's people like that want to go with what the world is saying and why the world is like that. Because when that little voice over there is saying, hey, you know, that's wrong. It's not always the majority, you know what I'm saying? That's how you're gonna measure. Are you gonna measure your life on the majority of people saying something? You're gonna risk your life and salvation off the majority of people saying that? If you do, then hey.
All right, well, so I posted in the chat a link to a recent breakthrough paper from just a few months. It was just published just a few months ago in Nature, which is essentially the most prestigious scientific journal in America, if not the world, demonstrating that, based on digging up ancient bodies and sequencing their DNA, that genes for skin color, among many, many, many other traits, have been under heavy selection pressure over the last few thousand years. You can post your study. In fact, I would like to see what study you have in mind. I'd appreciate if you looked it up and posted a link in the chat. I'm guessing you're probably distorting it in some way. But I mean, even if not, I think research like this, and this is just like the tip of the iceberg. There's a ton of studies like this. This is just like a recent one that came across my feed when it was published a few months ago. The overwhelming majority of modern ancient genetics papers studying this issue are going to talk about how light skin evolved in the course of the last 1,000 years. So why don't you actually try engaging with the substance of the science and look at this paper? And again, I encourage you to post your paper, and I'll take a look at it, and I'll see if it actually says what you say it says, as opposed to something completely different. Also, it's not true that
his name is Kenneth Kong. His name is Kenneth Kong with Penn State University. And look at his.
Sorry, how do you spell Kong?
K-O-N-G. Right?
So, I mean,
notice what you just did.
And your boy invited me on the stage, your G-Pop, put it down here straight. He brought Jacob back on stage.
Hey, why you want to act like
Tell him to put Jacob back down in the audience. He invited me back up. I'm letting you know.
It's okay. It's okay. Jacob's kind of crazy. He'll just interrupt. So let's let Mark and Yahoo.
Can I get a queue after Jake?
Okay, so I'd really appreciate it if you posted like yourself. I mean, I'm doing Google search. I'm not finding anyone named Kenneth Wong at Penn State. So instead of having me like, instead of having me
Well, here's the thing, Mark. Here's the thing, Mark. I just told you, you just projected yourself. The reason why I'm doing this is to expose you, because you're forming this thing that you want to kind of say, right? But the research is there. I did it. It's videos. It's a lot of information about it. Right? No.
My credit card.
You're the one who interrupted me. What I'm saying is, you form this tone, and you have this tone that you just had. You're interrupting it.
Well, the tone is,
My credit
I've given
card.
you a concrete study that does what I say it does. You've mentioned to me the name of a researcher that I can't find associated with the institution that you're talking about. And even if I did find him, he's probably going to have many publications. I want the specific publication that you're drawing from. Please help me find that publication.
Mark, I literally just typed in Google and it came up. So here's the thing, Mark, is I'm not subject to your authority.
He ain't. He's not subject to his authority on a conference
The reason
call.
why I say you're a liar.
Oh my God.
Is because I said my whole argument about America and about the historical societies, and you mentioned not one word about it. So that shows me that you have no integrity as who the people are that present this information. So that shows me that you have an internal bias towards what you want to propagate. So that shows that we're not going to be able to build because you're not able to have
Shit, they can't build together.
Like you do know that history does not just show up in a textbook. There is a society. There is people that have to fund the institute. There is people that have to gather researchers. There is people that have to and who are those people? We have to. If we're talking about history, we have to question their integrity. And I've done the research to see that when some of the biggest, prestigious, quote unquote people, that when I look at the money, you follow the money. Right? This is not conspiracy. It doesn't have to. There is a person that has to write a check to that institute. That's not a conspiracy. If the name says this family that has a lot of other connections to historical societies, that's also not a connection because it's on paper. So the issue is, if you're not going to talk about that and you just want to talk about the research, then we're not going to be able to talk because I'm not going to agree with people whose integrity is in question.
Oh my God, he's got to question his integrity.
Penn State, or maybe, I don't know, Kenneth Wong, Penn State, skin color, and tell me if something pops up.
So what I see, I just typed in Kenneth Wong publication, but it's probably too broad. So Kenneth Wong, Penn State, and K-O-N-G, is that how we're spelling Kong? K-O-N-G? Is that how we're spelling Kong, Yadu?
Hello?
You be there?
Let me pull it up.
Okay. Because what I see is Kenneth C.C. Kong, also referred to as K.C.C. Kong, or Kenneth Kong. He's a linguist and researcher known for his work in discourse analysis, professional communication, multimodal discourse, politeness, and related fields. But he's not at Penn State.
Yeah, not at Penn State. I mean, there are people on LinkedIn named Kenneth Wong.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find right now. Did they do?
Kenneth Kong is a great porn name.
Sorry. He had a study. It was with but the first name, his last name is Kong, K-O-N-G, right? And
Now,
it's called.
If you
It's
got
called
the name. Go ahead.
Zebrafish Experiment.
Who's the, okay, so it's not Kenneth Kong. Now, did you just call Mark a liar just a second ago, Yahoo?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, where did he lie?
He lied because he continues to propagate people that are bigots.
I typed in Kenneth Kong zebrafish experiment, and I still don't see anything relevant.
No. Type in zebrafish experiment.
Zebrafish experimentation.
Yeah.
Let me go on YouTube. Right? He has a video. He has multiple videos speaking. Here's it right here. Let me see.
Is there an actual paper that he published?
Yeah, it is. But let me look at this first.
And you're saying he's affiliated?
Yes, I believe so. Let me see.
Okay, so you didn't find anyone named Kenneth Kong affiliated with Penn State?
Or Kong, he's saying, he's changing the Kenneth. Okay, here it is. Here's what it is. I think I found it. So it's Penn State College of Medicine Zebrafish Functional Genomics Facility.
No, it's Keep Kong. Sorry, it's spelled. They spelled it. It's CHENG.
Okay, so you gave me like an incorrect reference, and then when I reported that I couldn't find it, you called me a liar.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
No. So here's the thing. Is let's not do that, Mark, because you by fact, and I'm saying this emphatically, it's because if somebody tells you, right, let's back up, let's rewind it back, right? You can say, yes, I got his name wrong, I spelled it wrong. Okay.
Massively wrong. It's Keith Chang.
That will roll us a fatty.
Yeah, it's C-H-E. Yeah, stop. Hold on just a second. It's Penn State College. Yahoo, you should apologize for calling him a liar, but Dr. Keith Chang.
No, I'm not apologizing for coming.
Yeah, that's insane. Lies when you. Hold on, real quick, Yahoo. So hold on, Mark, hold on, just a second. Mark, it's Dr. Keith, C-H-E-N-G, and it's the skin pigmentation research at Penn State. But I just want to say this to Yahoo. Yahoo, a lie is when you say something to somebody that you know is false. Where did Mark lie?
Mark lied because he said he's propagating that the people that the historical societies and all the people that the scientists say that these things are right, and he's saying that these things are correct, and that's why I call him a liar.
Doesn't mean he's a liar. He could just be wrong. Do you understand the difference?
No. The reason why I went to say lie, not just say he's wrong, because wrong is getting something wrong. But to be a liar is that, how would you say?
Oh boy.
For him, in the psychology wise, I literally talked about the historical societies. If you want to do a research on that, you want to do that right now while we're on the phone?
You said he lied, brother. Where did he lie? Point out the lie.
Point out the lies because he agrees with.
That doesn't mean he's a liar. Doesn't mean he's a liar.
So what's the truth?
Somebody else might be. This will make no sense.
No, hold on, Don. I just want to clarify.
Andrew, what's the truth?
No, it's not a matter of that. You don't understand.
If you
listen to what I'm saying, brother. If I went to you and told you 2 + 2 = 5, and the reason I said that is because somebody taught me 2 + 2 = 5. I didn't lie to you. Okay.
Okay,
Lying is when you
bye.
say something and you know it's false, and it's very disparaging on somebody to say that. You shouldn't say that about Mark. He's not lying to you. He could be wrong, but he's not lying to you. So that's like not a cool thing to say. That's all I'm saying. It's not a biblical thing to say either, by the way. You're doing a false accusation. He's not lying.
No. If you so let's say like
it has to be knowing.
Let's use your example, Andrew. If Hitler is saying, hey, these people or this person that's a very bad person is saying these people are inferior, and this and that, and this person, because they were taught that, goes out and tells people that this is true.
Jolene.
Are they
Jolene.
If he believes that it's true, no, he's not lying.
Jolene.
No, it's fine. I just don't like that, Mark. I just don't like that somebody says that, Mark, because I don't like it. It happens to me all the time. And when I see that happening, I call it out. And he's calling you a liar. You're not a liar. You didn't lie. Even if you're wrong, you could be 100% wrong about everything you're saying right now. You're not lying.
Andrew, it's fine. It's too ridiculous. It's too ridiculous an accusation for me to feel the need to address. I
Okay, well, I'll just say, okay, it's gonna know better, okay, and the ones that don't, it doesn't matter, I guess, okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so you're disingenuous because you never addressed my whole point. My whole point when I talk about these stores, well, that's where you put your faith in. I understand you put your faith in these people are gods to you. I understand that.
Okay, I'm trying to address your point, but again, you're being incredibly evasive in terms of references. Like, to address your point involves what you say is a specific finding by a prestigious scientist at a well-reviewed institution. I'm trying to find this finding, and you're being incredibly obstinate. Like, you're giving me, like, you're sending me down like impossible rabbit holes because you don't even know the name of the person in question. Now, I found something like tangentially related, but it doesn't, the thing that I found doesn't, this paper that I found so far, like skin color in fish and humans, impacts on science and society, it doesn't say what you said it says, or anything particularly all that relevant to the questions that we've been discussing. So once again, I'm asking you, give me don't just say his name. If it's not this paper, skin color in fish and humans, give me the specific paper that you think that you want me to look at that gives me, the scientific proof backing up what you say. Just give me the paper.
And I probably won't do that. But here's the thing, Mark. Well, then it's pointless. Here's the thing, Mark. Because I had a whole thing that I said about. You're just going to waste everyone's time. No. You're not going to substantiate your scientific claims. So and you are a hate-filled person. You are a hate-filled person. No, I'm not a hate-filled person. I haven't called you a liar. You're a hate-filled person. No, you're a hateful person. The reason why I said that is because I talked about the marginalization. You essentialize everything to other people's races. The marginalization of the people. The marginalization of the people from the historical societies I just talked about. That the same people that are putting these monies are part of the disenfranchised and murder and genocide of people. And you wouldn't even say one sentence and a breath on it. That shows me all that I need to know about what your agenda is and what you care about. You don't care about actually people. You care about the research. You care about what the scientific thing is. And that's exactly the same mindset as the people that exterminate people. Because they don't care about the actual person. They only care about what they think. They only care about what they can say I can write down scientifically, what I can prove, and this is the God. And that's the same reasoning behind people that exterminate people. And you actually proved my point. So we don't have to go any further, but you proved my point because your silence actually proves my point that you don't actually care about the actual people. You care about what the prestigious, what the article says. If this person said, oh my gosh, Jilly, if everybody agrees with it, oh my goodness, and that's like everybody agreed, we should wipe these people out, right? We should wipe them out because the whole consensus at that time was these people are inferior scientifically. That's what the University of Gothenburg says out of Germany, which they publish these things. That's what one of the prestigious universities of some of the greatest white men said. So I'm not with that because everybody says it in history at this time that's correct. Because what do we wait till everybody's exterminated and say, oh man, we made a mistake? No, I don't agree because science is not God. Science is not Elohim. Science is just a person trying to figure out what was already there, but the Creator done created everything. So it's very foolish. It's very foolish of a person to try to do that. But it just shows me I don't need to see no more, and I don't need to hear no more because I talked about the very people that are behind these societies, funding these things, and you want to talk about it as you don't even want to talk about it. So how I'm going to agree with a person who that's like saying somebody talked about this study. I got this brand new study, and this same person that did all this madness to your family ain't gonna talk about I got this brand. Do you think I'm talking about you personally? If somebody did something to your family, Mark, and then came and said, I got this new research.
This is all a massive waste of
I
time.
got this new paper.
This is all a massive waste of time.
But you had experience from the same hand all the things you experienced. Are you biased?
Okay. He can answer. answer. This is pretty bad, Yahoo.
Okay.
Just to be honest with you.
Just let it be known that I'm not going to be lectured by the guy who started off making these grand sweeping pronouncements about how Europeans are inferior because they have quote-unquote regressive genes. I'm not going to be lectured by such a person about how I need to feel towards another group. All you've done is assert that, yes, maybe the prestigious research institutions agree with me and not with you. You're saying that's only because they're funded by racists who hate you, and thus, by crediting them with expertise, it's akin to me like being willing to like genocide, an entire race of people. I mean, it's just absurd nonsense. It's not worth discussing. You obviously don't know anything about any of this. So, I mean, I think we can, you're just a very damaged person.
I bring my evidence.
I don't really feel the need to go any further.
No, I think we'll leave it there. Yahoo, that's another disappointment, my brother, in the lineup of Israelites that try to defend their doctrine. You interrupted Mark to start. You called him a liar. You said things about white people broadly. You did not back up your claim. You gave a reference that wasn't even complete and critiqued him and said that he was like being dishonest.
And the reference that I did find, like it doesn't say anything. It's about zebrafish. It has like a meditation on like social implications about skin color, but it doesn't say anything about. And in fact, it's not a study of the evolution of skin color in your own.
Sounds gonna make us the roast for
Yeah, it's insane.
But
you know what?
I literally pulled it up. I don't have to prove it to you, Mark, because I'm looking at it, so I don't have to prove it.
Yeah, that's not what you said, though.
No, Mark. Here's the thing. In the chat, no. So people that are so scientific, and since you know so much,
transparent,
no. Since he knows so much,
we're not playing
somebody that knows so much
or egg hunts.
To a doctor, I don't have to explain anything.
No, that's not. Yahoo, think how stupid that sounds. What you're saying.
If he thinks he's so.
He doesn't think that. He hasn't been condescending or rude to you. No, he has not. Look it up. Well, now he has, but he wasn't freaking. He wasn't.
My point about the societies, he has not yet acknowledged. And the replay.
Now you're trying to talk about like
everybody
people's backgrounds and stuff.
No.
Oh gosh.
No. And you're doing the same thing, Andrew.
No, because you've been rude from the beginning, bro. You started off talking, you called him a liar. History does not come from any single point. It's a collective. It's like, bro, history is not like a monolith coming from one person or one group of people. That's not how that works. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, I am sure. I'm certain.
Okay, look. Here's the thing, Mark. I just told you.
Hey, bro,
University of Göttingen.
Won't you just pass the mic, bro?
The University of Göttingen. And I'll end with this: the University of Göttingen, which allegedly produced some of the, and it's in Germany, some of the highest scholars, is the same university that they hired this one professor that said, and it really hasn't been walked back yet. He's the one who had 5 different skulls, and he studied the Negro skull.
The Negro skull.
About the people who are some of the that the world agree with, right? That the world agree with, and are the biggest hate-filled.
I'll tell you what.
And this is the
people. I got you. Okay, Mark, you got it. So listen, let me just say this. And Deepak, I want to hear what you're gonna say. I'm just telling you guys, this isn't just for fun for me. I'm about ready to put up $1,000 for anybody that can actually have a discussion and actually demonstrate using actual science, not this garbage that people are putting forward and being so dishonest in their tactics, and actually do a long-form conversation and demonstrate that in detail and unmistakable.
Right.
African Americans are Israelites.
That's right.
I don't know if I'm able to do that just yet, but here's something intriguing I found. Do you guys know that modern day zebrafish are actually the true biological descendant of ancient lionfish that lived in the Red Sea?
Thank you, Deepak. Go ahead, Don. What do you want to say, brother?
All right. So God is spirit, and we must worship Him in spirit and truth, and His Word is spirit. That's the only way you're gonna know the Lord. You got to know the Word. It's repeated all the time in Christian church. I can't believe Christians is not speaking on who God is. It's not science that's going to prove God. It's His Word that's going to prove God. And that's what God is clearly telling us all. So let's go to the Word of God answer this question.
Don, I don't mind you doing that, brother. Just to be clear, if you read the title of the room, it says "Are African American Israelites?" Kind of more from a scientific perspective. You can do the Bible. You can do the Bible. Listen, you know I'm pro-Bible. Don, you know I'm pro-Bible. But hold on. There's several people here that are not pro-Bible. You can do that, and you keep it kind of short. That's fine if you'll just do a quick entry, because I know you can go on for a bit, and I'm not trying to critique you. You know I love you. But I just.
Y'all can talk to this guy for a whole hour.
Well, no, because it was supposed to be, because it was supposed to be on the science and actually demonstrating his claims, and he did not do good at all. He rushed directly into the mountain.
Okay, so you can have without the word. So even if you are Israelite according to the flesh, you can't be an Israelite if you don't got the word, and you're not Jesus Israel.
Well, no, that's not what we're talking. Yeah, that's not the kind of Israelite we're talking about. We're talking about ethnic Israel.
Okay,
we're talking about ethnic Israel.
So now you're going to the word to bring it out. The only way you're going to find it is by the word of God.
Well, no, what I'm saying is how do you trace today that the people today?
I'm about to bring it out. God literally says this with his own mouth. I'm about to show you. That's what.
All right, will you keep it? Will you keep it under a minute, my brother?
Now you want me to keep it under the minute, but y'all talk to this man for an hour.
Yes, because that was an actual. Yes, because that wasn't a Bible conversation.
Okay, I'm about to answer the question.
Okay, but it wasn't a Bible.
America's Israelites. I'm about to answer the question, bro.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Bible question, though, brother.
Okay, I don't see how you think asking a question about Israelites is not a Bible.
Because the idea is people think Israelites still exist today as a matter of fact, as a matter of empirical. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah.
So Don, it's their room though, so just respect it's their room though. You see what I'm saying?
And I respect Don, but I just don't want him to go to, because Don can get his preach, and I love preachers. I love preachers.
I don't have to preach. I'm about to bring
Okay,
you guys
all right. Keep it concise, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So if anybody got a Bible on them, can they please go to Ezekiel 14:7 and 8? All right. If you can, I'm about to read it. This is what it says. Ezekiel 14:7 and 8. It says, "For every one of the house of Israel," and you gotta understand, God is his word is spirit and truth. You can only God is his word. That's the only way any man can find God is through his word. You can't find him scientifically. You can't find him any other way. Okay, it says, "For every one of the house of Israel, or of the stranger that sojourn in Israel, which separated himself from me, and set up his idol in his heart, I, the Lord, will answer him by myself, and I will set my face against that man, and I will make him a sign and a proverb."
I'm sure I have something hot.
Right? So I'm gonna read this other verse for you real quick.
And that means black.
See, that's what I'm saying. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to bring out some information. I'm about to show you the sign in the
You
proverb.
could wear,
like God
you could wear.
make the people a sign in the proverb, and through the sign of the proverb, if you can't see who that is, that's on you, bro.
Right. That means they're black.
God said you got eyes that can't see and ears that can't hear. So I'm trying to bring out my information, sir. Y'all talk to the man for a whole hour and a half. I barely spoke for 2 minutes, and you already cut me off. So,
right. That's why the Israelites were black.
Okay, so let me read this next verse. It says, moreover, this is Deuteronomy 28:45. It says, moreover, this is God talking to the Israelites, right? This is the ethnic Israelites. It says, moreover, all these persons shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commands and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon you for a sign and a wonder, and upon thy seed the curse is going to be upon you. God can say in the other verse, if any man not put up idols in his heart, whether the Hebrew Israelite ethnically or the sojourn among them, he will deal with them face to face, and he will make them a sign and a proverb. So I'm going to show you both.
Right. And that means they're black.
Okay. No, I'm about to show you both. Okay, so look, right here. So meaning they black. God put a sign on his people, and it just so happened the sign be on some black people. So you can say what you want to say, but this is the sign. It says a troublemaker and a villain who goes about with a corrupt mouth, gangsters, who winks with his eyes, gangsters, signals with his feet. Another version of King James says speak with his feet. Gangsters crip walk. They speak anti-hustle. He will suddenly be destroyed without remedy. There are 6 things the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him. Haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes. This is all California gangbanging in style. California is the most west part you can get in the world. If God said He's gonna return when the gospel being preached to the north, east, south, and west, so y'all can deny the power thereof, but let me keep on going. Feet that are quick to rush into evil, gangsters, a false witness who pours out lies, Bloods and Crips, a person who stirs up conflict within the community. So the sign is on the people. That's the only way you're going to discover the truth is by the word of God, and you've got to properly, rightfully divide the word of God. But because y'all church has been lying to y'all so much, now people's being led with their heart. Israelites is lying, Christians is lying, Jews is lying, and let me show you the other sign on the stranger. This is the sign that's on the stranger. When God destroyed that nation of people, this is what the God said, and we went to war over this. In World War II is about this stranger right here, and I'm about to read you the song.
Bro, you took that and
hey, bro, you know what I did? I took it right there to where the sign is on.
That could mean anything. That could mean anybody.
Why you cutting me off? Why you cutting me off, bro? Why you cutting me off, bro? Why you cutting me off? No, why you cutting me off, bro? No.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm talking
Ice Cube told you they started this gangster shit. That's what Ice Cube famous words. They started this. That California, that type of gang.
What does that have anything to do with the topic?
Brother, be quiet, because this is showing who God's people is. Like I said, through the signs, like I just read through the scripture, God gonna make it into a proverb. Hey, bro, stop cutting me off, bro. Stop cutting me off, bro.
You throwing something on the wall trying to hope that it's fixed. That doesn't
bro. Stop cutting me off, bro. Stop cutting me off.
All right, Don, go ahead and land the plane, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what, bro? If y'all, hey, look, I'm gonna let y'all get destroyed. If y'all, look,
Don, I'm not being rude to you. Don, I'm not being rude to you, brother. I'm not being rude to you, but Don.
I'm not gonna force it. Hey, look.
Man, I'm trying to speak too, man.
No, hold on, guys. Don, I'm not being rude to you. I am trying to let you land.
This man, you and the other man just spoke about the flesh for an hour and a half.
No, I know, but brother, that's the topic of the room, though. That's the topic of the room, though. No, I know you just showed, but Don, hold on real quick. Don, you just
with the verses within gangsters.
Proverbs 6. Hold on, guys. Listen.
You guys won't even explain.
Don. They don't understand that Proverbs 6 is about the Bloods and the Crips, and I do appreciate you bringing that to light. Now,
About the Bloods and the Crips. No, it's not about the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay. Well, all gangsters.
Andrew, bro,
yes.
I don't think they had gangsters in like ancient Israel, so I don't think they had a word for gangsters.
Yeah, Don,
maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, Don, you might want to look at the commentary on Proverbs 6. It typically is not saying that it's talking about like people who do things that are common things about shady people. Like it isn't about like a particular group that's like gangbanging today. And I mean, I know, shoot, bud. Don, I do like you, buddy, and I'm really trying to be fair. Okay, go ahead. Finish your con. Good.
Okay. The Bible, I just literally read the verse. Everyone in the house of Israel, or the stranger that serves with him, look at him.
Let him finish. Mad dog. Let him finish. He's almost done. Just go ahead, Don.
I know it hurt, bro.
I know. You're cutting him, Bubba. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him. The Christ Spirit's going to cut through the bone and the fat, through the heart. It says, for everyone, house of Israel, or the stranger that sojourned in Israel, which separated himself from me, and set up his idol in his heart, I, the Lord, will answer him by myself, and I will set my face against that man, and will make him a sign in the proverb. Then I'm showing y'all the sign in the proverb is on the people today. This particular type of gangbanging is a sign in the proverb that's overtaking them till they're destroyed off the earth, and it's Negroes doing it. The Antichrist spirit starts in Israel, then it goes out into the world. These Negroes started doing this 70 years ago. Not everybody gangbanging in that type of nature. There are 6 old Crips in Japan, 60 Crips in Sweden, bro. Go look it up. So y'all want to deny the power thereof? The Bible says they will, in the last days, they will have a form of God, but they will deny the power thereof. And that's what y'all doing right now because of y'all own hate. And it's sad. So I'm not, if you guys don't want me to bring it out, I'm not going to force bring this information out, bro. Because
if you don't love the Lord, when he come back, you gonna have to deal with him, bro.
All right.
Period.
All right.
So I'll go ahead and
Yeah,
I
that's
appreciate
why
it.
they were black, by the way.
Okay. Is
You don't
Maccabees
have
come
to
up?
respond to any of this.
Maccabees is he's another one of the heads of the beast that I would love for him to come up. Maccabees, come up here, brother. Come up here. Now, come on.
You know what's actually kind of crazy is that the whole BHI thing seems to be driven by the fact that like these people are actually like racist towards black people, which is pretty wild.
Well, that's oh man. All right. Well, that's what's up, brother?
Yeah,
What's up,
Andrew, what's
annoying?
going on, man? You call me. You need help? You need help moderating or something? You call me up?
I've been wanting this for a while. Anointed, I'm glad you're here, but hold on. I'm sorry, brother. If you can just wait a little longer, because I've been wanting Mark to meet Maccabees. This has been a long awaited.
Yeah, man. I feel a little funny, man. You need help moderating or something?
Well, maybe. But can you first of all, this Edomite wants to. I welcome you. It's always good to see an Israelite. I know the Edomite is in power in here, but I will say to Mario, he is a black man, so it's not completely Edomite ran up here, and Deepak's not white, so don't feel too bad. That being said, Maccabees. I think you're cutting. I think you're cutting out. Yeah, you're cutting out, my brother. You're cutting out. Charles, do you wanna make the case, brother?
You know, Andrew, like, not only am I not white, I'm also apparently, according to EAB Kuchi, I might actually be black as well. Right? I might actually be an Israelite.
Deepak, you're melanated.
Deepak.
Yeah, listen, Andrew, if you can hear me, I'm on the highway driving right now.
Yeah, you cut out.
I'm trying. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We don't really consider Tamario the same. You know, he's not somebody. He's not somebody who was the one outwardly only, but also it was like Mario.
Listen, would you be willing, and I'm serious, brother, would you be willing to have a non-confrontational, I've always got along with you, you being an Israelite and me being an Edomite. I think we've always gotten along pretty well. You have abused me a little bit in your rooms, but
I mean,
for the most part.
You a slave, bro. I mean, some of that's, a little expected. but go ahead with your question, man.
I was going to ask you, would you be willing to...
I don't mind at all. I'm driving right now. I have a little time.
Awesome,
you all just have to be gracious when my signal goes out. I did.
I appreciate that. Very good. Okay, so Mark just had a conversation with Yahoo. It basically started with Yahoo saying a bunch of stuff against white people, which is okay. That's to be expected. But he called Mark a liar. He gave him a reference to some dude at Penn State that gave him the wrong name. Was rude, overtalked him like 2 or 3 times. Just several things like that. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't maintain decorum and didn't make his case. And I was hoping, Maccabees, that you'd be willing to give the case as to why people should believe today that African Americans are, in fact, the Israelites. Can you just give the case? And Mark, did you want to say?
Well, I would like to dialogue, but actually, Deepak is my spokesperson from here on. So you're going to.
Are you going to be able to talk anymore, Mark, or are you?
I'll be thinking responses, and I will trust Deepak to be able to divine them.
I honestly, one second.
I just want to clarify, like, since Mark said this, I assume that I have, like, plenipotentiary powers to concede the debate, right, to the other side if necessary.
This is true. You have that privilege, but it's also a responsibility. You have to.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Well, since if you have me for another minute, Mark, like, I'd like to actually, like, advance another argument you might not have heard of that actually might wreck your position, unfortunately, right? Now, if it is the case that, like, the people of your ancestry were the true Israelites,
Are you
right?
insane?
We would have expected the Erdosh unit, planar unit conjecture to have been solved, right, before now.
Really rubbing salt in the wounds here.
Now, just to be clear, now this is unprecedented, my friends, but an Edomite and an Israelite are co-modding together in this kind of fashion. So I just want to inform everybody this is kind of life-changing. Now,
Edomites and Israelites united in harmony.
Yeah, they're in harmony. Now, Maccabees, I mean, I'm sure all the Israelites are going to come in, my brother. Now, just don't boom the room or kick any mod down. I would appreciate it.
I have no reason to do that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, man, but I don't know about this whole harmony thing, man. But I think me and the KKK might have been involved, but at the same time, so I can abide it. But, yeah, man, but Who am I talking to, Mark?
Well, I guess Deepak, because Mark has to take a break. I will just say this. Let me just say this real quick. Maccabee, so Flava Flav, Elder Wiggins, it may not be Wiggins. I think it was Wiggins, though. I could be wrong on that, so I don't want to misspeak and disparage the man's name, but because I like Wiggins. I like all these guys.
You can't talk about Elder Wiggins. That's a close personal friend of mine.
No, I love Wiggins, but let me just be clear. So Flava Flav, one other person that might have been Wiggins. I don't want to say that. Maybe it wasn't him. And then this guy, Yahoo Chazad today. They've all had conversations with Mark, and it always ends with these guys over-talking Mark, being rude to him, and just trying to bulldoze the conversation, and then basically do suicide by Mark, because they can't defend their positions. And I just want to see somebody who is competent enough to defend it. Okay. Well, no. Can you just make the thumbnail case?
Doesn't it seem like they all say the same thing, you know? Like they all just appeal to those same verses and just say, like, see, this is about black people.
Well, they do the verse thing, but what I want to see them do is deal with the science stuff that Mark brings up, and kind of the stuff that we should.
I don't think most of them even care about that. They always just go, the Bible said this, and this like.
Well, they try to compete
about black people to me.
Yeah. They do try to compete though in the scientific realm, because Mark just was engaging with this guy. He just brought up a zebra study. He gave the wrong name, but some dude zebra study from Penn State, and somehow that's supposed to sustain. What was his point with that?
He finally got around.
Never trust you, clown.
He posted not a study by the guy, but a 4-minute long video where he's like summarizing his research, and it might shock you to hear this, but it didn't say what he said it clearly. It was just like 30 seconds where he talks about how light skin is apparently beneficial in northern latitudes like Europe.
Oh my gosh.
With vitamin D production.
So bad, brother.
But
he went a different
That's why I call Mark a liar. That's why I call Mark a liar, because
and it's not just Bezos, but the physical AI, physical model, is going to beat the LLM from everything I've seen on it. But I don't know if you've gone down that route, or if we even want to go down that route right now.
It's kind of interesting. What I actually conceive of an LLM as, and fundamentally AI is technology. I'm a ham radio operator, right, on top of all the other weird things. So I kind of think of it as a tuner.
He talks about in that paper that the white gene is mutated. He talks about the certain gene, but he said mutation, right? And he has other speeches in which the other study that I talked about, when people have said that, oh, everybody had the same skin color and all this other stuff, his study disproves that, because he says that the mutation in this gene that determines.
He's accepting it, Eric. Yeah, he's accepting it. Let him keep it.
No.
Well, I don't know if you're Spanish, but.
Well, I live in like the neighborhood known as Alpine.
By Blueberry, right?
Yeah, by Blueberry.
Blueberry Hill, yeah.
Yeah, Alpine by Blueberry Hill.
What's
carbless tortilla?
Mm-hmm. You got me hooked to the cottage cheese game, so I was.
But what topics are you typically going to go listen to? Are you just going into the crash out rooms, or like what do you do?
It just depends. I like to talk about. I go into a lot of the MAGA rooms, or when we get the Christian rooms that are saying like, oh, what about this, and we debating Israelites with this or that, or I guess I wouldn't call it crash out rooms, but just rooms where there's going to be like good discussion with a lot of like good points being brought up on both sides, because you know what I mean.
That's awesome. You said MAGA rooms. That's good. You came to the best one there is.
Yeah, because I personally, well, not this last time. I didn't vote for nobody this last time, but I voted for the Donald the first time. This last time, I was just like, I ain't really care for either one of them. So I was like, I ain't fucking with either one of them. But
yeah, so I mean,
this is a good room title.
Florida.
This is a good room
Florida,
title.
Maine. Florida, Maine.
Good room title. I saw FEMA jumped in here. I was like, they want MAGA dead.
Chuck Bell, too high.
That's a banger of a title, right?
Yeah, that's a hell of a title.
I actually haven't read the DNC autopsy. I need to read that actually. I want to see it. I heard somebody talking about it, but I haven't read much into it. But it's probably they're probably not fully blaming Kamala for her disasters, but I have to read it.
They need to fire that lady.
Well, she put together this quote-unquote autopsy.
That means
they need to fire her.
The chair.
Find it.
The Martin guy, he put it together. He hired Rivera.
Who's Rivera?
The Rivera is the who's Rivera? I forgot. Let me tell you.
I will say, MAGA people, if y'all would outright disown the extremists on the right that are the supremacists, you would have so many black people on your side.
The thing is, I don't think we endorse them. I don't know where you get that idea.
It's because they endorse themselves through y'all.
Yeah, they're grifting.
They do it themselves. And what's crazy is nobody comes out and says they ain't with us.
Chris, you're projecting, man. That just does not exist.
Who would you want to come out and do that? Who are you looking for? I mean, we're only so many people. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can one person come out and be like, yeah, I'm MAGA, I'm a Trump supporter, but at the same time, no, I don't support none of that other shit. These people, the people that go out, okay, I won't say they go have MAGA protests, but they'll go out in MAGA stuff and have a racially motivated protest to say how they hate blacks and browns and hate everybody but white.
Where's that happening? I've never seen that before.
Well,
It's happening in Chris's imagination right now, Matt. Matt, you're witnessing it. It's Chris's imagination.
Hold on, it's too early for you.
Why are you attacking me for telling you something?
Wait. It's just his perception of what's actually happening. I think if we
something
got
that I've seen on the news, but I don't know, maybe it's fake news.
Fact of what he's experiencing, we would all agree that the thing is happening, right? But what we would clearly disagree on is the perception of it.
So I'm just trying to get.
If someone goes out and says, I hate blacks, whites are the supreme race, what am I misconceiving?
I don't know if Chris can hear me talking. I don't know what's going on here. I'm trying to have a conversation here. So I'm trying to figure out so there's a protest that you saw that had signs saying brown people, all brown people out, all black people out, all the Jews. I guess you're gonna throw that in there too. I'm just curious who. And by the way, how do you know they're MAGA?
Don't put words in my mouth and say I'm probably gonna throw this in there too.
I'm trying to.
Well, we're usually in there.
And maybe a lifetime.
Yeah, Abby's always at those protests.
Joy.
Yeah, that's what I do. I protest for a living.
You help that out.
Where was this alleged protest?
I'm just walking through Chris this perception or this notion that MAGA is all about white supremacy and basically supporting all these people. Honestly, I don't even know. I guess he's talking about Nick Fuentes. I don't even know who he's.
Chris, you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting, Chris? I'm going to help you with something, Chris. You know what's really interesting about the Republicans? When there's the really bad people, like the real fringe and the whack haters.
Like the Donald Trumps and
Let me. No, Netanyahu's wonderful, and by the way, he's great looking when he was younger. So by the way, when there's the fringe, the Republicans call it out. They try to get rid of it within their own party. The difference is the Democrats let it rot and fester and eat away at the heart and soul of their party. They let people like the woman running in fucking San Antonio that wants to put me in a concentration camp. They let this happen. They let it happen. They let these Mandani-ites just exist. Yeah, absolutely. She called for it.
Aren't you white?
No, but the difference between the Republicans is when there's the bad ones, they try to distance themselves
from the bad ones. They distance themselves from Tucker Carlson. They call it.
January 6th.
They call it out. They have called it out. The Democrats do not call out their own rot,
Wait, was
and
Tucker
that's the
Carlson
difference.
in a bad one in the
He gets
in the
called
season
out.
when he was.
Did you just hear what I just said? They call them out now when these people have gone astray or become fringe.
By
You're gonna.
you mean not towing the party
Jesus.
line or advancing the agenda?
Or no, how about like calling for like the death and destruction of like a peoplehood.
Donald
Okay?
Trump? Yeah, that's
No,
pretty bad, isn't it?
No, that's not what Trump. Not even close. But you're missing the point because you just want to like throw your dogma out there. And I'm telling you, no, my words are very clear. The difference between the two parties, they both have some shit in them. They both have some bad people in them. The difference is one of them calls it out and the other lets it fester and eat away and destroy the heart and soul of their party. And look at the growth of the socialist element within the Democrat Party, and it's not getting called
It's
out.
so clear the fringe are dominating the Republican Party and the Democratic Party.
No, they are not dominating it. You know what the difference between you and me, Florida? No, Florida, the difference between you and me is that I have firsthand information and you just have TikTok information. That's the difference, right, Matt? Can we call it out?
Than me, right? Because what I'm trying to cross to you is the Newsom's, Kamala Harris's, Barack Obama's, and fucking
word
Bidens
salads?
of the world. These are not the far left radical.
I didn't say they were.
These
They
are
didn't.
the ones
I didn't
that
say
are
they
willing to
were.
Work with the military-industrial complex, even more so than
Florida,
than a lot
I didn't
of
say they
the
were,
good
but
Republicans
Mandani
that you would
and
bring.
AOC.
I'm talking about the Tucker Carlsons, Thomas Massey's, Justin Amash's, Rand Paul's, Ron Paul's of the world, right? I'm talking about a different kind of Republican Party.
You want to talk about people like Thomas Massey? It's a good example, and he's gone.
Talking about a liberty party.
He's gone. He's
Someone
mystery.
that wants to weaponize
Goodbye.
the power of
Toodaloo.
office.
I'm just wondering
He's out.
what is the right gonna do in 2028 when y'all lose?
We're gonna have someone like Glenn Youngkin, and we're gonna have Marco Rubio, and we're gonna have some really great people that are within the party.
Who's gonna be your president?
Did you hear what I just said? Take a look at who Glenn. Take a look at who Glenn Youngkin is. Chris, why don't you take a little Google time and read about Glenn Youngkin? Okay, take a look at Marco Rubio.
Prime Minister after this is all said and done here.
Matt.
He said he was going
Meanwhile,
for Prime Minister.
Can I tell you who? Wait, I got Kitover in here and stuff I don't want to talk about right now. I'm going to be recorded.
Get over.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Abby. Your confidential proprietary information that I can't listen to under Anon. Okay, let me just leave. Shut up, John. Bima, you're an anarchist, crazy person who thinks everything is racist, and if you're not working on defeating structural white racism every day, you're part of the problem.
Off the charts.
Good conversation, John. Do you see this? Just your
Good conversation? You can't keep my fucking name out your mouth. That's the problem with some people on this app. Oh! You can't keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Anyway, well, I'll share. He's not in here, but it was pretty off the charts, and it was great. And one of the biggest takeaways is how you see Dems and Rs just totally comfortable with each other. And outside of the work environment, with their families, everyone's enjoying each other, and it was very much glaring at you how comfortable.
To see how Americans
No,
get together.
no, you don't know what I'm talking about, Florida.
Despite political
Democrats and Republicans.
Florida,
always
you don't know context of what I'm talking about, and I can't right now. But
See, back
when
in the
John's not
80s,
here, I will go through that with you.
didn't allow politics to dominate.
Also, the
every
music
aspect
was
of
military like bands, but they were great. You know, they were playing like rock music and such. I sent you the recording of the Journey song that they did. They were great. Anyway.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I
it's
found out about you, John.
Yeah, by the way, John, Darren LaHood's a good-looking guy.
John gets paid for doing this. This is why he does this. He gets paid by the government to be a snitch. He's what's called.
Okay, Bimo, you might be projecting. What did you say about Darren LaHood, Abby?
He's not connected with the fusion.
Yes, it is. Yes, he is.
It's not.
Bima, can you explain to me how if every day we don't fight white structural racism, we're part of the problem, Bima?
About the fusion center in Peoria.
He's not going to tell you anything. He's going to play dumb. He doesn't know anything about
Jeffrey
it.
Epstein knew people in Peoria, Illinois, and he was communicating with a very strange group interested in mind control. Isn't that interesting?
That we have in our country. There's 79 of them, but John is not involved with one. Let's hope not.
Yes.
For our country's sake.
Okay, Abby, Mrs. Democrat, a new Republican, a new Donald Trump Republican. You're no longer a Democrat, right, Abby? Okay, Abby.
Good evening, Edward.
You know who's also really impressive is our new DHS secretary.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello, Abby. Sorry about that.
Hi, hey, Edward. No, it's okay.
So just wanted to say hello. And Matt, thanks for opening up a room. I found safety.
Yes. Matt, do you remember me telling you the story at the State of the Union when that guy from Texas, Green, was speaking and there were two members of Congress that stood in front of him and did like a body block? Do you remember I told you that story?
Yes, my favorite book.
Yeah. So one of them is our DHS secretary, which I couldn't remember.
About Mullen. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I couldn't remember who the two guys were. I knew one was from Texas, and it was driving me nuts. That's who it was. And he's built like, like the dude, I don't know, it looks like hours of, for anyone else to have a body like that, very, fit. But I couldn't remember, but now it makes sense.
Got to challenge the guy to a fight. Remember that whole incident?
Oh, yeah.
That's the guy, that's Mullen. Yeah, I like that guy.
I like him too.
Good guy. And then something else happened. He also challenged somebody, on the same committee with Bernie Sanders, committee it is, but he challenged somebody else, not to a fight, but just, it was a good verbal exchange. Actually, it might have been with Bernie Sanders himself, I forget, but yeah, that guy's
It wouldn't have been with, maybe it was with Sanders. Now I gotta look this up.
Okay, so Matt, I just want to ask a question, Matt. Would it be appropriate if the white community in America said that we would like to have white representation, so we want all of the districts and the gerrymandering everything to reflect white people? Would that be right? I heard that room. I heard it. I heard that, Edward. That's a great point. That's the counter argument. Is if we were to come out and say we want all the districts gerrymandered so it favors white people's interests, the outrage would be off the charts. Well, I mean, am I losing it?
No, Edward, it's called Clown World. Welcome to Clown World.
I could say publicly, that it's okay for me to be an American and only say that the Civil Rights Act that they say is being gutted because blacks want representation, but whites cannot come out and say, we want representation too, so why can't we have it? Hispanics can say it too. Why can't Asians say it? We all want to be gerrymandered into our own little corners. I thought we were all Americans and all interests should be American. Right.
Oh, you haven't heard about our people? Our people deserve reparations because we built this motherfucker.
It was Sanders.
yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Because our people built this motherfucker.
What you said, but I started thinking about kind of where you were going, Ed, with so it's a slippery slope. So isn't the whole idea is to have everybody represented? That was your main point. And
I'm not entirely sure why that gets lost on people, because I guess supposedly, if your interests aren't being met, somehow you are not like the rest of us, because not all our needs are met either. So it's like I'm not entirely sure. I'm not there. And by the way, what are all these needs that they speak of? Because by the way, you mentioned you went through that a little bit with him too. So the conversation was good. He did pretty good on his retorts back, but they seem because they don't have much legs. I mean, when you start getting really into it, and I've always said, and I still say the same to this day, is I think a lot of our problems would be solved if we proclaim ourselves as all Americans and put aside race and all this other stuff. The day that happens, I think, is the day that this.
Matt, don't you know that Bima was on here yesterday saying that everything is racist, and until we all individually work to fight structural white racism, none of this will change, and we are part of the problem? You didn't hear Bima say that yesterday?
There's a good portion of people that believe that. Of course, you can say that. I'm looking for a solution, and after 4 or 5 years, I don't know what year I'm on this app, I think I've come to the conclusion that the only way this gets solved in some form is by all of us coming together and saying, yeah, we're Americans, we're not black and white, we're not Hispanic. Like that stuff should just get tossed out. Which, by the way, I don't even know why we even have that. I mean, why don't we just toss it all out? Is there any reason why we have checkbox marks on the checkbox for our race? I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of out there, but I don't know. That's the way I look at it.
I think some European countries have gotten rid of it.
How's that going, by the way? Yeah, go ahead.
So that's what I'd like to look into, because I feel like I don't know, I would like that to be the ultimate goal, but it's frustrating because I don't think we're there yet. I think there still needs to be enough research. I mean, I don't know. Is that going to limit our research? Right. I don't know.
Well, we were told that nothing can be made whole until there's repairs. You know what I mean? And I get that, but I don't know. To me, that's a short-term fix. That's not going to solve the whole issue. I don't know. And of course, anybody of not my colors hearing this would say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't speak on it, so this is my chance to do it. But I don't understand why that is the ultimate fix. Maybe Bima, you can explain it to me. I mean, maybe someone other.
There's only one fix, Matt, and that's called knowledge. And unfortunately, we live in an attention economy where there is no knowledge, just ideological political propaganda. And when people like Jeffries, Jakeem Jeffries, or whatever the fuck his name is, that piece of shit Democrat, he says we need to crush their souls. That's the kind of rhetoric that comes out of the Democrat, elitist, liberal, racist, extremist propaganda. I mean, these people, I can't understand why Bima would say that unless we each individually work out our white structural racism, we're part of the problem. Do you know how fucking stupid that is, Bima? Do you know how retarded you must be to think that?
John, you just speak to the title a little bit there with this recent incident with the guy in the jumbotron right now. He was. I think he passed away. I think that's the latest.
They just killed a guy for having a Trump flag on his house.
They want us dead.
They do, and they want to put maggots in education re-education camps.
Right. Joe Hero was way ahead of it. He was knocked off a stage. I don't even know if it was my own stage. Might have been a different stage, but he mentioned, he's like, oh, they want us dead. Oh, and literally everybody's like, what are you talking about? Here we go. We have an example up on the jumbotron. Actually, I think it was also mentioned on a, I don't know, maybe it was politically correct. They're like, oh, they're talking about they want us dead. Like, what the hell are they even talking about over there? I think it was Ben that brought it up. So, I think it was Ben. But it's funny how, this stuff does come true in some form. even though people were like, okay, well, that's not gonna happen. But sure enough, it's like in the works. I mean, people are like, this stuff happens, In the image, there's actually another, I'll post it a little bit, of the guy, he's unrecognizable. They have an image of him completely beaten up. There's no way this guy's surviving. But we can get back to the other part, the systematic issue too, if you want. Beam, I don't know how you want to answer that, but
She knows that.
I just don't understand why he thinks that we would go from a country that has systemically oppressed, harmed, violated a group of our American family since the beginning, and then you think we still have people that are walking around today who white only water fountain and black only water fountain. Like, I mean, what are you actually saying? You think that this just sort of disappears? The same system, right? The system didn't change. Okay, you still have it just doesn't make sense. I don't.
Well, I'm so glad Edward is here to unfuck your retarded mind, Bima. It's great that Edward's here to unfuck you. Edward, please proceed to unfuck Bima. Please proceed to unfuck
Okay, so
Bima.
just relax, maybe sit back, have a cup of tea, decaf, okay? What I'm talking about, I'm not saying that every individual in the United States are hurt.
Kind of presumptuous for a white woman to speak for all of Black America. Isn't that right, Edward?
Relax. I'm speaking as an American, sir.
Oh,
If you can just hold on to your tampons for a second, okay? So when we talk about what you keep referring to as structural racism and institutional racism, it doesn't mean that every white person is consciously racist. You do understand that, right? What I'm referring to is the historical systems, the institutional incentives, the way that our policies were made, the way that our social patterns have been the momentum that's grown from the actual legislation that was actually passed, okay? And how that they produce unequal outcomes across groups, and how they've also, even though we've removed we've made laws quote unquote race neutral, right? There was still that same structure, that same form acts exactly the same. Okay?
Where do you see this being? Like, tell me in your life, in your city today, where you see this present itself.
So I do a lot of research, and I'd love to give you a nice long explanation, but I'd first like to refer you to my link in my bio, my link tree, where I offer first source material to just look through that, and then we can have a conversation. Once you're familiar with that source
Oh, I got it.
information, and that
Link is in the chat. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Then I'd love to have that conversation.
You can't have the convo until you read her information, Abby. She can't tell you her opinion.
Well, no, I wasn't asking for an opinion. I was just asking.
Oh, you weren't asking for an opinion.
Oh, in the city you live in, where we see today.
So policing, we talk about that all the time. We talk about how the
What do you see in specifically that you've personally experienced?
You have to understand the whole system. You have to understand how ghettos were created. You have to understand.
Hey, sweetie, wait, hold on. This is my word.
So then
Ghetto is my word. Don't take it.
So then you would
Try a
understand.
different words.
So then you would understand what I mean when I say
Well,
that.
yeah, they started in Venice in the 16th century. Sorry, but go ahead. I asked you, in your life right now, in your city, in your experience, where do you see it's actually manifested anecdotally? Sorry, that word ghetto triggers me.
For a white woman to speak on all Black America, huh?
Why?
Because it's misappropriated.
How can it be misappropriated?
Because it's a word that's a specific word to my culture.
Okay.
It's part of the 16th century. It actually comes from jetto, Jetto, and it's an Italian word, And it's when the people that lived in this one area of Venice, which is the country where they built ships, couldn't pronounce the J, so they said ghetto. That's where the word came from. And then it was obviously used throughout Europe in areas where Jewish people were forced to live and closed in and walled in. And obviously we then see it manifest in World War II in Warsaw and in others, in Vilna and other cities and areas throughout Europe. But it comes from originally in Venice.
But Abby, that doesn't address the system. Bima's system of racism is literal.
Manifest in your life, not what you read about happened.
That doesn't address the
50 years
system.
ago or 80 years ago, but what in your life today, walking in the streets, in your daily work, how does this inequality manifest itself?
Okay, so obviously the inner cities first, how they work, how it was created. Then we look at our zoning and our planning.
The initial structure of the system.
So redlining, the zoning.
Oh, we got the red line! We hit the red line tonight!
They're all over.
We hit the red line tonight!
In general,
I do land use work, so tell me
I'm not
where.
gonna suck it on normal shit with you. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, I don't have the patience.
Red line check.
Let's just have it back and forth. Just let one mic.
All right, so go ahead.
Bima can't take.
Bima, just if you could stay with what I was
Wait,
asking.
hold on. What exactly does that mean? Like, so you're not willing to engage in critical thinking tonight?
Bima can't take the heat!
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, now you just want to...
Oh, Bima got called out for being stupid!
I tell you that.
Let's just let us scream.
You're explaining. Let me interrupt.
Trump's my guy.
That's what I'm not doing. A critical thinking would be a discussion where one person speaks, the other person.
Absolutely, Trump's the number one guy for me.
Back and forth.
What is happening?
That's what I'm talking about. And shame on you, Adams, for playing dumb. You know
I
exactly.
tell you that Trump guy is the number one
Okay, so
guy
I'll
there
leave
is.
my question on the table, and I won't go back and forth, Bima.
I'll answer it when you're in the goo, Abby.
Okay, so Bima, let me ask you a question.
Just look at Bima's link to learn the system and the urban planning which began the redlining.
Bima, do you remember how old I am, Bima? Bima, are you gonna answer the question, or you're not talking to me neither?
She's clearly picking and choosing rather than just engaging with.
Okay, so I'm 62. So I actually did grow up in the era where, as a young child, I got to see white water, hot water fountains, black water fountains. In 2026, we don't have white fountains and black fountains. And we can go to any restaurant we want. We can buy houses wherever we want. We can do whatever we want. And I would share with you what my grandfather, okay, and
Bima is a sweet girl, but fully R-worded, living in a system of racism.
So most people know this. 11 million of them have a bachelor's degree or above. Okay? 11 million, bachelor's degree or above. Only 3% of the 13% are actually incarcerated. You can look at all of it. So when we have these conversations, we don't take it personally. Because I look at issues that people cause themselves. That means Edward is where he is because it's what Edward chose for his life. That's what Edward chose. You don't have to like it. I decided to get married young. I decided to make sure that our children would be born in wedlock. I made sure that I take care of myself. I don't overextend myself. And I'm not looking every day waking up thinking some white guy or some Hispanic guy or Asian guy or Indian trying to think about Mr. Edward. It's not Mr. Edward. And I'm not going to do the same thing with black people. I don't believe in group things. Okay? So I'll land on this, guys. Abima, I can hear in your conversation sometimes your concern about a group of people because you believe that they were disenfranchised. I would like for you, for yourself, to look up, did we have a civil war in America? And how many people that do not look like Edward died?
Thank you, Edward. I think I'm not really sure how we got on this topic. All topics lead to this discussion, so I guess we're gonna get out early, you know. Well, I think I do know. There was a guy named Chris who was here earlier, and he made a claim that that there was MAGA. Let's see if I get this right. MAGA supports protests that involve signs and things of that nature, saying that we want brown people kicked out, we want Jews kicked out, and we want black people kicked out. That's kind of how we got.
No, that's not how we got here, Matt. We got here because I'm listening to the bullshit that Bima spews on your stage as a mod, and Pepe, the racist, bigot, piece of shit Pepe that you mod, I'm listening as an anon and listening to the stupid shit that comes out of these hypocrite, foolish people's mouths. That's how we got here.
Why are you doing that?
What's the question?
You mean having an opinion about stupid people's stupid opinions that have no knowledge and they're just programmed by Democrat propaganda? Oh, okay. Hello?
So I think so this kind of ties into the title a little bit, because if people really do think that MAGA supports basically the removal of all brown people, removal of all black people, and removal of Jews, or whatever minority you want to pick out, then you'll have incidents like this guy up here in the Jumbotron. You're going to have people who are going to come and beat you literally to death. I think he's dead. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he's coming back. But so do people feel that, do anybody here else think that people want a certain group of people that think like us, or at least a portion of us do here, they don't want us to exist anymore? I don't know. That's the question I'm laying on the table. Don't be shy.
I don't feel that in the Republican Party at all. I feel actually an inclusiveness, not an exclusiveness.
So look at Big Tent, right, Abby? Because that was brought up how Trump won. He had a really big tent.
Absolutely feel that.
Yeah. Edward, do you feel that the Republican
I was asked.
Oh, go ahead.
I feel like that's contradictory to what Abby would have said 15 or 30 minutes ago, though, when we were talking, because what she said before was that as the Trump second term has progressed over the last year, the Republican Party is being very specific about calling out specifically, quote-unquote, the fringe of the party. And if by calling them out and excluding them from the party, like the Tucker Carlsons, Abby, whom you mentioned, that's not inclusivity whatsoever. That is
Yes, it is.
creating a more exclusive.
It actually is. It it actually, Florida, to conversely, it actually is being very inclusive because they're making people feel comfortable within the party. They're saying when someone spews, I actually live within the party and am active within the party. So and I'm a minority and I come from
Israel whips of the party, Abby.
Excuse me, an Israel whip? What kind of comment is that? What is that? What did you just say?
I called you an AIPAC lobbyist, Abby.
I actually don't work for it. No, not at all. I'm not involved with AIPAC.
If you say so.
No, I'm not. Actually,
Florida, is it okay for a Jewish woman to like Israel? Is that okay with you, Florida?
Thanks, but by the way, AIPAC's a pretty cool organization. I'm just not active with it. I'm active with a different organization we raise more money than them, but go ahead if you want to use that one. However, whether I'm active with 5 different organizations, the point is that they've been very inclusive within the party. And when there's hatred and whack jobs and people that are showing a side that is not reflective of an inclusivity, they call it out. That was my point. They don't call it out on the Democrat side. And the alternative on the Democrat side, they absolutely live with the rot, and they let the rot like a stinking fish within their party. That's the point I'm making. But I feel the Republican Party has been very inclusive. And yes, I live it probably more than you do. I mean, I don't know how you vote, Florida. I don't know anything about you.
Oh, it's okay.
But you seem to know everything about me, right, John? It seems to.
Florida, who owned the slaves, Florida? The Democrats.
You don't know what I do.
Who defended slavery? The Democrats. Who founded the KKK? The Democrats. Perpetrated lynchings? Democrats. Enforced segregation? Democrats. Jim Crow laws? Democrats. Opposed the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment? Democrats. Filibustered civil rights legislation? Democrats. Indian Removal Act? Democrats. Trail of Tears? Democrats. Japanese internment camps? Democrats. Democrats specialize in internment camps, Florida.
They know how the fuck to run shit.
Hey, John, are you being
Jackasses that are income.
Who was Bird? Wasn't Bird a Democrat, John? If I remember.
Whipping girls.
John is being anti-Semitic.
Bird from Georgia. What state was Bird from? Can't remember.
Bird? He's from Indiana.
No, he was a good basketball player, but that's
I don't know, Louisiana and Alabama. The point is, until you study the Civil War, you don't understand that the divide from 1865 is still happening right now. The Republicans and the Democrats went to war and killed 500,000 Americans and created 2 million casualties. All debts are paid with blood, and that happened 160 years ago. And we have Democrat frauds on this app that spew their propaganda and their lies to create more division and more hate because they have no knowledge and they're incompetent fools.
It was West Virginia. I had the wrong state, Robert Byrd, by the way, but it was West Virginia.
John, are you advocating for a position for Christianity when all debts are paid with blood?
What the hell?
I think it is.
So, I mean, Abby, your point is that, by excluding, say, Tucker, because they themselves are excluding a group of people too, right? Themselves.
They're calling out people that spew discrimination and hatred and tropes. They call it out. My point earlier was that the Democrats aren't calling it out. They finally, this woman who wants to put us all in concentration camps, or at least my people, finally, I saw today AOC called it out, which at least finally someone, Schumer hasn't yet, by the way.
Who's the lady? I don't even know who.
She won the Democratic primary, so now she's in a runoff in the primary in Texas, in San Antonio. I think her name, I gotta find her name, Garcia, something like that.
The racist Colombian lady? Yeah, she's great. She hates Muslims.
No, this is the person that asked to put Jews in internment in concentration camps.
Oh no, I'm
in
thinking
the
of
U.S.
one. There's
Yeah,
another one
yeah.
down
No, that's not who I'm talking about. A Democrat in San Antonio. I'll get her name in a minute, Matt.
Oh, it's
Or
not
maybe
Gomez,
someone.
is it, Abby?
Yeah, I think it was a name like that.
Gomez is the girl I'm thinking of. She's a racist Cuban or Colombian that hates the Muslims. She's fantastic. You gotta listen to her on Piers Morgan.
She doesn't.
Hilarious.
It's
pure content at its best.
I don't know if you have seen what Dan Bilzerian posts on X, but that man is the most hardcore racist, bigot, Nazi, low IQ trash, and it's shocking that he has the following and people endorse him. And I mean,
who's endorsed him, John? In the
Thomas Massey, of course.
Yeah, but Thomas Massey is in the toilet right now.
Yeah, he's done ski. That's a shock to me.
Who endorsed him from the establishment? They called him out, the establishment of the Republican Party. They've absolutely distanced. They want nothing to do with him, and they've called him out. That's the difference. Then you have this guy, Chris Robb, who wins in Pennsylvania, also spews all kinds of hate, and he's endorsed by people in the Democratic Party. And you have this idiot up in Maine with a Nazi tattoo on his chest, who is unbelievable shit that he's posted, and he gets endorsed by the major leadership within the Democratic Party. That's the difference. That was the point I was trying to make.
Interesting. That's a good way. That's a good thing to highlight. That's a good point. We need to point that out more going into
the Graham Plattner's the most based Democrat in America. Yeah, probably.
Well, Florida, if you were, the president.
He has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. That's based as fuck, isn't it?
Florida, if you were the president of the country, what would your 3 priorities of your administration be, Florida?
One, elect like 100 Graham Plattners to the Senate. Two, make every governor like a J.D. Pritzker type, and 3,
fat? You'd have them all fat like Pritzker?
Fat, generous, wealthy, and kind. Yeah.
Do you think Pritzker is kind?
And Jewish.
Yeah, you think so? You think he's kind?
Yeah, I'd say he's pretty kind. He seems
How
like
do you know that?
He seems like a decent guy from what I've clipped.
Well, you've clipped.
You think the guy's a leader? He creates anti-Trump videos 3 times a day because he knows it works. He doesn't lead. He doesn't inform. He doesn't educate. He taxes. He steals. He robs. He lies. He's a traitor. He's a traitor.
Leadership to get shit done.
He's horrible.
You could say Adolf Hitler was a great leader too, couldn't you, Abby?
Excuse me? What did you
You could
say?
say Adolf Hitler.
Are you saying that, Florida? You think? Are you saying that, Florida? That's really a frightening thing that you're saying. Why would you say that, Florida? Florida, why would you say that? That's awful.
Couldn't you?
Excuse me? Why would you say that, Florida? There's something off here. I don't know why you're thinking that, but I don't think J.D. Pritzker is a good governor. Nor would I pick him as my idol.
Well, if you like murdering babies at scale industrially, I can see why you like Pritzker.
He was an amazing soldier too when he was in the military.
Well, we know that.
A war hero.
So Florida, basically, you're a waste of space.
John,
I asked you, Florida, what your 3 priorities are. You didn't have a good answer. You suck, Florida.
Did you know July 4th was the 50th anniversary of Entebbe? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
And no one even knows what Entebbe was.
Hashem Shalom. See, nobody cares. That's the funny part.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Florida. That's the real funny part. You've got nothing intelligent to say, nothing informative, no knowledge. You've just got retarded opinions about nothing. What a waste of time.
What are you doing? You're trolling.
I'm sitting here spinning my mustache, drinking some white tea with a little, sugar in it. The point is, Matt here has created some real doozy fucking rooms with Beaver Boy and Dr. Peepee and Bima, who shares the stage with Peepee, who claims that he hates black people. He said that the other day. He says, I do not like black people. That's what he said. And then he goes on to say how he's from the ultra far right. He knows all the people in Proud Boys. He knows all the fucking Oath Keepers. He knows them all from Discord. And Pepe's here to share with you his knowledge, his wisdom about life. A man who is an incel racist F-word, a midget of a man, and yet Matt and Beaver here, they love to put him in the spotlight and let the Pepe show run. And Edward here can't break through to these numbskulls because these people don't read books. They don't give a fuck about books. They want the quick, short dopamine bump from coming to this app to waste everybody's fucking time because they are wastes of fucking time themselves and they probably know it. So they want to waste your fucking time.
Okay. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Wow, hey, Sword. How you doing?
You know, just moseying around. Yeah, and yeah, just was walking down the street and saw Beaver sent out the flag that President Trump was in the air and decided to swing on by.
They probably know that.
Hey, I'm gonna go through the DNC autopsy report. I don't know if anybody's read it yet that much. Abby, have you seen it at all? Or
You
read
said
it?
the DNC
I'm
autopsy?
starting to look at it. I haven't read it. I started to look at it a little bit. I need like a cliff notes of it, like a basic summary.
Yeah, here in a second. Yeah.
Have you read it? It's pretty long.
It's 52 pages. It's like a PDF.
You should read what's his face's what was it, his response about it. He doesn't even claim it. He rejects it as a failure. The guy who authored, Ken Martin, the DNC chair.
So wait, he rejects his own report?
Right.
It's 192 pages.
92? Oh, really? I thought
It's 192. Yeah.
Holy crap, okay.
I can read this. If you want, I can read his message today.
Yeah, go read that. That's the author of the report, this PDF that I'm looking at right now.
So Paul Rivera? No, Paul Rivera is the author. Ken Martin is the DNC chair who commissioned it. So he's the one who said, this is what we're going to do. He hired Rivera because he apparently was like a close ally, right? And so Rivera was working part-time and, you know, he didn't do a bunch of things. He didn't interview Biden or Harris or Walz or whatever. And then Martin told Rivera, here, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the author's like, okay, I didn't like...
Do you want the 5-point summary of the report?
You're saying this is the comment from the person who commissioned it.
Yeah.
Not the author.
Do you want the 5-point summary for those that didn't read it?
Actually, you can go ahead and do that because since you probably did read it, so...
Yeah, I read it because I just took a really long flight. So basically the points were that Democrats failed to connect on pocketbook issues and economic anxiety with key groups, which included rural voters, men, and many Latino voters, which left those voters open to Republican appeals. The party had underinvested in state parties, local organizing, and voter registration, and sustained ground operations, weakening turnout and outreach. The leadership and campaign messaging did not sufficiently define or hold Trump accountable for perceived weaknesses. They actually believed that Trump's negatives were already very obvious, and apparently they were not. The late decision making around the ticket, which was obvious, right? The fact that Biden didn't step down, Kamala didn't have very much time, that was, made the campaign very vulnerable. And the report calls, and I think there was also a discussion briefly just about the narratives about age and competence and the fact that that party itself
what's this? Impossible carry
to get on the ticket in the first place.
The translation is it's
Basically,
lawful to be
voters,
taught even by
agree about any of the
and we need to remember that. Okay, there's nothing about the tactics
it
or
also,
the methods
what the
that
majority
Jews
choose
choose
for
that
broad
are
strategic
intrinsically
overhaul
unethical.
resources,
They make them
state and
ethical
local parties,
with the addition of
earlier
nuclear.
messaging
But
on
the core tactics,
economy,
nothing unethical about getting
tailored
together
outreach
with
to the
people
underperforming
and talking.
demographics.
There's nothing
As
unethical
well
about
as
collaboration.
crisis response capability. I think it was pretty obvious why the campaign failed. It wasn't
It's interesting if you go point by point what you just.
Yeah.
Definitely.
From that neck of the woods, which out of all those points, which one do you think sticks out the most that you?
I mean, I think like the fact that Biden was in there, the poor judgment by the party to put him on the ticket in the first place, the fact that Kamala only had like a very like abbreviated campaign, and she got it like a pretty good turnout for the fact that she wasn't even on the ticket, and there were a lot of voters. Like, what was the top Google search after the election was, why isn't Biden on the ticket? Like, that was. There were a lot of, obviously
like a confusion.
Not this group. Well, not this group, but there are a lot of voters that don't pay attention to politics day to day. They don't read the news. So when they showed up to the polls and they didn't see Biden when they thought it was going to be Biden, there was a little bit of, wait, what happened? And
I thought the second thing you read. To me, the second thing, it actually is interesting. The second thing you read about the registering and the
the not being locally
right, because that's, to me, that's a reaction to the fact that that's what the R's did, and it took them over the hump this time. Was the Scott Presslers. It's almost like that's saying, why didn't we have a Scott Pressler, or why didn't we do that kind of groundwork on the local level and the registration. And in the swing states specifically, where the registration had an incredible shift to red and big chunks of red registration, it sounds like that second point, I don't know if you can read it again, but it feels like it's a reactionary.
Yeah, it was mostly, basically the Democratic Party didn't invest in state and local engagement as much. So they didn't focus on ground operations to the extent that the Republicans did. The ground game wasn't there.
Definitely in the swing states.
Did I hear you right that?
Did you?
Sorry, Sarah. Did I hear right that people showed up to the poll thinking that they were voting for Biden? Is that what
if you looked at Google search results the day of the election and subsequently after, one of the top searches was, why isn't Biden on the ticket? So there, it showed that there's an obvious disconnect between the average voter and probably.
Yeah, but what are the numbers on that? And the fact is, the Democrats put these talking points out for their own failure. So, you have to question what these statements really are, whether they're actually based on statistics and survey questions.
I think it's a pretty fair, criticism, and, it does go in, it is, more of a balanced autopsy, but the fact that you're right, that they published it, you have to think that there's probably the portion of it that didn't get published. Yeah, probably also discusses.
Serendipity, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I actually put the 192 pages into ChatGPT and asked it to do a summary for me. Did that nicely.
I'm doing it too.
And essentially, which this kind of conflicts with some of what he said. In that, did you say that there was mention in the report about Biden's age and his late withdrawal and his mental capacity?
No, I didn't say that. I said it was the fact that there was a lateness to be on the ticket, essentially. And I I'm interpreting what I'm reading, obviously, so it's not, I'm not going to be biased. But it was the fact that the ticket changed late in the game. That was the point.
This is what ChatGPT broke down from doing the analysis of it. It said, the report's biggest conclusions: Democrats lost ground with men, Latino voters, rural voters, non-college voters, and young voters, especially young men. The report argued that Democrats became too dependent on urban, suburban, professional voters. They became too dependent on the anti-Trump messaging, identifying focused appeals rather than any economic messaging, which is pretty consistent with what you also said.
Yeah,
It criticized the campaign's, hold on, just let me get through this. It criticized the campaign strategy and organization, saying that there was too little direct voter contact, weak coordination between party groups, poor preparation for Harris becoming the nominee, insufficient state level infrastructure, which is also consistent. It said the campaign failed to build a simple affirmative message beyond anything other than quote unquote stopping Trump. Major criticisms and omissions in the huge controversy was more so over what the report didn't discuss. According to multiple outlets, the autopsy largely avoided Joe Biden's age, mental capacity, and late withdrawal, the compressed timeline that Harris had, that left Harris little time to build a campaign, the political fallout from the Gaza war, inflation and cost of living frustrations, whether Harris's race or gender affected voter perceptions, and the influence of alternative media ecosystems like podcasts and online creators. While the release itself became controversial, the DNC actually attached disclaimers throughout the report saying that it could not independently verify many of the claims because sourcing and interview material were incomplete. Chair Ken Martin publicly apologized for initially hiding the report and said it just simply won't meet your standards. That created a strange situation where the party released its own autopsy while simultaneously distancing itself from it. Bottom line interpretations was that the report essentially argued Democrats became disconnected from working class and culturally moderate voters, relied too heavily on anti-Trump sentiment, underestimated voter frustration on the economy and immigration, and failed to adapt to media environment dominated by podcasts, influencers, and decentralized online platforms.
And I don't think anything you said showed separation from my interpretation. The first point that I raised was just
It's just more information.
Oh no, that was my interpretation. It was they did talk about the abbreviated timeline for.
I do want to flip this a little bit. What did Trump meet any of these requirements either? I want to go through that real quick too, a little bit. But does anybody think that like some of these things that we were saying? I think there was a couple of these. I should have written them down actually, but I think one being that the working class. We always thought we were going after the working class and rural voters in that way. So we were right on that. Would everybody agree with that? Like we got that right. We went after that.
Yes.
Yeah. But does anybody agree with this after action report that, or disagree with anything that's been said so far, I should say, yeah. And then I want to do Trump. I want to go through and ask everybody, like, did he do this adequately? Like, did he do enough for it too, you know? Like, you know, and I'm just throwing things out there, like digital and community-based organizing. I mean, I don't even see Trump doing that, but maybe.
Wait, are you saying Trump or the RNC
Yeah,
also?
so,
It's interesting,
exactly.
two different things, right?
Exactly. So, obviously, the
RNC opens.
Why did Kamala Harris lose the 2024 election? That's the question in a newly released DNC report.
Games open up, like they get a regional coordinator. So in Texas, the coordinator was Dan Patrick. And the responsibility of Dan Patrick was then to promulgate all that stuff down to the local level.
Right. No, we'll go through that in a second. So, like, yeah, like, obviously, I would hope that the RNC was helping Trump. And, you know, some people might question that a little bit here and there, but we can get to that in a second. But back to the DNC, did anybody disagree so far with the after action report, or do they think that, or do they agree to one point that seemed to really stick out or something? I don't know, just opening up discussion a little bit.
Well, how much did they talk about the money? and how much an hour of money was spent in the allocation of the funds.
Good point. Was that mentioned at all? I don't see it so far. Anybody see it anywhere or no? Serendipity?
I thought EMC said something.
Oh, maybe I didn't hear it. I don't know.
It was not investing in the state and local infrastructure.
Well, that is
Correct. No, wasn't there something, was that what it was, or something about the allocation of these funds, other than that?
Hold on, okay, Trump, indemnity appeals, I see insufficient state level infrastructure outside of battleground metros.
Yeah,
It said the campaign failed to build a solid message beyond stopping Trump. And the things that is considered criticisms and omissions, seek fault from the war.
My caveat is I read this when I was incredibly tired on a plane, but it wasn't one of the key takeaways beyond the fact that there wasn't a lot of investment in the state and local infrastructure and ground game. There were a lot
that wasn't, so my question's a little different than that, like the Beyonce concerts and things like that, the amount of money spent on that stuff.
There's not anything here referencing allocations of funds.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't mention better use of allocating their funds.
I would imagine that any report that they make available to the public is going to be redacted significantly, and there probably was mention of a lot of things that didn't go into the report that was distributed.
Yeah, Serendipity's right. It's 190 pages.
I just put it into Grok, and I asked Grok.
John, do you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So this one of the things I'd say, is, correct me if I'm wrong, I think at the time the election happened, America was so disappointed with the economy and everything else. In the appeal of 93 counts against a non-sitting president, the mugshot, the court dates, I mean, everything you could throw at a person for him not to run. I think there's so much, guys, that's not even in this report. Number one, most of America, including the Democrats, would not elect someone that had no primary. They tried to slide her in. You cannot win an election with Madigan Staggin. She goes on the View and says she wouldn't change anything. I mean, you guys, the campaign was trash. It was not about America. It was about them retaining power as a Democratic Party. And no matter how much we tried to do a DNC autopsy, the corpse was a corpse before they ever got to the election. Everybody was tired. I mean, literally, American people were tired. All of the 16 million people come over the border. Guys, you guys see what happened during the last 4 years, that administration? They were not pro-America. And I think that an American people, on every people group, decided that they want their country to be their country. And I think that's the only why 47 became 47. Not because of anything anybody else did. They continue to run a very poor campaign because I don't know what the Democrats stand for at all.
They stand for abortions.
Well, they had a failure to communicate, which shows you that the organization and the leaders themselves are not intelligent enough to project intelligent communication to the population, and they were a security failure. As you said, wide open borders, trans surgeries for prisoners, wasteful spending, idiocy, lunacy, clown world. They projected clown world at every turn and never turned back and said, we are never going back again. But guess what? We are going forward as a country, and today, to this day, the Democrats on this app say, when things get back to normal. When things get back to normal. That's what they love. That's their new slogan.
It's interesting what Jazzy just said, though, about abortions.
Abby, go ahead.
No, it's just interesting what Jazzy just said. It made me think, I wonder if there's anything in there about the DNC, the convention, and having the mobile abortion. Yeah, like Jazzy just made me think about that.
I don't think there's anything here about policies per se. It's just more about like failure of all the other things. Now, I could be wrong. I'm still trying to get this thing to work right now. But
I don't think they have.
I've got it.
I think what Serendipity said, like the anti-Trump policy, But behind that, they were heavily promoting the right to abortion. I thought that was weird. Like,
At the DNC, they had abortion buses. You could get aborted at the DNC convention in Chicago.
I didn't know that.
That's what I thought you were talking about when you said that.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you kept talking about abortion.
No, they had mobile birth control.
Abortion ones.
What?
You could literally flush your baby down the toilet into a sewer hole.
Hold on a second. The left will say, well, they weren't literally on the premise, you know what I mean? They're going to say, like, oh, it was on the outside, but, I mean, the fact still remains that they were, like, mobile.
It was in the security perimeter. It was in the security perimeter on the grounds by the United Center.
Also, vasectomy clinics. You can get a vasectomy if you want to have the man.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yep.
My God.
So how is that for an image? Like, so that's a question. I wonder if that was in the autopsy, like using what they did at the convention and how they presented. The convention was, days of advertising.
I've got the 10 key extracts from the report if you want to hear it. You want to hear it?
I mean, what's the point? The DNC, I'm just curious though.
Well, because people are political junkies and they love this shit.
Well, I'm gonna,
One thing I think that I like to look at is, anything that they did wrong, we don't want to do wrong. That's why I'm looking at this. And then also, just like I said, it's interesting because if you start like piecing together, like, okay, well, if they did so poorly in these areas, did Trump do well in these areas either? And like I'm going down the list, I'm like, I don't know if he did any of this stuff, some of this stuff, you know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting to just like piece together all of it. That makes sense. Does that make sense, Steven, or not?
Yeah, it makes sense if you're interested in hypotheses. This was supposed to be more of like a scientific discovery, like a diagnosis, but Martin explains in his message that it falls extremely short of that there is no diagnosis, that everything that is scientific in the entire report is just publicly available. It's just, they're descriptive, numerical, this much was spent here, this vote totals, this was the election results, this was the fundraising totals, and everything else was causal and psychological. But I mean, if you want to go over that, that's fine. But even Martin himself said that he doesn't, he rejects it.
Right. Well, like I finally got into the PDF, and I'm seeing here like, is this right? Like they have like boxes with like saying no source material data provided. Like this is crazy.
Yes, that was part of his objection, was that he wouldn't cite. He referenced sources, but he wouldn't actually cite the sources, and that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to release it. But for shits and giggles, I asked ChatGPT to do an analysis and come up with an RNC autopsy, analyzing the same data that was analyzed for Biden in 2024 in this election and why he lost. And it gave me what it considered some of the weaknesses in Trump's campaign, or in the RNC.
Here's the thing that I had to say is, like, you see this with the redistricting, the redrawing of the congressional lines. Like, we're just looking over history, who voted what way. Right? And we all know that the dumb redneck motherfucker, he's gonna still vote red just like he did the time before. Right? So you can redraw the line any which way you want. But it still don't change the fact that we can do this right now in the clubhouse room. You can draw.
Yeah, that's not what redrawing a district is about. When I redraw a district, I make it more likely for a political party to win. So, say like the way we did redistricting down where I live for the Texas gerrymander, we decided that each district only needed about 5 percentage points of cushion. Right, which I think is dumb. I think you need more than 5 points. That's just my particular opinion, having done this for a while. And then you have other places in Texas that have 10 to 15 point districts did satisfy in one way.
Dude, it's fucking amazing. It's how democracy works. Like, have you seen the maps? Like, it's amazing.
No, that's how politicians pick out their voters. It's completely it's completely legitimate and constitutional to do, but it distorts the will of the people and has, since Albert Jerry put it into practice. It was always a distortion of what the public believed, because it was the politicians picking their voters, not the voters picking their politicians. And when politicians draw lines, they make it more likely for them to keep their seats. That's the eternal issue with it.
Can we go back to the autopsy though? I'm sorry, Marshall.
It's not fun.
Because Serendipity said, I was curious. So you did it based on.
I basically asked it to run a reversal, and criticize what the RNC and Trump relied on.
Yeah, can you put up 1 point so we can kind of like.
So the first point that it came back with in this hypothetical postmortem was an overdependence on Trump personally. It felt that there was a central concern would likely be whether the party became too centered on one figure. Candidates judged mainly by loyalty to Trump, that there was weak bench development for future national leaders because of said loyalty, and difficulty transitioning to a post-Trump coalition. The report would warn that the charisma and media dominance cannot automatically transfer to successors. So that was the danger in it.
So they felt that was a turnoff to voters. The fact that we weren't looking out further to a post-Trump era. That's
correct. Correct. That's one of the concerns.
Was it ChatGPT or what did you use for this?
Yeah, this was ChatGPT.
I don't know where it came up with that, but Addie,
I mean that's an interesting one, but also because of how much whether Vance was played up also as they went through that. But you know, one of the things you're not hearing is the lack of the bench on the R side. Like there's a pretty strong bench there. So I think that's an interesting, if that was the autopsy on the other side. I really think after what the first reading of it that E read, that the state and local levels just were, they just didn't develop, and they didn't, one of the things I have a question, if someone could chat GPT or find the answer, did they touch on the ballot harvesting? And whether harvesting was, you know, they put efforts.
It wasn't in my summary at all.
It wasn't.
I asked Grok for 10 key extracts from the report. If you want to hear it, just let me know.
Yeah, the 10 key for the RNC too, so we can go through them one at a time as y'all want.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like this a lot. Real quick, the DNC had a disenfranchisement with their party. So that was a big one, because that was the one that what was it, 10 million people didn't even come out to vote? Was that the number? I don't even know exactly. I don't even know what's in this report, but keep in mind, that was a big thing that they mentioned.
10 million registered Dems, you're saying?
Yeah, remember, didn't even decided not to even come out and vote.
So that's not, so, all right, leave this question I'm about to have aside, but weave it in as we're talking. Has this report talked about the independents and whether they properly, you know, marketed to the independents and how they dealt with that vote? And I'd be curious to see the autopsy on the RNC with respect to the independents. Just that's a side
I'll put
point.
that in after we get through the 10 points on the RNC. I can put it in and just ask it to analyze both perspectives.
It's funny, this is like a narrative that they are projecting. So I mean, you know, if anybody wants to read the 10 key extracts, it's on my X account, Chicago Mayor John, or anyways, I can read them here, but you know, it's a very nice summary of what their plan is, but it's very generic. So there's nothing really even to get excited about this, and they didn't even want this report released. That's what makes it so exciting to read and analyze.
They didn't want it released because he didn't spend the time, Martin, to explain like the process He hired this guy part-time. When he looked at it, when it was supposed to be released, he realized that this guy wasn't basically doing the job that he asked him to do. So because at the time there were new elections going on, he thought that it was better to just shelf it and then forget about it and focus on, the current campaigns and whatever. And then somebody, however it happened in the news, made it a big thing, like, oh, like this conspiracy or this issue, like, oh, why aren't they releasing it? So then he decided to release it on those terms because people made a big deal about it.
Well, listen to the third point. It says,
Similar to the Epstein files?
Oh gosh.
it says, since the high point of the 2008 Obama landslide, the Democrat Party has vacillated between stagnation and retrogression. In doing so, we have lost the confidence we once received from everyday Americans, and election results show it. Cites losses at every level over years due to missed state and local investments. And, I don't know why Brock here is upset about this, but, the 10 key extracts from it is remarkable. You think that rednecks are always going to vote Republican, but, the point is that to get this type of insight into Democrat thinking, and this really is a very good after-action ready review. This is a multi-million-dollar, report that was put out. It's very valuable information.
Right, but this is nothing that we didn't know. Is this validation?
Yeah,
Is it validation for the Democrats? Like, because we knew this already.
I know. Like, I think it's just validation. I mean, a lot of these points we kind of already knew.
No, it's the Democrats doing a very poor job putting together a postmortem.
Well, that's true too.
They are not looking for where they were weak all the time. The lack of sources is a significant problem. The fact that the DNC chair said he didn't want to put it out because we were going to cause quote-unquote infighting is another problem. So you don't want to diagnose why you lost. You want to keep the same lesson. You want to keep the same assumptions and operate that way. Which for everybody in this room that's a Republican, we should be just backflipping like a motherfucker. If that's what their postmortem is, and they can't bother to get to the end of it, and they can't bother to put it together correctly, then by God, we stand a really good chance of kicking their asses because they won't remember their lesson. Right? And here's the issue. The Republicans in 2012, we conducted a postmortem. We just ignored it until Trump became the nominee. The 2012 postmortem said the Republican Party is too white and needs more people that don't look like us, don't look like me. And Trump brought in, as a consequence, a lot of those different people, right? And made the party more diverse. And then in 24 election, we had the most diverse coalition we put together in about 50 to 100 years. And it was broad, right? The Democrats not wanting to figure out where they lost is a significant issue for the Democratic Party in good competition in America and therefore better ideas. But it is, at least on a partisan level, very good for us.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm just having fun, just even with the little, even with the little pieces they've given us. You know what I mean? So that's all Marshall. Go ahead.
I feel like you guys, don't be remiss to the criticism of ChatGPT though, in that
yes, ma'am.
Has there been so much personal relation to Trump that this is going to be his last 2 years in office after this year, and
but yes, I think that undermines us.
Really done to have a secession plan.
Yeah, I think that undermines us in the long term. I think the inability to break the cult of personality around Trump and be independent and take his movement.
Bro, every president serves a 4-year term.
It's not that. It's when you focus in a campaign on one person like Barack Obama did. You create infrastructure for you. You don't create infrastructure for the party. And when you don't create infrastructure for the party and candidate development becomes poor, then your bench in certain places becomes very weak. Abby is right. We do have a good bench for the next probably 4 to 8 years. But the long-term candidate development, which starts at a local level, is something that focusing on personality doesn't gain you broad dispersal of resources, which is what you need for that kind of dispersed candidate development.
So, Matt,
You should write a paper.
hold on. So, Marshall, I have a question for you. Actually, two. The first one is, what do you think the Trump appeal has been in both of his administrations?
I think in 2016, his appeal was authenticity. Same with Bernie Sanders. That was Bernie Sanders' appeal. Being authentic, being somebody who said, the country's not going in the right direction. If you choose me, I'll go in a better direction. In 2020, I think he lost because he was associated with COVID. He talked about rigged elections, like all that shit. In 2024, I think he won because he talked about the economy. I think Donald Trump sold himself as the candidate of the future. Even if he didn't necessarily deliver on affordability, that's how he sold himself to the rest of America. And over my lifetime, over 35 years, the candidate that typically wins is the candidate that arranges themselves as the person of tomorrow.
Okay, good. So now I'm going to ask you the second question. What appeal do you think the left has to America?
Broader permissiveness, a sense of acceptance, which conservatism does not premise acceptance as a piece of its ideology. I'm not saying that's a good or bad.
Bro, that's way too deep, Marshall. Come on, just give a general response.
Oh, I thought you wanted an actual response. I didn't think you wanted something you could look up on the internet by yourself.
No, he has a direct. That was a direct question.
Yeah, but Brock, see, we would rather just actually hear. Brock, we would actually rather just hear Marshall's response, which is hopefully quick, than actually hear your chiming in on top of it. Thank you very little.
Yeah. Sorry.
So they kind of premise that level of acceptance. They also, under Obama and Clinton and JFK, premise themselves as candidates of tomorrow. Even if they didn't deliver, which is, I mean, you could make the same argument for Trump. The point is, they portrayed themselves as people who could bring us out of a recession or bring us out of a difficulty and like bring us into the sunlight. And I think that is something that overwhelmingly matters in American elections, at least to the general electorate as a whole. If you subdivide it, there are different things. Like if I were to conduct a study and divide it amongst different groups and incomes and jobs and states, right, I'd come up with many different answers. But overall, I think that broad sense of optimism moves people because it gets them to be part of something that's just larger than themselves. And you know as well as I do, Mr. Edward, people crave at a guttural level being part of something larger than themselves.
But if you look at the right, what were the topics that...
Okay, hold on one second. Pepe, can I just respond to him before you go?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Marshall, I appreciate your response to that. So, from me looking in, and I shared this kindly to my left family of Americans, if your appeal is only to men and women's sports, giving people needles, having autonomy zones, focus on race on every corner. Everything's about race, from DEI to taking over college campuses, to having people read in our libraries who dress like men.
Yeah, they're going to lose.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, every fringe thing that I look at of the appeal of the left and the Democratic Party, I don't see anything that they're talking about America. Okay.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the friend, Mr. Edward. I'm talking about.
Don't make it.
I'm talking about the everyday average Joe, blue collar Democrat, or a county or country Democrat. Right? Most of those people want something entirely different than what the extremes of their party want, in the same way that most of us want something entirely different than what the most extreme parts of our party want.
I know, but
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Gratuitous, Mr. Edward. Like, I don't think you're giving a fair shake to how I think that the majority of the Liberal Party thinks. I don't think that their appeal is to have men and women's sports and all of these things. That I think that's a small fraction of them, but I think that overall, what the Liberal Party generally tends to prioritize is one, government to take care of each other. They're wanting all American citizens to have health care. They're wanting, to bridge the gap between lower class and upper class. I don't think that the majority of liberals are looking at, want dudes in our women's sports. I just don't think that's being fair.
Well, certainly, I appreciate that, but this is what I'm sharing because I actually believe. Let me just finish. I actually believe this is what the Democratic Party has pushed. Even those the blue-collar Democrats or the Reagan Democrats, I don't see them pushing back on the progressives of their party. I don't see it at all. I don't see.
Do you see us pushing back on the radicals of ours?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Hold on.
Democrat. How will we push back on the radicals in our own party? Aside from Ted Cruz,
Matthew just lost. I'm going to share with you guys. There's a whole lot of Republicans that lost their seats because they're not doing the Reagan thing. We don't criticize Republicans or conservatives. Okay, hold on. Okay. What I'm looking at is this very clearly, guys. The limited government we're supposed to have, and I still believe that conservatives, as much as possible, still believe in limited government, even though we don't practice it. But I do believe in personal responsibility. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that for most of us conservatives, we believe more about each individual person taking care of themselves versus us actually looking at what the government can do for us. I really believe even the blue.
You can't do that. You can't fucking silence the conversation.
Please.
I agree with you. I agree with you what you're saying, but the thing is, I was to have 10 children. The reality is this: is that you are going to have probably one or two of them are going to be LGBTQ. You're going to have one that's maybe special needs. You're going to have one or more that are going to have other medical issues that don't involve their brain. You're probably going to have one of them it has substance abuse issues. You're going to have all of these things. And I guess, you see, people need to take care of themselves. But the reality is, though, is that people are not in this unique ability. They don't have this unique ability to always take care of themselves.
Yeah, that's what an education is for. That's what you don't have, Pepe. It's called knowledge. That's what you're lacking.
But, we have people like him. We have people like Kitover, for example, which he's an annoying menace. You guys never really see me, go really at him, despite he says a lot of neat shit to me. But, at the end of the day, he's a mentally ill individual. And literally, do I want to see him suffering? Do I want to see him homeless? No. I don't want to see any of this stuff. The whole fucking point, though, is that when it comes to people can take care of themselves. I'm just going to be very blunt and realistic here. You have really clean, nice, high trust societies, like in Scandinavia. Other Europeans are monkeys compared to them for whatever reason. They're not as high trust. They cannot replicate their behavior, but these are people where they have these large safety nets where they don't let their own people suffer. But as soon as they start letting immigrants in, they absolutely, you have people that absolutely are like fucking leeches. They just drain it. Okay? And to be realistic, I just think that there's such a fundamental difference between not only individuals but groups of people that, you know, this all sounds like a fantasy. Like, what do you think is going to happen in America? You have Minnesota, where you had a bunch of fucking Scandinavians that ended up immigrating there, a rather high trust society. They're like, oh yes, I want to add all of these benefits, you know, to these Minnesotans. And then what? You have a bunch of low-class, scammy, scummy pieces of shit from Somalia that come in. And they don't operate by the same fucking system. They're going to abuse it.
And I think you have scanny people, regardless of the background, but we live in a society where...
No. Pepe has admitted that he's a 1990s Democrat. Pepe is a 1990s Democrat. That's what he says he is.
Sorry, we live in a society where if the government wanted to...
In the 1990s,
You're a 1990s Democrat. You admitted it.
Federal level wanted to invest in more of a surveillance infrastructure for benefits, it would be far easier to implement. They just haven't done it. They haven't invested in that. I think
why
that
the
is
fuck
something.
Do you think that is? No, but this
It's
is
cheaper to do that
Why do you think that is?
In society.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Do you think the Democrats use them?
Do you know, like, you're in Florida, right?
Okay,
The worst, like, opium prescribers that existed were these doctors in Florida, right?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, once again, a low trust population. I deliberately brought up Scandinavians, okay? And of course, Scandinavians.
Why don't you bring up Mexicans? Aren't you Mexican? What the fuck do you guys do?
Because parts of Mexico are not a high trust society.
To be totally honest, I've gone through that list.
They're amongst the most low trust. Shut the fuck up, bitch, and let me fucking finish. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you?
You're not used to it. We don't give a damn what you're talking about.
Literally, you have people from the most low trust societies. Like, that's fucking retarded.
I would agree with you. Like, if you look at Scandinavia,
you fat bitch.
If you look at Scandinavia, well, I wish I were fat. That would be better than
I said Jazzy, not you.
Okay.
One has to swim across an ocean or two, and one could just walk across the border.
I do agree, though.
Listen, kick Pepe to the goo. Pepe is a racist piece of shit. Kick Pepe to the goo.
If you look at Scandinavia, Scandinavian populations, like within their society, they're in homogenous societies. Like if you go to Finland, you're not likely to see people of different cultural backgrounds. But we live in a very diverse population. We live with different cultures.
You just made my point for me.
But we live in
you
different
made my point for me. Diversity kills high trust. Robert Putnam's study in 2003 fucking killed this goddamn
before you interrupt me.
The nerve of you to say that as you're a Mexican that gets to be a fucking assimilated American.
Go ahead. I mean, this bitch is
we want people here that want to assimilate. That's all.
Mexicans
mind me up so I can kick this bitch. Mind me up so I can kick this bitch, Matt.
We want them gone.
Can you please
we want you gone.
I'm gonna go to bed until.
Watch how Pepe deals with the stress. Pepe can't deal with the anxiety unless he's modded.
Calm down. Let's get back to
mind me up so I can kick this bitch. Let's be real.
Can I just finish the sentence in response?
Just finish up. You go ahead. Yeah, finish up, but then we want to get back to the point we had earlier.
The point is that the diversity has its weaknesses, right? But we also have some of the best food culture that exists in the entire world. We have the best, the ability to, understand and learn more about different cultures.
Those are the weakest value judgments you could ever fucking make.
That's
are you
not
serious?
Sorry, I'm trying to...
We're literally talking about what strengthens or makes it something healthy, not about your food choices.
Well, apparently nobody taught you manners. If you want to hold Scandinavian culture on a pedestal, they are very well-mannered society. They don't do this. They don't do what you're doing.
They didn't let most of the European monkeys and most of the fucking non-European monkeys into their fucking countries. That is why they hold on. No. There's a difference.
Let her talk, you fucking mongrel.
There is literally shut your black ass up.
Let her talk.
Shut the fuck up, dickhead.
You sound like some rubber-wearing, chimney chocolate-eating bitch.
This thing is gonna talk.
Your goddamn bean-eating, nacho chip head ass.
Only Spencer's strong enough to stand up for your heart. Is it because you? I'm just speaking on behalf of the whites.
If you want to talk about like the low-performing or low-hanging fruit, it's the people that do this all day. The trolls. The trolls are like what?
Like Jazzy. No, I get it.
You're.
Say my name. Don't say my name. You goddamn grass-cutting Mexican fuck. Don't say my name. I don't care what you say about me. You're a loser. Loser. You're a loser. You're in here arguing all the fucking time with me. You're weird. You're weird, bro.
I don't even know what the topic is.
Any chance we could go back to the autopsy serendipity?
Serendipity, hold on, Ashley. 1 second, serendipity. Could we, because we were having a beautiful room.
Yeah, kick that son of a bitch out of here. And send him to cut somebody's grass, landscaping bitch.
Justice for Pepe!
In Mexico,
You got on Levi jeans and a construction vest right now, ready to go to work overnight.
If I was to insult all day, I would just, I don't know, join in like a men's gym where people are just making fun of each other.
Let's get back on track. What's going on here? Let's get back to the list. Serendipity. Did you have another point?
Yeah, where were we on the points serendipity?
We only covered the first one on the RNC. The second one
We went back to the DNC or we're the RNC chat GPT one.
Which do you guys? Which would you prefer I cover?
You do another RNC. I think those are fascinating. Do the RNC chat one. Yeah, do another one.
Okay, so the second, an autopsy could potentially conclude that the Republican Party traded away durable suburban strengths for gains elsewhere, because where we tended to lose strength was with the suburban women, highly educated voters, and some younger professionals.
So where would they have traded it to, like, go when he did the rallies in the Bronx or Harlem, like that kind of thing?
Because where they gained grounds was with men, Latino voters, and rural voters, non-college voters, and young men voters. Yeah. But in gaining that ground, they tended to lose suburban women, highly educated voters, and some younger professionals.
It's all about the economy.
But why wouldn't he? I mean, they would always go after the rural vote. I mean,
You don't think it's about the economy?
different.
Yeah.
You know.
She even put in the report. You read read earlier that even Hispanics turned away from Kamala because Trump was a more viable economic option in the face of mass deportation. Even then, the Hispanics still agreed with Trump.
It goes into the blue collar workers and the rural workers. Like she did have this very elitist. She pandered to minorities and pandering to, like, I guess you could say people that, like, the coastal elites, but she neglected, I would say, most of the fucking country. It was pretty obnoxious.
This is a bullshit.
I think there's also like a thing that maybe people sometimes miss, and I think that this autopsy missed, is that a lot of like first generation immigrants, once they get their green card and they've gone through the very difficult process, they tend to like be like further against immigrants from their home countries. I don't know why that is. Maybe my evidence is a little anecdotal, but I've noticed that amongst communities that I've been part of, and they're like, oh, these are lower quality people. They're not like the PhD level individuals.
Okay, thank you very much, E. Listen, the extract, the core thesis or the call to action of this extract or this analysis, this after action ready to review post-mortem Democrat failure of Kamala, it says that Democrats need a new forward-thinking electoral strategy focusing on more than who or what is on the ballot and addressing how Democrats can reconnect with Americans at every level across our country. We must organize everywhere to win anywhere. Emphasizes renewed focus on Middle America and the South.
So like James Talarico has been able to organize like at a rate that I think many Democrats, especially in Texas, haven't had as much traction.
John.
He's not
Do you
running in
want to
Texas.
do a stream with me?
On what?
He's not gonna win in Texas.
But even the other thing, like the biggest
The
problem
good
is
stuff?
that
We're gonna do a big giant
they literally
one.
they have a negative.
Well, you're on it right now. You're on the stream right now, my
That's
friend.
16. That's what they're against. They'll label him, call him a fascist,
So,
call him whatever the fuck it is.
He's overthrowing your country with
Amazing, but they literally don't have any kind of positive message or anything. Like, what is the direction they want to take this country?
I'm just gonna interrupt you.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Who made the point about the coastal elites? Who said that? Was that you?
It was Phoebe!
That was a really good point. And something about, when you were talking about Kamala not reaching out other than to the coastal elites, I have a question. And I'm going to go back to the Beyonce and the concerts. What if she was doing country western concerts? What if she started, she was doing the same kind of programming, but just not to the coastal elites, or not to the two sides of the country, but to the middle of the country?
I mean, I think if they
Do you think that would have changed it?
I think if it was sincere, which I don't think
Same,
that she...
wait, do you understand my question?
Yeah,
Same
it
format.
wasn't the autopsy, but
Right.
was something that was definitely prevalent. What was definitely prevalent from my perspective is that you still had a large proportion of men, and especially Hispanic men, and also black men to some degree, that didn't want a woman in office. Like, regardless of who she was.
So regardless of what
literally
she
just
did,
wouldn't vote for a woman.
it wouldn't matter
And so
then.
I think that is something that
I think that's funny. Is why have Latin American countries,
bother?
including the one that like
Why
when we
bother?
think of
Just run it from
machismo,
home.
you're thinking of Mexico, yeah.
Yes,
there have been.
why is it that they have a female that is president right now? And I get it.
I don't know that
Save your
Catholic
money
immigrants wanted to
for
vote
Google
for
ads.
a woman without children who married a Jewish man. Like, there are all sorts
Why
of
bother? Just run it from home and WeWork. Save your money and for Google ads.
What I noticed just from
No. You have to backtrack because they voted for a literal fucking Jew. No. Let's be realistic here. They voted for a literal.
No, they voted for a Jew. Did you hear what Pepe just said? They voted for a Jew.
Shut the fuck up, John.
What is your point, Dr. Pepe?
Somebody who is ethnically, basically foreign to fucking Mexico, and she. Why did they?
Why would they vote for a Jew? Why would they vote for a Jew?
I get to the goo. So you have a macho Latin American country that votes for this more whitish Jewish woman, and why would they do that? But you're trying to say that the Mexican
Why save your
Americans are
money?
somehow not going to vote for
Did I say
Kamala because she's
Mexican
married to a
Americans?
Jew?
Didn't. I said Latin Americans. And we had a large influx of people from also over.
Why bother? Save your money.
And the Mexicans are much more macho. I guess you say. In other words, they believe that you should have a strong male leader in charge in a way, but.
I mean, I lived in South America. I know, like, women, even, like, if there was a son in the car, the son sat at the front, a shotgun, and the mother would sit at the back seat.
Okay, are you going to deny that, like, Latin Americans are the most macho out of all of the Latin Americans? Do you disagree with that fact?
Which ones?
Mexicans, much more male
no.
dominant.
I think that machismo is something like the idea of the man being the shepherd of the household, the Catholicism that it, like, persists throughout the society. I don't think that that's the case. I think it's all over Latin America. And
no, I completely disagree. Okay.
Oh, well. Okay.
I mean, it is
like,
all over Latin America.
I just think that
but
the
you're trying to say that it's not.
Let me give you
Italy a Catholic country?
Let me reframe it very quickly.
And it's a Catholic.
When Trump lost, it was to a man, and we saw, like, high turnout in the election when
Okay, mod me up.
And they voted for a Jew. Why did they do that?
I don't want to get into what I'm referring now broader to the electorate of the United States.
Hold on. Your claim was that because she's a woman who's married to a Jew, they would not vote for her. Now, I just brought up a much different example where we can control for the population. Okay, people of Mexican descent, where they voted for a woman who didn't just marry a Jew, she is a fucking Jew. So why did they do that?
You're latching on to only one comment that I made, and you're making that the center. Like, you're misunderstanding
the center of your argument is that they did not vote for her because she is a woman and because she married a Jew. That is literally.
No.
And the first one, more important, they voted for a woman.
I also raised multiple populations, and you're only focusing on one. And you're also even further, like, minutia of the population that I mentioned, which was Latin Americans. And you're only talking about
in charge? Isn't there a woman in charge there?
Yeah, Maloney is in charge.
I mean, there's women that have run Catholic countries.
What I'm referring to is the broader electorate in the United States, and if there were no lessons learned from the Hillary campaign, it should be a person with a ton of political baggage that has been in the focus of society for many, many years or decades, which was the case with both Hillary and with Kamala. Like, you end up with individuals that it would be so easy to create narratives that these individuals are not supporting your values. Even if they do.
I get what you're saying, but maybe it's the wrong women that ran. Like, what if Condoleezza Rice? What if Condoleezza Rice was?
Oh no, she would. Okay. They're awful. Nobody would vote for her.
No, you think no one would vote
I
for
don't
her?
Literally,
I don't think she
someone
would
more
make it.
intelligent and
Oh
well-spoken
yes,
than
I agree.
Kamala Harris. Like,
I
why would we?
like circles
So
around
I-
Kamala Harris.
No, I agree with you. But I think that anybody that has been mentioned is far more intelligent than Trump. I'm in Europe right now, and it is people are like countries that I would never expect are like moving closer.
Where in Europe
to
are you?
China. Central Europe.
Central Europe. Okay. Oh, okay. But I mean, do you realize that like these are countries? We can look at Spain. We can look at other countries where they have leaders that are just so self-hating and.
I'm not in Spain.
Disgusting.
I'm not in Spain.
You said Central Europe. Yeah, you said Central Europe, which is obviously not Spain. But I mean,
But I traveled to a couple of countries, and the sentiment is like always like. But at what point are people going to think
But
that
their
he's
sentiment
just
is shitty
ready
too.
to like be retired to the pasture? Like that is the sentiment.
I think.
Okay, but these countries largely fucking suck now. I mean,
Hold on one second. These Sword wanted to get in real quick, you guys. It's been you two, so. Sword, did you want to say something or what's going on?
Yeah, I had a question to the sister. Did you say Kamala Harris is smarter than Trump?
Oh shit.
Of course. Like, why would that even be a question?
Really? How do you judge smart? How do you judge smart?
Intelligence?
Or how do you think she? How about like where you went to college? Want to start with that? Let's compare the two.
Why didn't he release his grades?
Well,
Why were his grades more classified than the documents?
his grades aren't classified, and he got through Wharton. She did not go to Wharton. She went to
had
Howard.
a daddy that
Howard
was
is
very
not
wealthy.
an Ivy League school. He went to Wharton, which is impossible to get through. And so let's compare intelligence.
Do you
She
believe
could
in
not get
nepotism?
into Penn. She
Abby,
could not go to Wharton.
Abby, do you believe in nepotism?
No, I know exactly where you're going. However, you tried to get through Wharton. You didn't. Okay? It's a very hard school. I repeat, it's a very hard school. He got through it. She did not. Now you're going to say she's more intelligent. He went to a better school, and he got through it. Sorry, Sword, to take. But like you can't compare. It's like having Vance when he had his debate and he went to Yale Law and he got him with this moron that was a coach.
Well,
Let me just give you one.
You're gonna say that
side by side
telephone
to the other VP was smarter than Trump's VP.
Okay,
conference
on the
call?
national debate stage when we saw Trump versus Kamala.
Clown World.
No, he said they're eating the dogs.
He gave out 60 million.
Floor with her. What do you think, Sword?
What?
When you said he said that they're eating the dogs, there was actually video. The lady ate the dog.
Did you attend the Hood 6,000 plus conference call? He gave out 60 million till
I don't
16.
even know what to do with this. I feel like you're so stupid. There's nothing I can say that's going to convince you that that was actually just like a fake story that somebody put on Facebook and that was later like reposted, and then Elon posted it, and then Laura Loomer, who met with Trump and had whatever relationship she had with him,
What do you alluding there? She's
mentioned it.
You just alluded to something. What do you mean relationship shit? I'm gonna catch everything you say when you say bullshit.
Well, I'm just
bullshit.
I'm sorry, but
she
there's
was the
a
one that
reason
wrote
that word
she wrote in
salad.
the plane.
Yeah, she thinks
was
word
the thing.
salad is more intelligent.
There's a reason that
I think there's a difference between intelligence and being able to and being in communication. Intelligence and communication don't always go hand in hand, which is why, like, if you look at encryption experts, many of them are autistic. So, you know.
She struggled in every unscripted setting. Every interview that she did, she struggled. I'm sorry, but at some point, oh yeah, I'm sorry, but at some point, in an unscripted setting, there would need to be proof of her ability to answer a question. Like her meandering and her word salad were I don't even know how this is up for debate. This woman came off as a complete and total blowjob, dick sucking retard. I mean, there was nothing eloquent or educated or intelligent about her whatsoever. She never gave off that premise. The only time that she did well is when she locked herself in a fucking padded room for 3 days to prepare for a debate. It was completely scripted because her best friend handed it to her. I mean, that's the only time she performed well throughout the entire time that she campaigned.
She fraudulently said she was a trial lawyer when she wasn't. I mean, we can go through what she claimed that she had in her career.
No, I don't want to defend her because honestly, she wouldn't have been the candidate had Joe Biden not run in the first place to be on the ticket. If he would have stepped down before, there would have been a primary and there would have been a much smoother path to identifying the best person. Do I think she was the best person? Absolutely not. Did I know Trump definitely wasn't the right person? Absolutely. So for me, it was the choice between the lesser of two bads and one who I knew to be completely off the cuffs, not have a plan, to make decisions very impulsively, and to do things that just were not in the best interest of the country, even if it were the best interest for his business or his friend's business. And that's the way that he operates, which makes sense as a private business person. Somebody that you would probably want to invest a little bit in. But not if you what? No, I mean,
I want to interject.
but actually, I probably wouldn't ever invest. Yeah.
No, I really didn't get an answer to my so E, if you can, from I wanna see this from your perspective. So when you say all of the people that they mentioned are smarter than Trump, can you tell me how you see, how do you rank and file whatever it is you use for your criteria? How do you see this and come to the conclusion? And you can just pick a candidate. It doesn't matter who it is. Kind of walk me through how you think about this.
Yeah, I can do that very easily. We have individuals that are politically savvy, that understand the history of our relationships with certain allies, that also understand key long-term initiatives that the U.S. has already invested quite a bit in. So, for example, when it came to the immigration issue, the idea of dealing with the root cause for the immigration was something that had been top of mind, and so there were key strategic investments that had been made. Also, for example, I honestly, and please take this with a grain of salt if you want to, but if you were to give Trump a basic civics exam of how does the government function, I don't think he would have passed it. I also don't think Elon Musk would have passed it.
It's critical in the truth on your credit scores and what they mean. Most people don't.
USAID.
The last number that we got from ICE on the total number of deportations was December 2024, when Joe Biden was still the president. That is until the middle of April 2026, last month. And we got the total number of deportations for fiscal year 2025. Would you like to know what it was? The total number of deportations for fiscal year 2025 was 442,000. Now, a few things about that number. In the first place, let's remember we were promised 1 million deportations per year. That was the goal. Joe Biden allowed 10 million illegal aliens in 4 years. If we even wanted to return all of those people in Trump's term and just get us back to where we were in 2020, you would need to remove 2.5 million per year. The goal was 1 million per year. What the administration actually recorded was 442,000. Now here's where it gets interesting. They actually gave us a completely different figure in their press release at the end of 2025. In December 2025, the administration told us it was 600,000. And you might remember this. There was this triumphant celebration at the end of the year. They said the first year of the Trump administration, and we succeeded, mission accomplished. We deported 600,000 people.
You have a gross.
So which
I
is
mean,
it?
for the
According
tag
to
of
the press
maybe
office of
budget
DHS,
of
at the end of last
USAID
year, it was
actually
over
did any
600,000.
good.
According
Let's
to
talk.
ICE's official statistics in April, it's about 440,000. So what accounts for the disparity? Well, in December 25, the New York Times actually broke down those figures, and they told us, no, realistically, it was about 230,000 deportations, and the rest were arrests. The discrepancy between the 230,000 deportations and the 600,000 number that the administration gave is that they arrested maybe 300,000 additional people. So how many actually were taken back to their country of origin? Well, really only about 230,000. The rest are people that have been apprehended. And on apprehensions, not everybody that gets arrested is even detained. So they may have arrested 400,000, 300,000 additional people. Many of them get turned away. Many of them are picked up and they're detained for a little while, and then they let them go. And many of them are detained and they're still in detention, and many of them they're in the process of adjudicating their claim with immigration. But probably the vast majority of them, they just let them go because they don't have the infrastructure for this. There was a famous example in California, I believe, where a bunch of anti-ICE activists actually stormed and broke into a detention center, and they found that it was empty.
You guys just are misunderstanding things.
They recorded something like 200,000 deportations, real removals in December. In April, they tell us it's something like 440,000. So there's still a discrepancy. It's not 600,000. Well, is it 230,000 or is it 440,000? Well, today we finally have learned why we have this discrepancy. And this is really going to blow you away. I mean, this is really bad. This is really something. Is it 442,000 deportations?
That's what we kind of talking about.
The answer is no.
So it's one thing to say,
Because
well, I'm
if
an
you
ally,
actually go on the DHS
but also the
website
company you
and
keep,
you look at their official report, if you look at the data
because
set,
we don't have that luxury
they've
to say,
done
oh, well,
a little statistical trick to inflate the numbers. We're not sure exactly by how much. That's actually the purpose of this little trick. What Tom Homan came out today and said is that the administration is now combining the number of interior removals and returns at the border. And I'll tell you what that means in a moment, but this is a story. This is from Axios. It says, quote, the White House plans to start counting people who were quickly removed after crossing the border in its deportation statistics. Republicans fumed that former President Obama was cooking the books when he used the same playbook to tout record deportations during his administration. White House border czar Tom Homan told the Washington Examiner on Wednesday that Trump will count deportations by combining work from ICE in the country's interior with Customs and Border Protection's quicker returns of people crossing at the border. ICE data released in April showed the agency deported 442,000 people in fiscal year 2025. So what does this mean? Well, during the administration of Barack Obama, you had two categories of what counts as a deportation: removals and returns. An interior removal is when ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, goes to, let's say, a Home Depot parking lot in Chicago, Illinois, or they go to a farm in Iowa, they go to a meat processing plant in Nebraska, and ICE will go there. They will find some illegal alien who has no papers, no citizenship, no residency. They will apprehend that person, detain that person, and remove that person from the country. That is one kind of deportation. That is an interior removal. And when we think of deportations, obviously that is what we're thinking. What is catch and release at the border? It's when an illegal alien shows up at the border, we catch them, detain them, and then we release them into the interior of the country. And then we lose track of them. And you've got millions and millions of illegal aliens that have either jumped the border, or they're a catch and release, or they overstayed a visa, they slipped in between the cracks, whatever, and now we have these millions and millions and millions of people living inside our borders, inside the interior, inside every major city, and they've got no residency, no citizenship, no paperwork.
Amazon Global Logistics, we've been able to spend less time worrying about logistics and more time focusing on our products. It allows us to just sort of ship things as they're made from where they're made. And so that saves us a ton of time and saves us money. Amazon Global Logistics is the way to do it.
And kicked out. That's an interior removal. But there's another category that is classified under DHS and their statistics as a deportation. It is called a border return. And a return is when an illegal alien, which in this case would actually really just be a foreign national, let's say you live in Guatemala, you live in Honduras, you make the journey up through Mexico, you arrive at our southern border, and at that point you're a foreign national, you're a citizen of Guatemala, you're a citizen of Honduras. You emigrated. You surrender at a port of entry at the U.S. border. Border Patrol, rather than ICE, will pick you up and turn you away. You show up, either you're caught jumping the fence, or you surrender at a port of entry. Either way, Border Patrol apprehends you, and they send you back to where you came from. They pick you up and they say, nope, you gotta go. And this happens immediately. A border jumper will arrive at the border, Border Patrol picks them up and sends them back. Get out. Interior removal, return at the border. One is enforced by ICE inside the interior and really is a deportation. The other is enforced by Border Patrol and it happens at the border. And we would just call that border enforcement. That's just having a border. Well, under the Obama administration, they just combined those statistics and called all of those deportations. And what started to happen is that as the Obama administration went on, they removed fewer and fewer people and they returned more and more. So the number of deportations remained relatively constant. They actually called Obama the deporter-in-chief. He got a lot of credit for being relatively conservative on the border, but that's because they were cooking the books. Obama had a very lax border policy which attracted a lot of illegal immigration, and so they were turning away a ton of people. And every person they turned away, of which there were many, they added to this category of deportations. And so on paper, it said we have deportation. In reality, they weren't removing anybody from the country. We just had a very bad problem at the border. And many people were getting in, and many people were being turned away at the same time. Now, as this article says, under the Obama administration, and even now, many Republicans would say, you're cooking the books. You're manipulating the statistics. You're deliberately creating this category error so that you can inflate the number of deportations. And that way it looks like you're a lot stronger on the border than you really are. Well, now the Trump administration, they're openly telling us they are doing the exact same thing. So think about it. In April, they tell us we have 442,000 deportations for fiscal year 2025. But that number, even according to their own website, includes removals and returns. Now, I want you to keep something in mind. There are still, under the Trump administration, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of apprehensions at the southern border every single month. So even if you conservatively say that there are 10 to 15,000 apprehensions at the southern border every single month, even though that's a 90% reduction from the Biden administration, if you just do the math, that's like 100,000 to 200,000 returns every year. If you're including those apprehensions and returns at the southern border in your deportation statistics, then you've inflated the number by 100%. If you follow. Under the Biden administration, there were 100,000, 200,000 apprehensions at the border every single month. To his credit, Trump got that down to about 7,000 at the lowest, maybe 20,000 at the highest every month. It's a drastic reduction. However, if you are including those numbers in the deportation statistics, you are significantly padding the number of deportations that you're claiming, maybe by double. So if they say there's 442,000 deportations in April, realistically, that might include 200,000 people turned away at the border and 200,000 people that were actually arrested inside the United States and removed. Which, by the way, would give credence to the original figure, which is that we might have only deported 230,000 people in the entire year. Which, if you're following, is nowhere near the 1 million that was promised. And that's not even close. That's 10% of the 2.5 million that you would need to get 10 million people out in 4 years. And they're not even hiding it. They're openly telling us, they're lying to our faces in the exact same way that the Obama administration did. Now take it further. So in 2025, we deported, let's say, 200,000 people, maybe 300,000 at the most. How about in 2026? Well, let's see. ICE has actually scaled back its enforcement operations. What the Republican Party told us throughout January, February, and March is that they're actually winding all of this down. The Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House told the entire Republican conference at the Trump Doral at their annual retreat, he said, we're not even going to use the words mass deportations anymore. That's over. Susie Wiles went to the press and said, we're recalibrating. We're not focused on that anymore. The president, Tom Homan, and the new Secretary of DHS have all said, we're not focused on deporting illegal aliens that have jobs, people that have been here 20 years. They said the only thing we're focused on now is deporting those criminal, violent illegal aliens that are convicted of crimes or that have a arrest warrant out for them. But even if you counted up every single violent, criminal, illegal alien, that's only about 1 million people. The new DHS secretary says they're no longer doing these big surge operations like they did in Minneapolis and Chicago and LA and New York. They have ICE wearing body cams. They stopped doing patrols in the streets. They stopped going into people's houses. They stopped asking people if they have citizenship. So ask yourself this. If in 2025, ICE only deported 200,000 people, 300,000 at the most, then that was under an explicit policy of mass deportations with no oversight, surges, patrols, raids, going to people's houses, all the rest of it. How are we going to get more deportations in 2026 when you don't have any of that? You no longer have a commitment from the president, chief of staff, DHS secretary, or border czar that we're even doing mass deportations. The policy, as stated by the admin, has changed. It was mass deportations. It isn't anymore. In 2025, Trump, Homan, Wiles, and Noem all said it's mass deportations. To that end, they said, we're coming into Chicago. And what are we doing in Chicago? Patrols. We're looking for people in Pilsen. We're looking for people in Little Village. And we're going to go into their houses. And we're going to ask them if they speak English. And if they don't, we're picking them up. And we're sending them to a detention center. And we're not wearing body cams. So if we beat the fuck out of them, well, maybe that's just what has to happen. Those were the policies that got us to 300,000. In 2026, Trump, the new DHS secretary, Tom Homan, and Susie Wiles all say, no, we're giving up on that. No, we don't want mass deportations anymore. And we're not searching in the cities. No more patrols. Put your body cams on. Don't kick their asses. Don't kill the protesters anymore. Don't rile anybody up. How are you going to get more this year than you did last year? And there are some people, here's another aspect of this. Some people say, well, the Trump administration is only saying they're not doing mass deportations, but in reality, they're still carrying out those policies. Well, let me ask you this. Last year, when the administration deported 200,000 people, we saw the deportations. What do I mean by that? We saw ICE and Border Patrol everywhere. You saw them, I saw them. I remember in my Ring community app on Nextdoor, on all those community social media apps, everybody was saying all the time, watch out for ICE, watch out for Border Patrol. It was on social media. They were marching down the streets, dragging people out of their cars. In other words, it was visible, and everybody noticed. And that is why these left-wing activists were mobilized, because it was happening in their communities. It was happening in the big cities. So they got out, record them, try to interfere in them using their vehicles or try to get in the middle of these apprehensions. How are you going to deport as many people, or twice as many, 3 times as many, and nobody's going to notice? Last year, everybody noticed. So if we were deporting the same number of people, you would suspect we would notice it just as much. If we were deporting 2 or 3 times as many people, which is to say 400,000 or 600,000 people, well, how could we not see it at that point? That's an impossibility. The unignorable reality is that mass deportations did not happen last year, and they're not happening this year. And I got a newsflash for you. They are not going to happen next year. They are not going to happen in 2028. Would you like to know why?
Why?
Because what just happened in Congress? What just happened is that the Democrats, using their mere 7 seats in the Senate, shut down a funding bill for DHS. And so they defunded the TSA, the Coast Guard, all these other agencies under Homeland Security, unless the White House agreed to put all these restrictions on ICE operations, including new rules of engagement, body cameras, that they're not going to carry out the patrols, basically all the things they already stopped doing. And so, in other words, if the Democrats could prevent the normal functioning of government in order to obstruct ICE operations with a minority in the Senate, what do you think they're going to be able to do with a majority in the House and possibly a majority in the Senate? On January 5, 2027, a new Congress will be inaugurated. A new Congress will be seated. You're going to have a Democrat majority in the House. You might have a Democrat majority in the Senate. Trump administration is going to need approval on all these new spending bills, all these new omnibus bills. They're going to need appropriations to fund their military, all their other priorities. I'm once again going to predict the future. Would you like to look into my crystal ball? What is going to happen next year? It will happen in the fall, and then it'll happen in the spring, is appropriations are going to run out. Trump will need to come to the Democrat House and say, I need my budget, I need my appropriations, I need money to fund the departments and agencies of the federal government. And you know what the House Democrat leadership is going to say?
What?
Speaker Hakeem Jeffries is going to tell the administration, we are going to defund DHS. We're going to defund ICE. We're going to include all these stipulations that hamstring ICE operations. And if Republicans in the Senate don't agree to pass it, if you don't agree to sign on to the legislation, well, then we're going to defund the government. And there might be a government shutdown over this.
Oh no.
And in the end, the White House is going to walk away. They're going to agree to all these stipulations. And why are the Republicans going to be into that? I'm going to tell you why. Because the Democrats will be doing the Republicans a favor. Republicans do not want mass deportations for two reasons. If you have millions and millions of illegal aliens being deported, then you're going to have a massive increase in labor costs. You're going to have a big depression in demand, in aggregate demand. Let's say you deport 3 million illegal aliens. You know what illegal aliens do? They buy stuff. They buy cars. They buy fuel. They buy food. They take vacations. They buy everything that everybody else buys. They have Netflix subscriptions. They buy stuff. They have demand for housing and rental units. If you deport 3 million people, that's 3 million fewer consumers.
It's a lot of business.
And so you have less demand.
They're not doing it.
But those illegal aliens also have jobs, and they do them for cheap, and they do them under the table. They do all the landscaping. They are the maids. They do all of the trade work. So they are the electricians, they are the carpenters, they are the painters. And by the way, that is kind of what supports the entire economy. The municipal and local governments, they need contractors, they need inspectors, they need these kinds of people. Every business, every private sector, commercial business and government, they're hiring landscapers, they're hiring maids and cleaners and janitors. Where are they going to find all these replacements? Well, they're going to need to pay Americans a living wage. And they're going to need to provide health care. And they're going to need to comply with OSHA. And they're going to need to pay payroll taxes and all the rest of it. So what is this going to do? Well, it's going to eat into profits, and it's going to eat into aggregate demand. It's going to eat into consumer spending. And what all this points to is a slowdown in economic growth. Lack of profits for investment, lack of consumption, which is growth. That's how GDP is calculated. So Wall Street does not want mass deportations because they don't want to pay a labor force more. The municipal government doesn't want to pay more for I mean, they need these people. The banks, the asset managers, anybody that owns any kind of appreciating assets in this country, they don't want to see that happen. Anybody that owns real estate, any landlord, they don't want to see a depression in the demand for rental units. So the Republicans, at the behest of Wall Street and agriculture and the Chamber of Commerce and the rest of them, they don't want to get rid of all these consumers and producers. Simultaneously, if the Trump administration is deporting all these Hispanics, that is going to crater their support with Latino voters in the 2028 election. And they know that. That's why they're telling Republicans don't talk about deportations, because they're underwater with Hispanic males, and they know that's going to be a big problem for them even in 2026. So if you're looking into the crystal ball, you didn't get deportations last year. You're not getting them this year. And if you think that all we need to do is vote for them one more time, and then we're going to surely get them next year, or in 2028, let me just spoil it for you. You're not going to get them next year, or the year after that either. There is zero chance you're going to get them in the next 2 years if you didn't get them in the first 2 years. But this is how they keep people hooked. Don't you see it? In 2024, Trump said mass deportations. And do you remember every Republican told us the only overriding reason we must vote for Trump is for those mass deportations? They said, if for no other reason, you must vote for Trump because
Barbara's check engine light is on, but a friendly AutoZoner runs a free Fix Finder scan and refers her to a local shop.
You're handing them wins for the team that's entire platform is Israel's goals for the U.S. You're being duped by God, possibly even bamboozled. It's fucking absurd, man.
He's going to send them back. And
And so they branded everybody that didn't support Trump as a traitor to the immigration restriction agenda.
Trump, man.
They said, look, immigration, that's all that matters. Israel, don't care. Iran, don't care. Miriam Adelson and Tim Mellon and Elon Musk and H-1Bs and Little Tech don't care. Trump said staple green diplomas, doesn't matter. They said immigration. They said you must vote for Trump because immigration's the most important issue. Trump is going to deport millions of illegals. And so that's I can overlook everything else because of that. And what happened? Well, in the first few weeks, the deportations were not going on. So what did we hear? Well, the Trump defenders said, give them 6 months. They don't have the money. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the infrastructure. Remember? When Trump got in February, March, April, May, there were no deportations.
You know, think about this. You know what sanctuary cities, you know what that is? That's a big billboard saying, hey, illegals, come here. Patronize our businesses. Buy our shit. Work in our stores. Work in our fucking daycares. Spend your money here. Sanctuary cities aren't about empathy and giving sanctuary to foreigners and people that are down on their luck. It's literally about raping them as consumers. That's America. It's like they're fighting.
All right. Well, people gotta buy shit, right? Because people like stuff. Isn't that right? People like stuff.
It's incredible.
People want to buy
These
stuff.
fucking immigrants are
I like
so
stuff.
stupid. They just
Therefore, I know
waltz right
other
in there
people
thinking
like
that
stuff.
They're being welcomed to heaven or something. Like, bro, they're fucking tricking you into going to hell, bro. Are you fucking retarded? You should have never left your country.
And people said, hey, so what's going on? When does the golden age begin?
It sucks to live in downtown Chicago in a roach motel, but it was. What do you got to do? You got to survive.
It's only been 3 months. Well, you got to be fair. They have to fix DHS. They don't have the funding. They don't have the personnel. The personnel do not have the proper training. They don't have the detention space. So what did they do? They pushed this one big beautiful bill. Remember? They pushed this monstrosity of a bill. It's going to add trillions to the deficit in the next 5 years. What this was really about was making the corporate tax cut permanent. A moratorium on AI regulation, among other things, but the big thing was cutting the corporate tax rate permanently. Immigration restriction. And what they threw into this big beautiful bill was $90 billion for ICE. Israel don't care. Iran, and so don't care. At that time they were.
eBay online shopping and selling.
Here's your bill. You won the election. 6 months later, here's your bill. They don't have the money. Well, June, July, August, September, October, November goes by. Still no deportations. People say, so what gives? March, April, May. Well, they told us, it's going to take 6 months for the money to kick in.
You know what sanctuary cities?
It's actually going to take months for the money in the big beautiful bill to actually kick in at DHS. And then we got to hire the ICE agents. We got to buy the detention facilities. We got to train the ICE agents. You go, okay.
Sanctuary cities aren't about empathy.
Well, the 6 months have gone by. It's December, January.
Ribono Shalom!
if she's mentioning he's bad, then.
Okay, so.
That's
So
just no
this-
Abby.
Okay, she's not. So the candidate, as you're talking about calling out what's wrong in your party, the candidate who is running for the United States Congress in your state, in San Antonio, has called to take the Jewish people in the United States and put them in concentration camps. Are you familiar with that at all? Have you seen that in the press?
I haven't, but I will tell you, I will look it up. I'm not a kind of person that's like, oh, no, I won't look it up.
Okay,
No,
I will look it up. Just easy Google. Easy Google. Take a look at the candidate.
Abby's so fucking lazy. She's gonna make a claim and can't even post the link. What a bitch.
Okay, from San Antonio, and that candidate's comments, and then tell me if the Democrat Party has an obligation to call out its rot and its problems.
Yeah, I'm not talking about individuals.
No, I was asking
talking
Ashley.
about policy.
No, I know you are, Alan, but
Yeah.
she was talking specifically
I'm
about.
not talking to you. I'm talking to
Alan, you the one that interrupted them.
I thought she was done. She doesn't know who that candidate
Well,
is.
so she's gonna look it up, and then she's gonna tell us whether that should get called out by your book.
I know, and while she's looking it up, I'm talking policy. The Democrats have a policy. They elect our teen judges who let out people early. That's their policy. Like the man in my picture who then turns around and murders people, pushed an old man downstairs and killed him. And he went to seek psychological counseling, so he's going to get off by saying he was mentally unfit, like the same guy who stabbed the Ukrainian woman in the subway. That's the new scam now that's going around. We attack somebody, but non-lethally. We go to a mental institution. Then a few weeks later, we turn around and kill somebody, and we get to get
I get that,
because
right?
we said that. That's a policy of the Democratic Party that is indefensible. I'm not talking about good people and bad people on both sides.
Just getting people
Yeah,
killed.
we know that. It's a policy that the Democrats have wrapped their lips around.
Yeah.
They're sucking the dick of that policy. They're not letting it go, and they
getting
won't
people killed.
let it go. Trust me, they can't let it go.
That's true, bro.
Not all Democrats rolling with this, brother. That's not fair. That's not
It is absolutely fair. That is what the party endorses. And if you don't know that, then you haven't reached.
I have to ask Marshall a question. Marshall, are you there by any chance? Marshall. He might be with his eating his noodles. I just gotta ask him this question when he gets back, but
What's up, man? No, you can't stop eating that soup.
is there okay, I can ask Ashton actually. Well actually that wouldn't work with Ashton.
What's up, man? How are you?
Okay, how are you doing?
Doing well.
I wanna jump in at this point. Well, you know what? I'm gonna ask my question to the stage.
Ashton Maureen Belinda. Okay, that's the name. Just Google.
Yes, you're not. Does anybody believe that the Democrat Party does not want MAGA completely removed? That's my question. Is there anybody here that doesn't believe that they would want, not by killing them? Okay, we can just hide that for a second. But they want us to never have power. But they would probably go the way we think we. The Joe's thinking a little bit. Because we have evidence in the Jumbotron. I mean, they just don't like us. So, is there anybody here that disagrees with that or no? Ashton,
Ashton, what do you think? I actually disagree.
The MAGA can be pretty mean. Some, not everybody, but I think I try to treat people how they like to be treated. When it comes to some of these folks, I do have a problem with they talk about black folks. One guy had a noose, right? Like stuff like that. It's not a joke. It's not funny to black people, right? Or seeing the Confederate flag waved in your face by somebody wearing a Donald Trump hat. Am I saying that all the people back there were carrying those flags? No. but the ones who did, you know, that disappoints me because, yeah, as a black person, that just doesn't look right. Folks, you can vote for whoever you want to. I'm not judging anybody here. If you choose to vote for the Republican Party or MAGAs or whatever you choose to circle, that's your business. I just want to be treated fairly, and a lot of times, you know, it seems like in the Republican Party currently that, you know, the way they talk down on black people and Mexicans and all that, I just don't feel like the party welcomes somebody like me. And so I just go where I feel welcome, but I do have friends and people who are Republican. I break bread with anybody, so that doesn't matter. In real life, I sit down with all kinds of people, and I want y'all to know that, man, I'm not somebody that's up in ivory tower. You know what I'm saying? I'm not somebody in an ivory tower.
Yeah, I apologize. I was talking shit out of you earlier in the comments.
Man,
Cool stuff.
I appreciate it. By the way, there's a poll, and I need to go find it. I'm sure someone here has seen it. That the left says they're 20% in favor of using political violence to get what they need. I don't know. Has anybody seen that poll? I'll go get it. And then 3% for conservatives, I guess, / MAGA. So we're not just pulling this out of our ass. There's actually, you know, the other side believes in violence to be able to get what they need. That's just what the poll says. So
Like Jamie,
all
goes up
when you break it down by age, it goes up. It's
question for you.
numbers. Wait, William was speaking. William doesn't speak much.
Yeah, I can answer your question you just answered, and I can add to what you were just saying, which is I saw that poll, and when you do by age, if you go under 30, that number jumps to like 40%. It's like amazing. It's insane. But the answer to your last question is the Democrats need you. They need to hate you. They have no policy whatsoever if they don't have anti-MAGA. They need you, right? They don't want you to go away.
MAGA wasn't around anything else. I think that Democrats, we don't necessarily need to talk about, hey, people choose to talk about negative stuff. I don't care what it is, because that sells. That's why people talk about it. I don't care what party you run or what you cooking with. People gonna talk about things that are negative because that's the American way sometimes. I'm just saying, you know, that's just what America does. And statistics shows that people are more likely to be what is negative on TV and combined with the internet, TV, and radio. People like what is negative. That is a fact. So it's not just a new thing that the Democrats or some other party brought along. Negativity floats along the way that it does, and people judge people, and they run TV ads based on that shit. Here in Texas, we got one of the most expensive races going. And John Cornyn and these folks. So I'm just telling you, people gonna shoot negative ads.
We already have that going on right here. They've already started development here. They're predicting 7,000 jobs. They just had the largest oil petroleum conferences down here, and they've basically said, hey, we're going to start with 7,000 jobs. You know what 7,000 jobs in the oil industry? Let me tell you something. Houston is not a poor city. It is a fucking rich city. Like, the number of McLarens that I see is like common to almost Toyotas. Everybody's got like fucking decked out cars. These are all high end. I stick out like a sore thumb because I drive like a 10-year-old Jeep and I really don't care, but my Jeep is still fucking cool. And it's dirty, so it's actually seen the off-road. Unlike these guys who have like $100,000 Jeeps. Like, it's just, I mean, I've seen more Bugattis, I've seen Ferraris, Lambos, Porsche, like, and I don't mean like just your average, but like really high-end cars. It looks like it reminds me of San Francisco, California, and some of those really high-end areas. And I'm like, the salaries around here are crazy. Like, there's a person that just with another company, she just got a job. She's a purchaser. All she's doing is going around pricing for fucking oil companies. She's banking $200,000, $250,000. She works from home 3 days a week. On her days at home, she works about an hour a day, and that's the extent of it. She works for Chevron, and she's making a killing. There's others that work for all these independent ones, and they're just knocking it out of the park with money. Like, shit, if you were looking for an opportunity, money, signing up for one of these oil companies, getting into that sector, and just taking what you can get tested it, played around with it a little bit, made some money, and fucking bounced. Because homes here, like even the townhouse I'm in, it's a fucking mill. Like, what are you gonna do? You can't afford to live in some of these areas unless you have it. And even in the bad areas, you're still looking at like 250 to 500K, and people are buying them. It's not like they're sitting on the market for very long.
Telling you, man, like I said, because there's a lot of upside, because I'm looking at the stock market, and most of my stocks that are up are in construction. And industrials is going up, so that means that commercial assets is going to be built, hence more jobs in the area. Motherfucker better hope Trump lying when he say $21 trillion of capital is coming in. Y'all just better hope that what he's saying is lying or doesn't come to fruition, because if there's more activity in areas that has been forgotten from the middle of America, through the situation of the Southeast, where they had textiles and manufacturing plants that was there in the 80s and the 90s before NAFTA, I don't know what y'all gonna do. Because people are not going to be mad that more jobs came to the location. They may not like, oh boy, but they're not going to say, man, this is bullshit. What the fuck?
Not if everybody's can't put money. Do you know about Bastrop right now? Do you know, like, it's a small, it's a shithole. Like, literally, I would say it's a shithole in Texas. It's becoming Elon Musk land out there. Like, they are buying whole, like, territories and creating zip codes and building homes on them. And they are like building entire societies out there. Firefly, the ones that helped navigate around the moon and just achieved all that. I know some of you flat earthers don't believe we did it. Some people don't believe we even went to space. But like, they're expanding out there. All of these major companies that are developing this stuff are coming down and expanding these areas. So like all these former oil towns, they're turning into like tech areas, and they're bringing in servers and what do you call them, data centers. I mean, I'm not really happy for it because I'm more pro-environment than that, but they're booming. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Transmission firms, like, when it comes to the stock market reflects on the situation of capital and corporate investment. When it comes to this situation here, you see more jobs in the area. You can't fake that. You can't say a situation of you're not seeing what you're seeing. Especially areas like Wilson, North Carolina, that's a predominantly black area that's getting a $2 billion plant with 5,000 direct jobs in a location that only has 20,000 people. 5,000 jobs in a location of 20,000 people being onshored and processed and approved? Come on, man. Motherfuckers is not going to argue with that. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all need to get out of your TikTok bubble and start traveling around the country like y'all was supposed to be doing and ask some of these motherfuckers questions. Because I don't go to Texas and say that you need clean energy and we need to ban oil and gas drilling. You know how crazy, even the people that vote Democrat in that state, that in the oil field, they'll never go for no shit like that. Never. Yeah, that's their bread and butter. I'm telling you, man, instead of fighting it, people need to start using AI agents to build their business and scale and streamline it and be able to make as much money possible inside of their business. Like businesses that are a single member company can use 2 to 3 robots to automate their processes, get invested, either sell products, drop shipping, trading, selling a digital product, making digital content. Because we can disagree politically, but the AI shit is not going nowhere. People are already too ingrained. People are too ingrained in it. Y'all was supposed to say fuck AI in 2022 when ChatGPT came into play.
They're negative
And
towards
Claude.
black people and all that. And then we showed you now that the National Democratic Party is supporting this kind of rhetoric and this kind of work. So does that alter your premise that, hey, maybe both these parties are fucked up?
I said at the beginning of the room, I said that, if any party, doesn't matter if it's a party I voted for, if someone's doing wrong, they have to see the door. That's what I said. And I said, you guys can make a list of the consequences, whatever that consequence you think should be. people shouldn't be allowed to be in a position, whatever that is, even at your job.
But
right?
you said Republicans specifically. Your exact words
I
were Republicans.
everybody
You feel that they're not the right party because of the way they talk, the way they said
I
things. That's
said
your
every-
words.
Brother, I said everybody, and I'm gonna say it
You
again.
did say Republicans.
Okay, but she's editing. Are you editing what you said?
I said if everyone is doing wrong, I say whether it's a party I voted for or a party that I didn't, they have to see the door, whatever those consequences
Correct,
are.
but you said
cannot.
you also said that you chewed that you feel Republicans have been racist towards black people and that they make these comments. So you feel that they're not the right party for you. And you said, well, I have friends that are Republicans.
If you
And so
want to
I'm
go
not
there,
going to say
what do you
anything.
call
Those are your
that?
words.
What do you call that when they strip away the rights of people? What's the what is the courts there run by Republicans? You see, so a lot of people in this country that feel like their rights are being stripped away, they're speaking out about it. And it has been a lot of Democrats speaking about that, you know, because it's not good to see the Voting Rights Act messed with in any way, shape, or form. I'm just telling you, brother, I don't care who you vote for, right? Because I'm going to sit up here and eat
I understand. I'm just asking you now the Democrats are courting such people that want to do the same things that you're claiming that Republicans are doing.
No, they're not supporting this. They've spoken out against this.
Really? Because they just nominated.
Schumer endorsed this.
They just nominated those guys. So they'll learn.
Schumer
the
just
facts.
endorsed them. Isn't
Nominate
Schumer
those guys.
the
Schumer's leadership fund is funding this guy.
Othello? I'll put it in the chat. Schumer endorsed Plattner. What are you talking about?
Can we have some moderation on Othello? Hold on, can we have some moderation on
Gaslighting as usual.
Yeah, King Naveen wasn't finished talking, and he's just shouting down the meeting right now. Listen, hold on. This is what happened when Othello gets in his emotions and feelings. You know, he shout down Naveen.
We need some moderation.
Can Naveen finish, please?
He's lying.
King, go ahead. Othello, you can follow King after him. Don't worry about that.
All right, so the Democratic Party endorsed Plattner. Okay, he's the candidate. Their funding is going towards it. It's a fact. Okay, you can look it up. You can see who the candidate is in Maine for U.S. Senate. That's done. Abby mentioned someone who I didn't know about at San Antonio. Pretty sure the National Party is supporting that person, and their funding to get the House is supporting that person. Therefore, they're not willing to say, hey, I'm going to kick you out because of the way you're talking. Hey, I'm not willing. They said, hey, you're the nominee. All right, you know what? We want to win so badly that we're willing to work with you and we're willing to adopt what you're doing and give you money to support you. But we're not going to call you out in public. We're not going to say you're bad. We're not going to do anything. We're going to campaign with you. We're going to help you. And that's why Schumer endorsed him. And Abby, if you can post those facts, then Othello can shut up. Thanks.
I put it in the chat, and it's very easy to. The national leadership is supporting Plattner. Several different leaders throughout the party and the House and the Senate have come out supporting him.
And Schumer's fundraising.
Okay, here we go.
Let's say you,
So Representative Al Green introduced a House resolution condemning the anti-Semitic and hateful remarks made by Texas Congressional District 35 candidate Maureen Galindo. Not only that, Democrats are also coming together. Democrats are also coming together to oust her. They're going to do a vote because they.
Plattner?
Even AOC.
I was talking about Maine.
We've been talking about Maine. That's where you're gaslighting.
Come out. Even AOC.
Othello, Plattner is running for the Senate in Maine. That's who I was talking about. I read the quote from Plattner.
You're jumping around.
I wasn't jumping around. I specifically read the quote about women being raped. Did anyone hear that?
This girl's not talking over me.
No,
because you're not addressing the question. You said you were going to address it. You said I was telling a lie. I talked about me.
Let's let Othello finish.
Okay, so Representative Al Green, like I said, he introduced a House resolution condemning the anti-Semitic and hateful remarks made by this woman. Okay.
Which woman?
AOC, Maureen Galindo.
Is that who I was talking about?
Yes, that's who we're talking about.
Really? Because I was talking about the Maine.
the main senator.
I'm going to get to him. She was also talking about the woman in San Antonio.
Okay, so you were answering me.
If you shut the fuck up.
Well, why don't you shut up?
No, how about you shut? You've been lying every time you get on.
So I lied. So you're saying Chuck Schumer did not. Hold on. You're saying Chuck Schumer did not endorse Plattner. I'm waiting for evidence of that.
You lie. Let me get to my conversation. Let me get to what I have to say.
Show me the lie. Tell me the lie.
Fall back. Okay, you guys said that Democrats were supporting Galindo, and they introduced House resolutions condemning.
I never said that. I said that you never called her out.
So AOC has called her out.
Hold on. We need some decorum in here. Look, to be fair, that was not the conversation at all, Othello. They were talking about
conversation.
They were talking about Graham Plattner.
She brought up both. I was going to her first, then I'm going to get on Graham. She brought up both to push her agenda. She brought up both to Ashton to push her agenda. Now you guys are trying to jump in and save it.
No, I did ask Ashton if she knew of that candidate, and I said, do you approve of something like that? I asked Ashton if Ashton approved of it. Didn't I ask you that, Ashton? I thought that was my conversation with Ashton.
The Democratic Party is condemning that. And I'm sure if this guy in Maine, okay, if he said anything that would disparage any group,
Democrats rape victims
would do the same thing.
They're not. They're supporting them. Rape victims.
Like, you don't know the Democratic Party has been extremely the opposite of what you just said, really?
Listen. All I know is put up or shut up. Look what they did to the girl in San Antonio.
Be a man, not a child, you fucking bitch.
Okay? And then the same thing will go for this guy in Maine.
The opposite is happening for the guy in Maine.
They're trying to get everybody spooked out about this, talking about Democrats.
Quick Google search.
That's not true.
Graham Plattner was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Ruben Gallego, Martin Sandrich, U.S. Representative Ro Khanna.
See, you're very shallow. All somebody has to do is to go look at the actual facts, and you'll see right through what.
So you're saying Chuck Schumer did not endorse Graham Plattner?
Everything that King says is to push a certain agenda.
So I'm asking you, no, let's have a conversation. Can you provide me evidence?
Yes,
Chuck Schumer, hold on, no, post in the chat, because Abby posted in the chat Chuck Schumer's endorsement. Do you agree that Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate?
Research. I have to see what Abby posted. See, you're trying to push an agenda and
so evidence was posted. You didn't even look at it, and you're saying we're wrong.
But you want them to believe. But you've been
Google it yourself, then. Don't fucking come over here and lie like that, bro. That's so petty and bullshit. What you doing, Othello? Google it.
You know what I'm saying?
This is kind of an indictment on what I was saying earlier. It's pretty clear. We know that one of the issues in the DNC autopsy is that they let the Palestine-Israel argument get away on them, and they didn't really take a strong enough position one way or the other. They were playing both sides of the fence. Their own autopsy says this stuff. So we know they allow some of this rhetoric on the left. We've lived it over the last 5 years, Othello, so don't try and say our intelligence.
No, you're a bad faith actor.
Yeah, Israel's also.
And if anybody did a little research.
Ding, ding, ding! Bad faith actor projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Bad faith actor projection alert.
I can see right through it.
Othello, my point was, I read Graham Plattner's comments.
He said in San Antonio.
I said two things. If you didn't hear, because you came in late to the room, but I specifically said that one of the problems, and they had this in the autopsy, is the difficulty for the Democrats to call out their bad actors. That the Republicans, when they have their bad actors, the Tucker Carlsons or the pundits like Candace Owens, or people within the party like Matt Gaetz or Marjorie Taylor Greene or the extremists, they are calling them out. They're trying to weed out the bad. They're doing their best not to endorse them, and to remove them
No,
from
so what about Thomas Macy then?
And Macy's out.
Massey, whatever.
Massey is out. I personally put money on that race, okay, and invested in the person running against him. The Republicans go hardcore on getting rid of their bad actors. They try. The problem with the Democrat Party, and this isn't the autopsy, is they don't rid themselves of the rot and the bad actors. I am thrilled, Othello, that AOC and others are now calling out this horrific person running for Congress in San Antonio. But at the same time, they have a Senate candidate running in Maine that has mocked rape and sexual assault victims and has a Nazi tattoo on his fucking chest.
Or Israel?
Just to be clear.
Who is this person speaking?
But listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Skywalker, let me land. The point I was making before all of you came in the room, and what the autopsy is showing is the party would serve itself well by weeding out its bad actors. Just as the Republican Party is seeing how it has to weed out its own bad actors, and they're doing it. That was the point I was making. That was it. Now you can finish.
Who's the Republican elected leader that is trying to weed out the bad podcasters and the bad members? What is his name?
The people within the Republican Party, people like Cruz are calling out Carlson, they're calling out Candace Owens. From the pundit standpoint, they're also trying to get rid of those members. People like gay. I'm going to come up with some names right now. If you'd like, I'll get a more comprehensive
the main
list.
guy driving all this routing out of all these people and getting them out?
Within the Republican Party,
The main person.
it's Trump.
Just wait a minute. The racist orange man is the one ttrying to weed out these people.
Who wanted Massey gone? Trump wanted Massey gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how can this racist get rid of other race? Like, that's crazy. What is he going to be the only one?
Marjorie Taylor Greene gone.
And by the way, Othello, just for your reference, I put on the Jumbotron, and this is Washington Post, who hates Republicans, and in it mentions that Chuck Schumer endorsed Blatner. Can't wait for you to say that you have evidence that Washington Post is wrong.
Listen. Can I speak? Okay.
Well, you said I lied, so I just proved
Let me just say this one thing. I'm just a guest real quick. I just want to say this one thing, bro.
We see what Graham Plattner has said on Reddit years ago, and he deleted it. And who knows if he still feels that way. We've also heard Trump say, grab him by the pussy. So if we're talking about celebrating rape, celebrating sexual assault, we have this man.
Nazi symbols.
Hold on. We have his voice. We have phone records of Trump glorifying sexual assault on women, and he's the president.
Already glorified.
Listen. I'm going to do my due diligence on this Graham Platter. I'm already seeing Tim Scott, and a lot of people are saying that he should, we should denounce
Tim Scott, the Democrat, you're right.
Okay. I'm already seeing people come out and speak out against that.
Click the link up top, by the way.
But when I hear people do that, but then they're MAGA, and they literally heard Trump's voice say, "Grab women by the pussy," right?
You gotta let that slide, bro.
You're comparing that comment to what he said about rape victims?
Let's give him credit. He's right. And Abby, he's right. Trump made some horrendous comments like that, and the fact that Trump was openly wearing Nazi symbols and stuff, and getting tattoos is incredible.
Okay, let's get Skywalker in. Or he moved down, I don't know. Is he still there? Okay, Skywalker, come on in. You got it.
Everybody doing, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going in polar opposite directions. Both of these parties work together behind closed. You guys know it.
Thank
Been
you,
doing
bro.
security for a long time, and they got you guys fooled. You guys are up here arguing about stuff that you see in the printed. That's what they want you to see. Behind closed doors, these people eat together, golf together, make laws together, make decisions. All of these decisions are not made on these legislations and all these bills being passed.
They're made in San Francisco. If anybody know anything about that, then they know about them people that go out there and party and make all those decisions before they even touch a plate. But the bottom line is this: when we sit up here and we draw these division lines of what each party does, it lowers our IQ in helping the young. We're being disingenuous to the people that we're supposed to be teaching, which are the young people, not just your kids, just the people around you, so they can have some self-awareness of what the hell is going on. We got a war going on, and people are talking about Democratic and Republican parties. This war is not even a war that we signed up for. This is a war that Israel is commanding us to do because of all the favors they do for us.
Commanding us to do. A little country is commanding. Let's see, country of 9 million people is commanding a country of 330 million people.
I'm not here to argue over with you.
Well, I'm here to argue that point because that's bullshit.
Until I'm done.
Well, it's bullshit.
Yeah, what you're saying is pre-Trump.
Right, and Trump is doing what he wanted to do.
That's all pre-Trump.
It's all Trump. Trump is doing what he wanted to do.
It's pre-Trump. Bohemian Grove.
If this is true, then we're expecting raids and raids and arrests in Chicago. Prove it. Including 10 Chicago hospitals that committed billions in frauds. When will you be arresting Fauci and Bill Gates for
we're
fraud?
trying to get somewhere, when we leave out the young and we just be all big-headed, because everybody to me sounds like they got good ideas. That's the thing. No, I'm just saying, it seems like everybody here got a good head on their shoulders and everybody want to be heard. My thing is this though. We can agree to disagree. At the end of the day, the common goal is that we want all of our families and all of our young ones to be better than us, because we have to eventually leave this to them. When we're done arguing, we have to come up with a solution. At the end of the day, if we haven't argued ourselves to death, and say, what's the best solution for mankind? Not just this color, that color, this Democrat, this Republican. What's the solution for mankind?
Probably reading books and stop using TikTok. I'd start there. Try the library. The library would be a good place to start.
I have a response to Skywalker's point.
The library.
Yeah, land soon. We like to push back and forth.
All right, I see. All I'm saying is over you. I see. But at the end of the day, I'm just giving my viewpoint on how I feel we should think as a people, not just a Democratic and Republican Party. Go ahead.
So just that what our debate really is about is arguing over convincing the young skulls full of mush in which their perspective or their worldview should be based on. I get it. I wish it was, in a sense, more virtuous and not this left and right party politics. But come on, throughout our entire life, through your life, when you were young, you've always heard it, and that's still what's going on today. It's been like that for hundreds of years. So we are debating and arguing and trying to convince the new voters and the young voters. It's just maybe you wish it was done in a more virtuous, neutral manner, right?
No, I just want us to break the cycle and grow up. We're adults. We have to lead by example. We have to, when kids see us arguing like this and cussing each other out, it doesn't show leadership.
Welcome to politics, Skywalker.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm
going to tell you that.
But you can feel how you want to feel because you have your own opinion.
Skywalker, that's an admirable goal. I do think it's just wishful thinking, but we can start changing minds. I mean, start with people around you. That's a very admirable goal.
No, start with yourself. Like Michael said, start with just look in the mirror.
Yeah, that's projection. Maybe you should do something with yourself. Go to the library. Run for politics. Do anything other than come in the clubhouse to complain. Oh, I'm gonna get it. Oh, I got it. They got me.
Othello, are you still here?
Shit, they got me.
All of his other quotes in
You're
the
gonna
chat
get it.
are very entertaining. You might find what he says about black people interesting as well. And what he says about police officers. This is someone who will be a U.S. senator.
Yes.
And those quotes come from the, you know what Emily's List is? Emily's List pulled all the research together with the warning. So I put all of that in the chat to give you evidence. this guy and make.
I'm putting that out and killing everybody next.
And this is what we got running
And I see, and
Senate
what
seat.
we're talking about.
Senate seat in Maine. Yes, and you have leadership of the Democratic Party. That was the point, and you weren't in the room earlier, that when they were reading the autopsy, when they're looking at the issues in the party, it's an issue in the party. You've got to call out your bad actors.
See, here's the problem, though.
And we did in San Antonio.
Yes, absolutely, you're right, Othello. In San Antonio, they're patching.
Yeah, Joe King didn't want to hear that.
Both parties were on Epstein Island.
I don't know what that is. That's what we're talking
Well, I mean,
about.
it means if he calls out the right, will you call out the left?
Well,
Or whatever side you're on? If you're on the
I
right,
just
you call out
did.
the right.
Would you like me to
So
call
would you
out
say
Matt
both
Gates
sides?
and Marjorie Taylor Greene, like in a heartbeat? No problem. I'll call them all out. And that's what they're doing within the party. If you
No, I
listen
get what you're going.
to
I get what
you,
you're going.
yeah, I mean, that's what you have to.
You saying hold your company accountable. She's saying hold your
Absolutely right. And Thomas Massey, by all means.
Against Trump.
I wrote my own check to the guy who ran against him because that's how much I believe that you've got to call it out. You have to support people that are running against the bad actors.
Yeah,
You should
because if
put
they
your money where your mouth is.
if they get elected, we can't say nothing about what they do.
Let me pose this question.
If they
Likewise,
really get elected, then we can't say anything about the
Likewise, let me pose this question. Likewise, should black men be called out for calling other black men coons when they are advocating for right-wing conservative ideas?
You shouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, why are we talking about black? That's a very good question.
It all changes.
Worry about your own race and let us worry about our race.
Yeah, it's race conformity
If
is
you're
what
not
it
gonna come
is.
to the
No, Joe, you're wrong, brother. I hear you, but you're wrong.
It's all about conforming other black men to brainwashing. It's race conformity.
No, but Joe,
Yeah,
I think you
I
just
think
gave
you're
an
wrong.
example of there's nothing you need to get
See how
involved.
you move that goalpost?
Yeah.
How I related it to what y'all were talking
No, the thing is, you did it. The thing is, you did it, brother. Like, name the policy.
You moved it to race.
Why do you call black men coons like
I
that?
don't call black
Yeah,
men anything.
what if he doesn't?
What the fuck?
We are saying
Fucking goofy.
why are they doing that? Not just you.
Bro, if black men call other black men coons, what the fuck are you worried about
Yeah,
that?
that's a human.
Yeah, because we believe that everybody's equal. We're all the same.
Yeah, alright, okay, yeah, I mean, I get that, but
Maybe
like,
you
really?
don't. I don't know.
No, I do, but the thing is, it's like, do you worry about everything in the world?
think was you don't need to worry about that.
But you
Let
sound
us
worried,
put
I'm
it
not
on
worried.
this stage overnight.
I'm not. Look, you told me that. You
I
said
mean, bro,
not to
you
worry
brought it
about
up, no?
Yes, I did. It was in
That's what I'm saying, why are you wondering that?
But you only brought it up because you felt offended to something someone else said.
Do you,
But the bottom line is-
hold on, Joe. Do you call out your community about its addiction to child
No, but
porn?
even fuck that, like,
But we don't bring it up though.
Wow.
We don't say
Okay. Wow, Othello.
Really, do you have to sit down with other white men and say, why are we bleeding? And when it comes to arrests according to child porn, we need to do something about this. Do you do that?
nah, that was weak.
What? So here's the thing.
We just had an issue with a bunch of kids who got arrested for it, juveniles on child porn.
Isn't the point of calling another person a coon of your own race like a form of like support superiority? Who's off mic, Dr. J?
Oh, I was gonna go, but yeah.
Isn't that the whole point? Is to kind of show that you're superior to that person? That's like, isn't that a form of racism? That's the whole point of racism, right?
You mean calling a black guy a coon?
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not black.
Because you're saying that you're superior in your thinking, your thought, and everything that you do over that particular person. It's a kind of a form of racism in a way. No?
They don't think about it that deep when a black guy calls a black guy a coon.
This is a weird angle, man. I wouldn't follow this.
Why though?
I wouldn't follow this.
Bro, because they got things to do.
But wait, explain why you're doing it. Why do you call someone
So I'm not doing it, right? I'm mixed. I'm not.
Not you. I'm just saying in general.
You would have to.
Gotta find out.
Okay, we'll find someone calling you. We'll find someone, but you're defending it, but you don't know why they do it.
Well, no, it's a matter of you being worried about it. It's like I'm wondering,
I know,
like,
but
because there's a lot of questions,
why
right?
you do it.
Because it doesn't relate to anything political. Like that question was so weak. It's like something social.
That was weird.
Like say something else that's more
politically related.
I mean, really relatable.
Why
It
did
is.
you
It's literally political. It's racial conformity. Othello, you were just here on this stage a few nights ago, and you said nothing when it was going on and being called towards Edward. You said
Bye
nothing.
bye.
I love Edward.
That's a good
What?
point.
I know, but you didn't say you didn't say anything when
Love.
called him a self-hating.
I love me.
Called him a self-hating.
I can only control what I control. My life. I live good. I have a home, two cars. I can only control. Yeah, I believe in that shit. I love me some Edward. I'll always speak up for Edward.
Alright, DJ, you're up.
Yeah, so, God, I haven't gotten a chance to speak, but, and I'm not disappointed. You know, this is such an interesting microcosm of society at large.
You know what you do to the piece of
An
shit who attempted to
individualistic
murder and
culture,
kill the
like,
Make the
we all
punishment fit the
have
crime.
have
Bye-bye.
contradictions. We all have biases. I think what's so interesting, because I came in the room when someone was pushing a narrative that was really insulting to the Republican Party, and as a Democrat, I was like, you know, wincing, because I'm like, yeah, see, that's an attachment to an ideology that, you know, one needs to look at closely. Like, there are so many confluences and contradictions at play in all of our minds. I don't want to speak for everybody, in most of our minds. And I'm kind of listening tonight and thinking some people are cherry picking, some people are getting defensive. I mean, I'm no angel. I don't always walk the talk, but I find it interesting how we get attached to ideas and ideologies. Like, that when we get called out, you know, we come up with a social comparison, and then we try to defend ourselves. And so, like, I really did not, like, I was really bothered when the person was calling out Republicans in a derogatory way, and I don't think the person meant it, but it was such an obvious default narrative, and it bothered me. Like, the nice thing about moving away from the is
Hey, have you ever heard Trump Republican try to sound like a Democrat just to get votes for governor?
You know, yeah, we should call out the people on the far left, and we should call out people on the far right. And maybe we should be helping them move a little more
Does this
into the
alderman have
center.
Down syndrome?
Getting so defensive about it, but sometimes they don't see it, and we have to call it out for them. So
Islamophobia in the U.S. has not gone away. Just this weekend, we saw the horrific killing of people at a San Diego mosque.
I waver back and forth, and sometimes I contradict myself like crazy.
Fucking lies.
But at the end of the day, I want to check myself, and sometimes I even change my
things that really
my perceptions of people.
You can ask the question like, okay, there's this school down the street from here, okay, and it's like bullying or whatever.
That viewpoint. And then in my tenure on Clubhouse, I'm like, wow, I really kind of like that. But a good example, I don't think he'll mind me saying this, is I was almost programmed to hate Pepe when I first met him, considering the circumstances. And now I'm probably aligned with him more than most people on the app, which is crazy to me. So I think my takeaway message is, and I'm no clinician and no expert in anything, quite frankly. Don't let I think that if we move away from getting attached to ideas or attached to things so closely, then we're able to kind of free ourselves up and say, okay, I see that contradiction. I'm going to listen to you more. Now, I don't have all the answers, and I'm not sure that works for everybody. I'm just kind of speaking from my own experience being on Clubhouse and being in these rooms, which is, I think, is so informative. If most people are so siloed, they never hear the other person's perspective, and they only watch their TV channel. So I think that this is such a great, Matt, this is probably, and Joe, and everybody, this is probably a great
He's here to say that he is mental in
opportunity
the clown world.
to
He
show
wants
why
you to abort
Clubhouse
as many
is such a
babies as
great forum
possible.
for
He wants
learning,
to rest down the phone,
even though it can be
headset, and
dramatic.
cold clown.
I'm done.
Good one, Dr. Jordan. Wow. What fucking insight.
Dr. J. Anybody else want to speak?
Abby, I have a question. Have you ever called someone a self-hating Jew?
Have I called someone? Yes, I definitely have. Yeah, it's a term that's used often.
Okay, coon for us is self-hating black man.
Well, I don't know that it's. Well, I don't know what coon is to you. I know it's self-hating Jew. We've also called people a capo. Do you know what a capo is?
What is that?
Do you ever study World War II? Do you know anything about concentration camps and about the intense
Shock and awe, son.
I'll do anything.
Shock and awe, son.
I'll do anything.
Woke up this morning, called
In the name of Jesus.
genius and anxiety. It's about, and it's not suggesting that all Jewish people are geniuses or that all are anxious, but this passage I shared last night that I was reading while walking on the treadmill talks about a spectrum of self-hating Jewish perspectivism, beginning with like a Karl Marx, self-loathing, hating the Jewish community as a Jew, then talking about Mendelssohn, Felix Mendelssohn, and different variants, right? And this would probably, it probably doesn't manifest in Christianity as a majority religion, if you will, or even Islam was such as well, maybe Islam, but in a marginalized population, there's variants.
Epictetus was born a slave in ancient Rome. His master beat him.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. History, I don't mean experiential, but historical knowledge is that we must be politically motivated for survival, right? I think that that's the way to look at all of these inner conflicts. Survival. You found my chance.
I'm so disappointed in you.
All of self-hating Jews in
Imagine a world where
Jewish culture. Let me finish because
Initially, mathematics, I found it difficult to maintain friendships. Since human emotions are often puzzling to stop, eventually, I developed a program enabled me to predict human emotional responses to specific actions. And I learned something. Yes. Initially, mathematics, I found it difficult to maintain friendships. Since human emotions are often puzzling to stop, eventually,
reframe their viewpoints. Like sometimes my viewpoints, that they hear, has absolutely nothing to do with religion or culture.
Then my Lord Jerusalem is coming.
Security has nothing to do with a dramatic
Oh, it's a
ideology or religious
crazy. Said I love you, new friends, but it's not that quick and easy. Oh, I'm trying to
Ever wondered where your family really comes from?
Tomorrow is Monday, but I don't care because I'm unemployed.
Why are these?
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to answer you because that's what
I'm gonna beg you, can we not make this room like it always turns into? I'm just begging everybody. We were really having a great room dealing with the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, and like if we could just, I'm gonna ask that favor. I do, but it's not a question of that. We were having a really good room about the autopsy. It's what we were trying to focus on. So I appreciate Othello's question, and Othello, I hope I answered it, and you and I, as usual, can dialogue more.
Maybe instead of the Jews, we could just talk about the Hindus or the Buddhists or the Taoists or something.
Othello, I hope that's acceptable. You and I can, as usual, can go into our side chats on this. But can we go back to the subject that we had in the room, because it was really good
And the only reason
as we were dialoguing it.
because Joe and Matt brought up.
No, I know I did.
Hold on. Joe and Matt. They brought up like I said, she said the combo, and she said was the person that betrayed.
Slowly coming out.
To gain
Beautiful upside down pepperoni pizza focaccia. We're gonna line it with pepperoni. We're gonna create a nice crispy crust on the bottom, and then we're gonna do some cheese. So we're doing everything in reverse. Upside down focaccia pizza. So we're doing pepperoni, cheese, and then sauce. And we're just gonna do little dollops of sauce here. We can't spread the sauce because we got the cheese on there already. And too much sauce is also going to prevent the dough from getting super crunchy. You know, we've got our pizza dough here. It's been fermenting for about 3 days. That's going to get nice focaccia dough. And we're just going to let it gravity do the work. And that's going to go right over the top. Stretch it over our ramekin. And just with your fingers. There's lots of olive oil on there. And stretch it all the way to the edge here. And by sticking your fingers over, that creates more area for air bubbles to seep in and proof the dough. Now we're going to proof it for 30 minutes. All right, it's been 30 minutes. Look at the proof on that focaccia here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of semolina and sprinkle it on the top. That's going to add some crunch. So we've got that extra crunchy, crispy texture when we bake it off. All right, back from the oven. Look how crispy that top is. And now we're just going to invert it. Yeah, place a cutting board. Give it a flip. Should be able to just lift this off, slowly coming out. And beautiful. We can pull that ramekin out. Now we're going to fill that well with a little bit of ranch dressing. Brings me back to my school days when we would dip our pepperoni pizza in ranch dressing. It's a beautiful recipe.
Ago with the BWA and stuff like that, and yeah, I do often see it when it is related to a black man espousing right-wing conservative ideas in the political space.
So is that like Tim Scott? We would say the same thing.
Yeah,
Someone like Tim Scott or Byron Donald, someone like
there's
that.
not one black conservative I can think of not that these people wouldn't call good. Clarence Thomas.
Remember when Larry Elder ran for governor in California, and they a white butch woman dresses up in a blackface, in a gorilla suit, and throws eggs at him, and they called him the blackface white supremacist.
Because they say he's self-hating. They think, and some people use it, and it doesn't even need to be used, but they think that those people are self-hating. They don't love being black, and so they want to merge in and more so identify, with the white race.
It's so weird because, like, honestly, I'm just being sincere. I honestly don't think they hate being black. I don't know where that comes from, because I mean, I guess I wouldn't know, obviously, but I don't hate being white. Like, I don't go around telling Joe that I hate being white. Like,
It's politics.
Like Edward's not going around telling another black man that he hates being black.
Everything is political, including concrete or metal and steel. Anything and everything is political. You can turn anything political.
Yeah, tell me if I'm wrong. It's really the communist mindset. It's a way for them to keep people in conformity, where if you veer too far off the tribe, and while it appears like it's race, it's really the leftist ideology. That when you leave the leftist ideology, now we're going to frame it as you're a race traitor.
Yeah, it's a way to pull them back in. You're totally right. It's a way to hook them back in.
It's smart.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of what Dr. Jordan was saying when Karl Marx was the example of it with our religion. And he actually invented the communist concept. But you're absolutely right.
I don't think so. Like I said, because they said that they used the term self-hating Jew to call people that criticize their own tribe.
No, that's not what. It's not someone who criticizes the tribe. It's someone who turns their back on it. It's not lots of us criticize our own people. That's what I mean. It's definitely in part of our dialogue.
You know damn well, Abby, as a Jew, you know damn well if you're a Jewish person, you don't like Israel.
Can I finish?
But you know what?
We're not talking about. I'm specifically talking about people that turn their back on their own people. That was the description of where Capo came from, and it's where you see individuals that get accused. Sanders is the best example. Norman Finkelstein. I mean, there's a few of them. But I'm begging. Can we go back to Serendipity's list and because we needed to. We were only on number 2.
I'm sorry. I'm making the correlation because
no, I got it. I got it, Othello. And we could.
You literally just called a Jew.
I didn't call you anything.
No. You just called Jewish politicians self-hating Jews.
Yeah, I would say it about Bernie Sanders for sure. He's turned his back. Wait, do you want to know? I mean, there's an. I'll give you. I'm going to end it with this, Othello, because I don't want to hijack this room. But there's a bill in Congress. I'm going to tell you. Whoa, Othello, sweetheart. There's a bill in Congress. This has nothing to do with the Middle East. There's a bill in Congress about anti-Semitism. There's stuff about hatred, domestic issues.
So why don't you let me make my point?
Oh my God. That Sanders works against. So that would put him in the category. However, can Serendipity please go to point number 3? And we.
Hello?
Serendipity, how do you feel about that?
Hi, Serendipity.
Hey. Can we move on? Let the room.
Yeah, just put it in the chat, Othello. If it's such a great point, just put it in the chat. Listen to number 4 on the list. It says on the 2024 margins, 270,000 votes across 4 states decided the presidency. Around 0.2% of all ballots cast for president. Notes closed margins but rejects denialism. Calls for real accountability over a different candidate thinking.
only that margin? So how many swing states were you talking about on that?
4.
And Pennsylvania being the main one?
Probably.
So I have a question. I can address the additional points on the list, but I also put in the question, can you break down the 2 autopsies and how each party both appealed to independents and libertarians and how they alienated them? And I have that breakdown as well. Which would you rather?
I'll do DNC.
DNC?
Yeah, I'm curious how they alienated. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Democrats. How Democrats alienated. Perceived overregulation and bureaucracy. They felt like Democrats were too interventionist economically, too favorable to federal expansion, and too regulatory. Their concerns included business regulation, environmental mandates, labor mandates, and tax increases. Speech and cultural conformity concerns, social pressure around language and identity, online censorship concerns, and perceived intolerance towards dissent. Even some center-left independents felt Democrats became too moralizing, elite-coded, and culturally rigid. This was one of the biggest things emerging in the DNC autopsy discourse. COVID-era governance backlash.
Well, before you get to that, before you get to the COVID stuff, so is that the cancel culture, essentially, what you just read? Or some of it?
Yeah, probably with the moralizing and the culturally rigid, the elite coded.
The censorship. That's the part that I heard that I was looking for. They
Online
it was on the
censorship?
yeah. They felt like they should I suppose do less on that, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, and then there were, so the COVID era backlash, lockdowns, mandates, school closures strongly alienated civil libertarians, anti-authoritarian independents, and small business owners. Even some voters who initially supported restrictions later felt the Democrats overreached, dismissed dissent, and normalized emergency powers. There was economic disconnect. The Democrats...
Wait, stay on that for a second. Would that also fall into what you said a little bit ago about too much regulatory? So the COVID also falls into...
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. And with a particular emphasis on civil liberties and small business owners in this instance, whereas I think the regulatory was more corporate government overreach. Economic disconnect. The Democratic autopsy reportedly emphasized this very heavily. Inflation, housing costs, affordability, immigration concerns. Many independents felt that Democrats focused more on social issues than cost of living, and that they spoke an activist language rather than practical language. So that was it with respect to the DNC autopsy.
This is what the overall analysis summary says. It says the report frames 2024 as a part of a longer decline since 2008 peaks, attributes losses to strategic tactical failures, elite disconnect, weak state infrastructure and messaging, praises targeted local successes and urges a broad rebuild emphasizing year-round organizing, economic populism, candidate quality, data tech resilience, and competing everywhere rather than coastal strongholds. It balances criticism with optimism tied to historical recoveries. Note many sections, full executive summary, detailed spending were marked pending. But this is the forward strategy. It is essential the Democrat Party develop, organize, implement a 10-year strategic plan to align the infrastructure, partnerships, and people we need to win. The only way this can be done is if we build to win and build to last. That's why this autopsy is really just reading like a propaganda pamphlet, but really offering no suggestions or addressing any topics about any of the complaints that we have about restorative justice and no cash bail and ankle monitors for recidivist murderers. It addresses nothing. It's just fucking puff. And I'm sure the consultant who drafted this 160-page document charged the DNC $3 million to fucking write it. Great career. Wow, a lot of money. Ha ha!
I'm looking for a beater under $5,000. Do you guys recommend a car brand?
Ooh.
You're looking for what? A beater. Like under $5,000. I need a car.
Toyota, you can replace parts cheap and keep beating it forever.
I was thinking the same thing, like Highlander, Corolla.
Just go on Car Gurus. Go on Car Gurus and Craigslist. That's the best way to shop for a used car. Oh, you didn't know this is a social audio chat app? Oh, wow. Did somebody moderate? Amazing. So where will the Democrats go? Everybody keeps anticipating that the Democrats are going to take Congress. I met the Democrat candidate that I was running against when I was running against Darren LaHood. The guy is a lightweight. All they do is talk about unions. They don't care about real laws or justice or the border or wars or the economic crisis or the fiscal crisis. They care about their unions. And that's all they ever talk about. They're pathetic. Hello? This is also in the executive report. It says mail voter and coalition issues. The mail voter problem. Every down ballot Democrat did better among men than Harris. This suggests the national campaign had a specific problem with male voters. Also notes struggles with irregular and new voters and education polarization.
Why do the Democrats hate men so much?
Because it's not just structural white racism, it's male, it's the patriarchy. It goes back to the feminist movement. It's the bedrock of modern Democrat politics. It's woke.
We thought of it just as there's more women that go to college, that get propagandized to with these ideas, and they need to whip them into line to get out there and vote. So they put an emphasis on rhetoric that energizes the female vote, because the Democrat Party, Ishmael, hold on. The Democrat Party would not be able to survive without the white vote.
We live in a lot of myths in this country, and this app is a myth-generating app. This is also from the executive summary. It says, millions of Americans are suffering from poor access to health care. We all know that's bullshit. Manufacturing and job losses, which is true, and a failing infrastructure, yet continue to be persuaded to vote against their best interests because they do not see themselves reflected in the America of the Democrat Party. You see how they frame it? The America of the Democrat Party. No, it's just fucking America. It's not America of the Democrat Party. That's not the name of our country. And it's not a human right that everybody gets Medicare and Medicaid access at $4.2 trillion a year. So Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Aetna and Cigna and United can make their $200 billion a year in profits each. And all the Somali fraud that J.D. Vance just actually moved in on and arrested 15 people, exposing $90 million worth of fraud that Nick Shirley exposed. And that's fucking Minnesota. What about Chicago and New York and Miami and Seattle and Los Angeles? When are they going to raid those fucking cities? There's hundreds of fraudsters out there. When are they going to arrest them? When are they going to arrest Fauci? When are they going to arrest Bill Gates? Hello?
Are you like seriously? Are you being serious? If you only knew.
So, Alistair, what is your take? Have the Democrats learned any lessons since 2024? I mean, primarily, do you think installing a candidate rather than holding a primary was a good thing for them?
Of course not. You have to have transparent, authentic, sincere, grassroots, real, sincere, genuine people. Voters recognize sincerity and intelligence. And Kamala, the cackling witch, she was forced on everybody's throat. It was a very interesting time here, actually, on Clubhouse, because I and myself and other people here were very engaged with a lot of the Democrat-run propaganda rooms. And I have all those recordings. And some of my top YouTube videos are actually days and weeks leading up until the election. Elon Musk was so big in terms of the communication and organizing and promoting. It was a very exciting time leading up until the Trump victory. And in my opinion, when you read this executive summary report, it's pathetic. It goes to show you they've learned nothing. You know, I read a lot of philosophy books, and it talks about strength a lot. And unfortunately, this executive summary report does not exhibit any strength. It just shows their actual ethos or pathos on how they view how to manipulate for victory, which is really kick the can down the road. They have no real suggestions about any of the topics that they're talking about. You know, it's just incredible how much money I'm sure they spent on this thing.
The past 1 hour. Everybody said the same thing you're saying now.
Hello? Well, that's great, because guess what? Clubhouse is an echo chamber app. You didn't know that, Go?
You're just wasting.
Oh, I'm wasting my time and your time. I see. Well, go ahead and say something intelligent. I'll wait. Hello?
I don't answer to people like that. Just please stop.
Mike, though, do you think the Democrat Party has learned any lessons since the 20s?
Not really. I mean, they lost, so like you got the win there. I mean, we got the win. People who voted for Trump, good. But no, they probably haven't learned anything. But like it's just clear bias the way he's speaking. Like there's both sides. You can say the same.
Well, I hope that they've learned to leave this trans.
No, they have not, unfortunately.
Leave this trans for kids thing alone. I don't think anybody across the board agrees with that, and that's like shooting yourself in the foot.
Isn't the guy Othello, the guy running for governor in Texas, hanging his hat still on that trans thing? I'm blanking on how someone tell me his name, because it sounds like Tacarino or Tellerico. Yeah, isn't he came out with the whole pro position on the trans thing in Texas.
For kids.
Yeah.
I don't see him changing position.
He's running for governor of Texas.
Yeah, he's running for governor.
Oh yeah, he's cooked.
I don't see the Democrat Party changing position on the trans issue if Newsom is.
I'm sorry, he's running for Senate. I apologize.
Yeah, Senate against now it's going to be hopefully Paxton.
I was wrong on that. It's Senate, but either way, that was the position he came out strong about.
So Abby, do you think? I mean, if Governor Newsom runs and he's on the top of the ticket for the Democrat Party, do you think the Democrats will actually discard the trans issue, because he's been one of the largest proponents of it?
It's really interesting because there is a wing of the Democrat Party that really doesn't agree with it. And it makes strange bedfellows. That people ended up voting for Trump that were had every other reason to vote blue. So I don't know how that's. People are very strong opinions about it, and it polled a big issue. It polled much higher than abortion. It was like third in polling. Like for instance, it moved the Muslim vote over to R. There's like interesting communities that just dig their heels in the sand on that subject.
This clearly is a pet donor issue for the Democrat Party. My suspicion is it comes from the Hollywood elite that they have children that are in their private schools and they want them to live life free of all the rhetoric that comes from religion or whatever, all this leftist propaganda. However, the only reason the Democrat Party has to be digging their heels so far in the sand is because they get money for it. What do you think?
It's the same thing on the right. Exactly the same. And how is it not?
For transgenderism?
No, not for that. No.
I do think they...
Why are they... Do you think they're getting money for it? That's a really good question.
I mean, are you going to say that that's only on the left? Is that what you're saying?
Transgender in sports?
Not transgender.
Hold on.
You deserve it, Chicago.
The issue of the Democrat Party and transgender.
You deserve it, Chicago.
And now you're just taking it and extrapolating it into as if I'm generalizing it. I wasn't making any general statements, Go. So,
to be fair, right?
Should I preface everything I say on an issue or a topic as if it's like, well, the Republicans do it as well to make it...
No, generally, if you don't want to talk, then we cannot talk. I mean, no, I'm not going to argue with you on that. It's ridiculous.
Well, you haven't even brought up the Libertarian Party yet, Go. What about the Libertarians?
I don't talk to people like you, to be honest.
People like you? What does that mean exactly? People like you? What kind of people are you?
Me out more about this issue is that because I didn't preface it also with, well, the Republicans do it too. In what
No, Joe, don't lie. The whole time you've been saying the same things about the Democratic Party, right? And you're making... Okay. Listen, man, I'm answering you.
No, tell us the issue that the Republicans do it with.
Well, so you brought up the transgender thing, and you're talking about this overall thing the Democrats do is just like pump this bullshit, which they definitely do. But like why do I even need to give you an example? You don't do you really truly believe that it's only a one-party thing where you kind of use identity politics to get your vote? Do I have to explain an example?
I actually haven't made that point up on stage, though, have I?
But what did you turn the transgender thing into? What's the thing you said after that? Because apparently you don't remember.
Hello? Try to make a point or give an example. Why are you talking? Hello?
What I talked about was that the only reason the Democrat Party is holding on to an 80-20 issue, that they're in the 20% support, okay? They don't have national support at any level on this. And as Abby clearly stated out, it actually shifted some voting blocks like the Muslim voting bloc into voting for Republicans over the transgender ideology argument, gender ideology arguments. And I said, the point I made is that the only reason the Democrats must be holding on to this is it has to be a strong donor issue that they get significant amounts of money. My suspicion is from the California elite because it's being led largely a lot of this out of California. California is the leader on this topic and this issue. They have the most, lack of better terms, liberal policies on transgenderism. That's my suspicion. Do you contradict that? Is it contrary? Should I preface it about where the Republicans...
No, I agree with you on that, 100%. But I was saying, once again, I was asking you, how they push the trans thing or whatever you said in terms of that. Do you think that doesn't exist on the right?
Well, I think it does, but I was also going to say, I can't track the money on that one, But the other issue, which is bail reform and the, repeat offenders not being prosecuted and the light prosecutions, etc., those definitely track back to funding. And some of those also have turned Democrats off where their cities aren't safe. Like, it has swayed some of the votes and turned some of the votes are. And that would track back to people like Soros, who brought in a lot of these DAs and funded a lot of these DAs in different larger urban areas. But I think you're right. The funding has to be California related on the trans issue. I was trying to think of a Dem issue that you could track to a funding source. So like bail reform and the liberal DAs, I would track to Soros.
So it's not so much funding related as community related. They're too afraid of losing the gay community, which is actually starting to turn on the trans community, because what a lot of the lesbian more than homosexual men are starting to say is the trans issue is dragging down and distracting from their true hard issues. The things they truly care about are being taken away from because of the trans. It's more community, I think. I mean, I'm here in Los Angeles. I rub elbows with some of these people occasionally, and it seems it's not so much funding as a community alliance. And I think that's going to change.
Or maybe it's both.
Yeah, just maybe.
I'm sure it's both.
Yeah, I think the gender affirming therapy, especially when you get into like hormone medicine for children, I think like
And mastectomies, and also cutting off penises to construct vaginas, things like that. Mutilation of the human body.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally don't. Oh, look, can I finish this? I totally don't support that, and I think even you'll find that Black Democrats, when that's presented to them, I think they're totally turned off from that.
I would agree, Othello. The thing is even if they're turned off by that, do you think it's enough to get them to switch votes? I don't know the answer to that, because I don't think it is. I think maybe it did a little in the last election, but I don't know that it's enough to get them to switch votes. Whereas I think for other voters, and independent or moderates, it is enough to get them to go from one side to another.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, they might be stuck in that Democrat thing. You know what I mean? They might bleed blue at this point. At the same time, I would say, and then I'm probably going to get some pushback on this, you don't see a lot of Black families, maybe a fraction actually having to deal with transgender issues, as far as like, for some reason it seems like it affects other communities more.
Yeah, because the Black community doesn't do shit for mental health. That's why. What about anxiety in the Black community? Do you see that?
There's a lot. They should probably smoke some weed and do yoga instead of being so ideological and polarized and political all the time, screaming racism this, racism that. Just try studying the Bible. Go to church. Study the Constitution. Do anything. Hello?
Look, let me reset the room. I think what we're kind of talking about here is when parties dig in on an 80-20 issue that is highly opposed, why do they hold on to it? The one I can see now, I don't think it's really necessarily the party, but it's clearly the party leadership is the Senate Republicans digging their heels in on not wanting to pass the SAVE Act. That clearly is in opposition to an 80% issue where 80% of Americans want IDs to be checked to vote. Yes, they do it for power.
Yeah. Is anyone here who would argue against that? I don't think so.
Am I I supposed to only pose questions or ideas? I'm a mod.
No, man, I'm not trying to say that. Hey, I agree with you.
I'm kind of running the conversation, and we're talking about 80-20 issues rather than I was diverting it from going from the black issue that was.
I know. I fuck with what you said.
You know, I think we'll see what happens with the midterms, but if they still retain the both houses, I think Trump is
Time to flip it.
Trump is going to put a lot of pressure on them to do that. Last I heard, he was like 32 for 32 with his candidates that he endorsed, or 35 for 35, at least in the primaries. So we could see something shift on that as well, especially once you get new members of Congress. I just wanted to say, Othello, no, I don't think there's any pushback to what you said. You don't see that trans issue being a thing the way the black communities.
Oh my God.
White communities. And you certainly don't have
Oh my God.
black movie stars who are except for Will
Holy
Smith.
cow.
You don't see them turning their
Who was the
their
congressman?
kids
They gave him the
into
commission.
transsexuals.
Well, I mean,
Holy
his
fucking clown
son's
world.
feminine, like Prince or something like that. I don't think he's
Holy cow,
he's
who was the
going into that
congressman
route,
that
like
gave
the
him the
Wachowski,
commission?
the Wachowski twins.
Oh, jeez, I know, but no, I mean, look, Jaden Smith is trying to get his father tried to made that project. I forget where it was just him and Will Smith. It didn't do well. His acting, he didn't wow anybody. And
That movie did amazing, Alan. The Pursuit of Happiness?
No, not that. It was the one where they're on an alien planet where if you show emotions, the creatures will sense your presence. So yeah, it was a bad movie. But in any event, the point is Jaden Smith is kind of adopting that kind of effeminate. Yeah, you're characterizing it as like a Prince kind of femininity or androgynous metrosexual. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. But when Prince did it, that was the only people who did that were Prince and the glam rockers who had that same kind of look.
That's not true, man. You should know that. You're way older than me. I wasn't even gonna lie. It's David Bowie.
Those guys were still fucking women like crazy. You know.
Hell yeah.
What about David Bowie, though?
Well, David Bowie was
The Cure.
Yeah. And there was
many.
Anyways, back to
And Joe, on your comment about the Republicans not getting behind the SAFE Act, it's not because they don't believe in voter ID. It's because the wording of the act itself doesn't have enough guarantees or enough provisions to force states into making it easier for women who have a different name because of marriage and divorce, the lack of paperwork. It's the way that it's written, not the concept itself. That's why the Republicans that are holding out are holding out.
That's just an excuse. It's a cop-out.
I hear you that it's an excuse, but it is.
It's the Republican Senate leadership's excuse.
Yes, and they should go in and revise it.
Yeah, they could. They could revise it, and they could push their own verbiage out there and then pass it back to the House, but they're not doing it. So clearly, I mean, they don't have enough, votes to be able to get this through on the Senate. Thun's not even bringing it up. He just put them in recess today. Sent them home. They don't have to come back to work till June because Thun got his little feelings hurt when Trump came out and endorsed Ken Paxton. About damn time for Trump to buck these Senate leadership. I love it. I was a little worried there.
Yeah, but the difference between that and the transgender with the Democrats is the Democrats don't want to have to admit, right? Like, it seems to me there's a difference in that if you give in on the transgender issue, then it's just a different aspect of them having to say, okay, we're wrong about this particular issue. Like they don't even have an excuse, whether it comes across as an excuse or not. They're doubling down on it. So I don't really see those two as the same thing.
I think how I related the Republican issue is it's related to the power of the Senate holding the power on that, and I think it crosses aisles as well. I think the Republicans and Democrats in the Senate don't want that to go through. But in relation to the Democrat issue and the 80-20 issue, my guess is it's related to money. However, I think a good point was made. Maybe it's a California issue. How does this poll in California versus the rest of the nation? Is anybody that you're from California, Willem? Well,
yeah, it's California and like New England states more than anything. It's those progressive areas where they see this as a, well, even within the gay community, they can't, even if they believe that the trans issue is not their issue, they can't speak up about it, right? They're that capo that Abby was talking about earlier. They're not willing to do that. So they just kind of like, okay, I don't want to talk about that. Seems to be what I hear, right? But I'm hearing more people in the gay community saying like, that's not my issue, and I'm not opposed to that. I don't give a fuck where you compete, but women shouldn't be in men's sports, right? Like most people within the gay community are no longer on that 20% side and see the Democrats as being foolish and causing a problem for the Democratic Party and for the gay community. I'm sure something is tied to it. But it seems to me it's more about community and a lack of courage within the community to speak up and say, hey, fuck that.
What I think is that unless there's a new front runner for the Democratic Party for president besides Newsom. Newsom comes out of San Francisco. San Francisco has an extremely strong political LGBTQ, LMNOP plus MMTQ contingent from which they get a lot of money. And so if Newsom is going to run for president, the gay community is going to say, okay, we supported you all these years, you got to show us some love. And they will insist that Newsom promotes a lot of gay, a lot of the gay agenda. So that's just what I'm thinking off the top of my head. I don't know if it'll happen, but when you look at California politics, from what I see, even on the local level, it's kind of an apprenticeship program, or I don't have the right word from it, but they work their way up and they get money from the politicians higher up on the food chain, and so they have to buy into the full Democratic agenda and policies. Otherwise, they don't work their way up. So I don't see them letting go of it anytime soon if it's a California candidate.
I think a lot of this was perpetuated during the era of the NGOs, when the NGOs were giving so much money out to businesses that would adopt these type of policies. And I think we're just kind of like living it, in this era post wokeness. And it now it feels so like these ideas are so stale. Are these NGOs still doing this? Are we aware if they're still? I mean, I think that's what a lot of getting rid of the U.S. aid was about, was getting rid of the funneling of this money that was paying businesses to only hire people based upon identities or promote people based upon their racial identity, their gender identity, so on and so forth. The Democrat Party has built this. It is, talk about structural prejudice, right? They have built this institutional structural prejudice inside their party, so strong, based off money. They built an entire economy from it. where they would reward and punish would go along with it, or the ones that would oppose it. So I mean, it feels like we're right on the edge of the Democrat Party's modern platform completely collapsing.
I'd say we're already there, and again, I think California's leading the way, in particular Los Angeles, on the NGO issue. It used to be here in California that NGO was considered bad, corrupt by the Republicans, almost all of them, and the Democrats were in support of it. You know which way the grift is going there, right? But in large part because of the fires, Spencer Pratt's probably going to try and capitalize on that and write his way right into the mayor. Unless Adam Miller comes up and takes it away from him, which is possible, because Miller's a very strong candidate, just can't get any traction. And he's way better than the other two Democrats. He's kind of a moderate Democrat. But Spencer's probably going to take the lead on this. But even the Democrats here in Los Angeles are looking at not only the fire, but the homeless issues. And people that used to be, oh, the NGOs are great, are now saying, fuck these NGOs. It's almost like 70 to 80, maybe 90% of the people here in Los Angeles think that the NGOs are all fucked up and we need to start dealing with it, right? And it didn't used to be that way. This is a shift I've been seeing for maybe about 4 or 5 years here in California, slowly swinging that direction. And I think the wildfires just, it lit it up, man, for sure, in the Democratic side of things.
Well, the NGOs, they're sending people all over the world. When I was traveling, I met people in NGOs. Nepal, India, all these type of places. So it's allowing people to travel and allowing people to connect with other cultures.
There's a lot of good that comes out of NGOs, but when you look at most of the NGOs in California, and probably most of them in the country, the amount of money they spend on administration, the amount of things that they do that are outside their supposed scope or what their mission is, the way the NGOs have been given a carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want and raise money, that's always been a skepticism from the right. That's spilled over into the left. I don't know if that'll go nationwide, but I can tell you here in California, if you talk to anybody on any side of the political spectrum, there is a very heavy chance that they're going to be anti-NGO. And it didn't used to be that way. That used to be a very clear political divide. But that's not to say that a lot of good doesn't come out of the NGOs, right? For sure. There's a lot of great stuff going on. There's also a lot of corrupt NGOs.
Yeah, like the No Kings protesters funded by Warren Buffett. How patriotic of Warren Buffett to fund the No King protesters so they graffiti the entire country and say Medicare, Medicaid is a human right. Give me my fucking human rights.
Don't be bagging on the Oracle of Omaha.
But how the fuck is he the biggest funder of the No Kings protests? I can't understand why he would give his fucking money to left-wing radicals. Why? Why, Warren? Why? Why would Bill Gates be best friends with Jeffrey Epstein? Why would Bill Gates be pictured in every single photo in the Epstein files with Bill Clinton? Why? Why?
Alistair, they don't give that money to the NGOs. They start up the NGOs, and then the NGOs use our money to fund all those protests, etc., etc.
Yeah, why does Stacey Abrams still have $2 billion from Joe Biden? When is Stacey Abrams going to be arrested by Kash Patel? When is Stacey Abrams going to be arrested for fraud, for a $2 billion climate change scam that she got Joe Biden to give her $2 billion for her fucking finagling with Donald Trump and the Russiagate and everything else? When is Stacey Abrams going to be arrested? I want to know. When? Hello?
December 22nd.
When is Stacey Abrams going to be arrested?
It's 4:30 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. You want a date? I'm not guaranteeing the date. I make no, I'm not psychic. But you want a date? I gave you one. Thank you.
comes across better if you say you're a time traveler.
I know, but then they might think I'm crazy. I wouldn't want that. You know.
I think that ship sailed.
Yeah, I know. You know, but see, here's the thing. The precedent that the Democrats broke with Donald Trump in 2020 is the rule was that when you left the Oval Office, everybody left you alone. Whatever you did as president, everybody assumed, yeah, it's a hard job. You probably did some fucked up stuff. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but we're going to leave you alone. But they didn't because he was only there for one term, and they were terrified that he could become president again. So they prosecuted him.
Hey, by the way, the guy was a Navy SEAL, oddly enough, so is the guy who just beat up Thomas Massey. I think that's a bit strange. Anyways, both from the same detachments. No, wait, I can hear from detachment too.
We need to get our hands on that mask.
No, they have lots of them. They have an actual mask department.
This is live Fox breaking news.
Republicans should be doing the same.
Fucking retards.
However, the Republicans' biggest problem, forget what whatever ChatGPT said, serendipity, if you're still there. The Republicans' biggest problem is they get fucked over and they're terrified to fuck back. They keep getting hit, and the Democrats keep doing this shit, and they don't take the fight back to them. That's their biggest problem. And we've seen it, and people in these rooms have complained. They had a majority in the Senate. They had a majority in the House. They should have been passing bills left and right. They haven't done it. That's the biggest disappointment if you're a Democrat. Period. Excuse me. If you're a Republican, that's the biggest disappointment. Period.
Well, let's see how many illegal aliens we've actually deported. It's 2026, right? It's June, 6 months in. How many illegal aliens have been deported in the past 30 days? Why can't they jump that number up 600% this summer? Oh, because they're worried about the political fallout of carrying out the mandate that we voted Donald Trump into office to give us. We want millions of criminal illegal aliens removed this summer. Millions!
Alistair, I'll address that point. It's the Republican Senate leadership. They were supposed to pass funding for ICE and soon recessed. All because they're petrified that Trump has come out endorsing Paxton instead of their good old boy, John Cornyn. And this is what we needed. We needed Trump to finally push back. He's been keeping them close, trying to work with them. It's time to chop the head off this snake. The Senate leadership has failed the Republicans for decades. We need to change this. If we can change this situation, literally, the Senate Republican leadership is the only thing that the Democrats have holding back MAGA's agenda.
No, MAGA's agenda is that there's no will to do what is required. Donald Trump can use the United States military to search every sanctuary city in this godforsaken country and take control of every sanctuary city using the Army and the Marines and the Navy and the Air Force to do it. It simply requires a phone call and the will force and the power to do it. And Donald Trump, I pray to God, will do it and surge our cities. If he's going to invade Iran and blow that country to hell, well, you can do it to these Democrat terrorists murdering our citizens by allowing illegal criminal alien murderers to murder us, to allow drugs to destroy us, to allow debt to ruin everybody's future. Use our military against our domestic enemies and enforce the Constitution. Protect us against these domestic terrorists who are calling for the arrest of Pete Hegseth and Kennedy and Marco Rubio. These Democrats are fucking hypocritical traitors. Punch them in the face now. Do it while he can do it before Congress flips.
Abigail Spanberger tips the hand of what the Democrats Democrats, or what hopefully is Trump's plan, and she's trying to cut him off at the pass. She has now signed a Virginia executive order from her governorship banning ICE agents from appearing at polling places. And I was calling for this months ago, that we would see Donald Trump place ICE agents at specific strategic places where the illegals have been voting. Here we see Abigail Spanberger trying to cut this off before he can do that.
Well, I just want to say, I just looked it up. In terms of what Trump is doing, it's not as bad as we think when it comes to the deportations. He's since he took office, he's deported, Homeland Security reports 622,000. Obama's second term, in the first 2 years, he had about 800,000. And Trump still has until, another 6 months approximately to go in 2026. So, yeah, even with all the fighting that the Democrats are doing, he's doing okay compared to Obama, and Obama had nobody fighting them. So, don't lose hope. We'll still get those illegal scumbags out of the country. I couldn't think of any better insult to end.
It's not just the scumbags, it's these criminal Democrat judges that are releasing murderers on no cash bail, ankle monitors. By the hundreds, they go out and kill by the hundreds. These people have no respect for the system. It's a soft system that does restorative justice because of social equity. It's a fucking scam, and these Democrat politicians and lawyers and judges gotta be arrested. Kash Patel is ineffective and weak, and Trump needs to dump that motherfucker and get a goddamn Marine general in that position to wage war in this fucking country. We need it.
He just needs someone who's both their eyes look in the same direction, and that'll solve all the problems.
I think that the sanity of Alaska is under question.
That's right, Peter.
Well, Alistair is not wrong, and it ties into what I was saying before. The moderates, the middle of this country, sees the Democrats, and let's say again, their policies, which puts in these CRT judges that let people out early, who then turn around and murder, who policies that say we're not going to prosecute anyone who commits theft if it's under $900 or $1,000. So you see these gangs attacking stores and robbing stores. You see all of these policies together that the Democrats promote as somehow being a benefit for society. They see all that stuff and they say, no, we don't want it. And they are not going to let go of it because these judges and these people don't believe it as a matter of political convenience. They believe it in their hearts. And they are not. All of this ideology, the trans people and the trans supporters believe it to their core. The CRT judges, they believe it to their core. They have been indoctrinated to have these beliefs. And they are not going to let them go. And it is those policies that will continue to erode and handicap the Democratic Party. And it's unless somebody comes along and says, okay, Democrats, all of that shit we're going to let go on. Forget all of that. Forget identity politics. we're going to focus on economy and we're going to help whatever it is, unless somebody comes along and jettisons the entire, woke agenda of the Democratic Party. And the people who vote for them, nothing's going to change for the Democrats. And their list of, post-mortem is absolutely useless.
We may be seeing the collapse of the Democrat Party in the establishment wing of the Republicans, the Mitch McConnell wing that has existed for decades.
Statistically, it's not there, though. I mean, you can go on Hinge or Bumble and actually look at what males and females politically align with, whether they're liberal, conservative, moderate, and it gives you that option to choose. The data's in the dating apps, and the truth is liberals are everywhere. Clown world is everywhere. That's because we live in fucking clown world. It's a fact. Our politicians are fucking clowns. 90% of them are fucking clown people who can't run a fucking pizza shop. You know it, and I fucking know it too. And it's shocking, but that's clown world, everybody. Honk honk.
The Hong Kong was the perfect cherry on top of that hot fudge sundae of a submission, Alistair. Thank you. I don't. First of all, we all need to thank Mitch McConnell for giving us the Supreme Court we have. He was frigging ruthless about it. But that doesn't mean he's outdated either, Joe. However, having said that, while in the last month, while everybody's talking about whatever it is, the war, gas prices, etc., there have been a number of decisions by the Supreme Court which will reshape American politics. Now, I remember, who was it? Newt Gingrich, right? When Newt Gingrich took power, the Democrats had been in control of Congress for decades, and everybody assumed it would always be that way. And Newt Gingrich was the one who turned that around. But since then, it's gone back and forth. I think, and now thinking about it now, the reason why that was the Voting Rights Act, I believe, in part. And that now has gone away. And you're seeing these Democrat districts in southern states that were written there specifically for racial issues. Those districts are going away. And that is, people aren't talking about it, but I think that is a huge blow to the Democratic Party. Simply, I don't know how many seats that is, but the last I heard, it's like in the South, it's something like 15 seats, 12 seats, I don't know. That's a big deal. I think the rule book is being rewritten. The playing field has now changed completely, and that more than anything else, unless the Democrats decide to, they're clinging on to the past still, and I think it's going to have to get really bad to where, that's what'll happen. It would have to get really bad to where funding is gone, and then the sane people of the Democrat Party can say, okay, all you gay people, you're out. Black people, hey, guess what? We were lying to you all these years. Sorry, you're not going to get credit.
That's all they have, though, Alan. It's a party of social identity politics, nothing more. They can't let go of it, and there's nothing else they have. They have you ever heard AOC say the Federal Reserve is a terrible institution, or Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar ever criticize the Federal Reserve? Never. So these people are grifters and they know the game. Everybody on this app is actually involved in the same game. If you look at it from the lens of like an avatar, let's say you're an immortal soul and this is your vehicle for 2.5 billion seconds. Everybody.
I'll be like that.
Well, I'm just saying that it's so disingenuous, so hypocritical, and actually very scary to listen to AOC or Tulsi Gabbard, who's a flip-flopper and in some type of cult, because she just put out a message to the world. I'll put the link in the chat. But you can watch Tulsi Gabbard on YouTube issue her message to the world where she tells you to get on their knees and worship the Lord and Master of the world and the universe. It is the weirdest fucking video. And this woman is our National Security Intelligence Director, and she endorsed Biden on day one and said, we got to unite behind Biden. And then she flip-flopped and dumped the Democrats and became pro-Trump. And the CIA, I couldn't believe this, but I thought it was fake news. Turns out it was real. The CIA raided the National Director's Intelligence Office and stole materials from her related to the Kennedy assassination and MK Ultra. And if this app proves one thing, it's that mind control and time control is real. Because every second you spend listening to me is a hypnosis. And with drugs and mind programming, you can get people to do crazy shit. And why do you think we had to buy TikTok? Because it was warping the minds of our population to become radical anarchists like Bima, who think everything is racist. They're literally mind virusing our population. Hello?
It's clear that if you've invested your entire life into racial propaganda, that the end is near. It was all propped up on using segregation of voting blocks by creating districts primarily based upon race. Without this, all this liberal ideology will not be able. It's not a winning platform. You can't get a majority out of it any longer in the House. It's setting it up over the next 5 years when we get through the next census. To give you some of those numbers, Alan, right now, just based on the playing board it is right now, you're looking at 20 to 30 seats being districted out at the national level where Democrats will lose over the next couple of years. It's going to take a few cycles to get it all worked out. Will the Republicans have the courage to get rid of all of them? Probably not. They'll give some bones. They call them sinkholes, Democrat sinkholes, where they'll leave one of them in a state when in past years they had 2 or even 3. At the big story that's really got the Democrats worried is at the state level. It's looking at about 120 seats that the Democrats will eventually lose across all the states based upon these majority-minority districts that have been given up. If that plays out and they get districted out, by the time the 2030 census comes around and then they start to redo the maps in 2032, we could be looking at a Democrat Party that will clearly have to change their rhetoric. The racial propaganda, the gender propaganda, we know it is only a majority in areas like far left California, the far northeast, these coastal elite liberal areas. It doesn't win across the swath vast of the country. And my hope is it's not the complete and utter destruction of the Democrat Party, because that would be too much winning right there, and I wouldn't know what to do with myself. But my hope is that they come back with a sensible message for all Americans and quit trying to divide and conquer us based upon our identity.
They will win because of the numbers, and it's just pure projection propaganda. They can clean up their messaging, but all the ancillary radical left liberal intellectual bullshit is still out there. This app, look, go to that politically correct room with fucking ban all day long. That is the sickest, most mentally deranged room, one of the most mentally deranged rooms on the app with Patty. She was having a mental breakdown the other day and saying, "You blocked forever, motherfucker." She's sitting up there on the stage by herself screaming, saying, "You blocked. Last time, bitch, you blocked." Like, we're talking about people that have no values or knowledge whatsoever. Their entire lives exist off of racial identity politics. And it works. The woke mind virus can come back at any time, and it will, because it's spam. And the media, entertainment organizations, and your cell phone, we're living in the best time to control people's minds ever, because the system and the message that comes through the medium, it just can't be denied by the human brain. It takes in whatever the fuck it's told. So the Democrats are never going out of business because the media is fucking Democrat 100% of the time.
Yeah, and you're right, Alistair, but you know what supersedes the mind virus? Money. And what I was trying to say and didn't say clearly is that as they lose power, they lose funding. And as they lose funding, they lose support. And look, politicians, they want to make money, and they know by supporting certain groups, they get donations and they make money. They get elected to office. If that's threatened, they will look to other groups to give them money. And right now, they're still making money. The media is still making money. If that money dries up, if that money dries up, the donations dry up, and they realize, gee, you know...
That money doesn't dry up, Alan. It's quarterly and annual advertising budgets. I used to work at Google. SC Johnson only increases spend. Now they're advertising on fucking Nick Fuentes. Amazon. Amazon is advertising on Nick Fuentes videos.
Yeah, well, that money comes from advertising dollars and advertising believers, advertising companies believing that those outlets have a certain amount of voters. I mean, viewers. If those viewers go away, then they don't make money. It's the same for all of them. They're in it for the money. Period. Okay, behind it is money. AOC, yeah, if she was getting whatever she's making a year with all of her donations, if let's say it's 10 million a year, if she could make 30 million being a Republican, you'd see her change her tune really quickly.
Well, supposedly, and it's always supposedly, Ilhan Omar is going to be indicted for immigration fraud, and I'll believe it when I see it. But I cannot wait to see Ilhan Omar arrested by J.D. Vance. It will be a glorious day. I will celebrate and make myself a pastrami sandwich.
Nancy Mace has proposed a bill in the House, which will die in the feckless Republican leadership Senate. But she's proposed, this is the type of ideas we need to be put out there. Nancy Mace's bill proposes banning anybody that is not born in America from running for any of the federal positions or being appointed to a federal executive position. So only naturally born Americans, the same requirement we have for running for president, should be applied as well to our leadership in the House and the Senate, the judicial branch, and also all of the executive branch positions.
I think we're glossing. I agree with that, Joe, but I think we're glossing over something Alistair said. Why would you wait until Ilhan Omar is arrested before you have a pastrami sandwich? Don't you deserve to have it more often than that?
Well, I'm eating a Hershey's chocolate bar right now and drinking some red Pinot Noir. Anyways, they really cleaned up El Salvador. Why can't we do Bukele and pulling El Salvador during Trump's presidency. I just don't understand why the vision and the boldness is not there. The moment is now. We've got a big problem in this country. Look at what El Salvador did. They cleaned it right up. Hello?
There isn't the will to do it. And it isn't that bad, or it isn't bad enough for anyone to do anything. And as soon as you say, well, we're going to start these policies, somebody screams racism. So you don't have to worry about racism in El Salvador.
Well, they just let off 6 offenders here in Chicago for raiding an ICE facility and interfering in police operations. We got that chick in Minnesota who died in the minivan. I mean, we have woke Karens that can literally stop the deportation. So it's like you can't let these people in because you can't get them out because of the woke Karen army that's willing to sacrifice themselves in the soccer vans. It's a very weird time to be alive, but I'm sure that these social problems have always existed in America because there's that massive Project Operation Wetback. But anyways, I've been reading Ayn Rand, and she talks about the separation of state and capital, and in the same way that we have separation of church and state. The Federal Reserve chairman and Powell, he's supposedly going away, but the Federal Reserve views itself as its own independent agency in a way which is like a very unique way of living, meaning that you're never going out of business, your pension's always going to get paid because you're the originator of the currency. You have the monopoly on the U.S. currency, and you are an independently elected in many ways, and you have private closed-door meetings that are not recorded publicly. So it's just a super amazing organization that's never going out of business, but you'll never hear a Democrat talk bad about it, ever. Never, ever, ever. And very rarely will you hear a Republican criticize it. So it is its own Congress. It is a bankers' Congress, an international, free-spirited banking Congress that, has offices and operations all around the world. And China has $1 trillion of our debt, and every day we pay $3 billion in VIG to our international creditors. And it is just an amazing thing because I'm 43, it's 2026, and you can use AI in very creative ways now. And if you look at the Zimbabwe currency inflation crisis, where they actually started printing $1 trillion notes, we are so fucking lucky that we have the world's largest military and we've been able to create 40 trillion in debt. That is like a scam artist's dream come true. A Ponzi schemer's wildest imaginations on acid, actually taking place. That our presidents have been able to kick the can down the road. And it doesn't seem like it will ever stop unless DC's actually invaded. So we've got a huge run of this Ponzi scheme type financial economic system, state economic system to run with. And, you could be a negative pessimist.
Have you read a book? Hello?
Do you want to speak on the topic, Danny?
No, I just want to ask John if he's ever read a book.
Yeah, I've been reading Ayn Rand, and it's about objectivist ethics versus altruism, and it's claiming that altruism is a disease in society.
It sounds like a woman.
Yeah, Danny's a beautiful Jewish woman looking for a well-to-do man to marry so she can come on Clubhouse all day and not have to work. Because that's the American dream, right? Hello? See,
Read that book. Did you read the book?
Yeah, I have read the book, and see, this is the thing: is on a dating app, a beautiful 6'3" African American woman or Nigerian woman said to me, "Before we go out on a date, you have to tell me your politics." I said, I believe in economics and equity. And she said, that's not enough. You'll have to explain more. And I think economics and equity pretty much explain politics. And so the point um, is that we have a population that has no values or knowledge. And it's really kind of terrifying because the society operates off of trade and knowledge. You can't have trade without knowledge. And because no one in this country knows how to manufacture or make anything anymore, we have this horrific type of economy now and in the future, which won't get any better because the knowledge is just not going up. We're living in a spam, attention, manipulation, hypnosis economy where the herd or the collective mind is very easily manipulated. And Donald Trump is actually our manipulation hypnosis master. He's very good at it. And that is why he is our president. So we actually, and this is why Obama was our president, because he is a CIA, fagot. And so when you're a CIA fagot and your wife is trans and you're part of a CIA, a government manipulation project, because the CIA gets $60 billion a year to run PSYOP programs and run international sabotage and do all types of weird things with the money. And
why did they destroy all those cars in 2009? Like 700,000 cars.
Well, Rabbano Shalom, I'm just saying that, I think Clubhouse will eventually shut down. There is no fucking way that the NSA and Tulsi Gabbard can continue to buy leftist, liberal, intellectual conversations by Patty and ban all day long, at some Utah NSA data storage facility. Like, how many redundant conversations can you have about racial identity politics? Hello?
This is clearly a dying app if you don't know yet.
540,382. That's how many you can have.
This app will never die. It's kind of like Cheers. You come where everybody knows your name. I like seeing Alan. All my people. And,
That's right.
I'd like to say, hold on, Keith, and we'll go right to you. You would like to think that, however, there were social media apps very similar to this prior to Clubhouse, and they have closed. Keith, go ahead.
What's up, Joe? Good to see you.
It's always a pleasure to hear from you, Keith.
I was driving my car earlier, heading back from Newport Beach, a nice little swanky restaurant that I like to frequent. It didn't cost way too much. And then so I was in the room, and people were talking about this DNC shit. And then there's like people were in the room talking about how the Democrats are this and that. And it just to me, it's like, how there's so many smart people in Clubhouse that fucking actually believe in this paradigm that the left and the right are two opposing forces. I mean, it's like they're it's not that hard to see that they all are in cahoots, but yet we go along. No, I'm gonna say we. Majority of people go along, hook, line, sinker, and just believe the bullshit that they tell us.
Yeah, but it's a game that you are in.
And so, if I could, is that Joe?
You're in the game.
Yeah. Thank you. So yes, sir. We're all in the game, really. I mean, look, dude, I'm not an idiot. The one and the many are the same. And so it just really fucking annoys me that we really fucking decide to be divisive amongst each other based off of a quote-unquote political affiliation.
Yeah, but Keith, this is how you tickle out the truth. It's the agitation in the oyster gets you the pearl. See, Knuckles is just in time to introduce a little more agitation to that pearl.
I don't know
what the guy said, but you know, I told people this story. I was in the last couple of days. I've been telling this story. I was in this room, and we're talking about someone's mental aptitude. And I said I was in a clubhouse room late night, you know, doing what I do. I'm a business consultant. And I have a lot of clients, so I don't get much sleep because I only work 4 days a week. Because I'm not gonna work fucking. Why am I gonna live my life working? I'm gonna enjoy it. But either way, I'm in clubhouse and we're having a conversation. Some dude calls me the N-word, Hardy or multiple times. And it's whatever. I thought to myself, like, damn, what would bring a person to say this to such a state to want to even say anything mean to someone? This is, you know, even quote unquote African Americans say things to me, bitch ass nigga, so on. I don't, you know, return fire because you know what? That's me. You know, I generally have the best interest for my nation, my nation. For all mankind, actually, but it's just like people are so easily divisive. And, like, if we really want to have solutions to the problems we speak of, it starts with making sure that we check ourselves and that we all have an agreement with ourselves to live a righteous life. That includes the words that come out of your mouth. That includes how you treat people. And that includes seeing through the bullshit. You know, we're a Christian nation, but yet we have genetically modified foods. That's not natural. It's completely unholy, but we allow it to be. So,
Let me do you a favor.
Go ahead.
Don't stack too many topics. We call that pancaking.
Yes, sir.
Take a breath, let us respond, and we can have a conversation.
You know what, Joe? That's why I love you, because you're an excellent moderator, and I totally agree with you. So I apologize for that.
Everybody loves pancakes, though. Extra butter. You know, you just throw the syrup right on top after you cook it.
Maple syrup with pecans.
We got a problem to the north, though. We got a problem to the south. Whether it's the maple syrup up north or the tacos down south, you know, perimeters are important and security is important. And the fact that the Democrats and Joe Biden let so many illegal, dangerous, very dangerous people, not people, just the people seeking opportunity, but people fleeing justice. And that type of security is so fucking insulting to really people that spend their lives working in security, law enforcement, military, etc. You know, I mean, I'm the most successful soldier that has ever, you know, served in the military, but I could just say that on behalf of soldiers, I think most soldiers would agree that they are extremely disappointed in our political leaders and all the bullshit that they spew day in and day out about racism this, hate speech that, bigotry and targeting of Muslims and Islamophobia, etc. These fucking pieces of shit are not educators, and they are just ruthless opportunists that love to create divisive political content for clout. And you can just see that politicians really are very low-level economic producers. We have a huge political industrial complex that probably needs to become way more efficient, which really means changing the structure of our government. And until we have the internet now, the internet should technically make everything more efficient, especially the government. And that doesn't mean just firing federal employees. That means changing maybe the way all the governments. It's just too many government elected politicians. So much money goes into it. It's so inefficient. And we're $40 trillion in debt. We are not serious as a country with regards to fiscal conservatism, paying down the debt, reining in military-industrial complex spending, big pharma spending, insurers spend, all this fucking Medicare, Medicaid, $4.2 trillion year after fucking year after year after, it never stops. So we've got real leadership issues. We've got incompetency, and even Trump, he can't stop it because you're just one man against a giant fucking bubble.
Okay, so I'll try and address one of Keith's point about partisanship largely. Yeah, parties are just vehicles, Keith. However, it's a little bit more complex than that. there definitely is ideological divides in our country. Now, there are people that recognize those ideological divides, and then there's water carriers and people that are sucked into the message, kind of what Alistair was mentioning before, that they're hypnotized to it, right? But they can't see the actual battle that's going on. Ideologically, though, each generation has different processes to the solutions of problems. It largely stems from the idea that should we have more government involvement or should we have less government involvement to solve this issue, or is it even an issue? Or it used to be, can we afford this issue? However, as Alistair eloquently said, no one seems to care about that issue anymore. The affordability aspect of it. And look, I mean, ultimately it's about creating a more perfect union. Striving, and I believe the system does work over a period of time. Maybe not in our lifetimes, but over the lives and the history of our country. It was just, let me remind everyone, in 2008, at that election, and going into the Congress of 2009, Barack Obama was elected. There were 60 Democrat senators, and the Democrats controlled the House. They literally could put anything down our throats they wanted. We had the Republicans capitulating to amnesty of millions of illegals like they did back in the 80s, and doing it again. The country has changed. Voting does change. Clearly, no one in Washington wanted to stop illegal immigration, and look at how that issue has largely been turned on top of its head. Even many Democrat voters are now against the illegal immigration that has been happening. 15 years ago, there was only one group that was advocating for that, and that was your grassroots Tea Party Republicans that were raising the issue about it. So, like it or not, man, it's all about the control of power of the most powerful country in the world, and how do you get that power and obtain that power and drive that ship. And I don't think we'll ever get rid of it. It gets masked by partisanship, but it's really by. Go ahead, Othello.
Well, he didn't he deport 3.1 million immigrants?
When you count the ones that he turned, some of them they turned back, some of them they released into the country. When you count some of the ones that they turned back, I think it inflates his numbers.
I mean, that's a hypothesis to say, I think, but I would love to do a deep dive on something like this. At the end of the day, you did say, Joe, that people in Washington, no one in Washington, you said no one, you didn't say the Democrats, you said no one in Washington wanted to stop the illegal immigration problem, which, consequently, it has its benefits, and it has things that are certainly detrimental. California, where I live, the sharecroppers, or the people that are in the field of the agriculture industry, and I happen to know people who are in the industry, or just they own a food company that caters to several Fortune 500 companies across California. So they're buying from farms, and they're hiring people to process the fucking whole cow and whole chickens, because that's the best way, that's the cheapest price you can get them at both whole. And they're the people that do these jobs, dude. They're not necessarily legal. This has been the way in California for a while. It's not been something that's been that's hurt society. So the problem when people just objectively say, and I'm not for it one way or another, I definitely think there needs to be things that are changed about how we monitor, or actually, I think the process is too slow. My wife is from the Philippines, and it took us 4 years for her to get citizenship, despite being married to me for 10 years and having a child and living here for fucking 20 years. Shit took so long. Like,
Thank you for stopping.
Motherfuckers can't get me. You know, there's bad people out there, but at the end of the day, to sit here and say that, you know, illegal immigration is a leftist issue, it's just, you know, intellectually dishonest. Did I think Biden, and you guys might hate me for saying this, did I think Biden was fucking, you know, weird as fuck? Absolutely. But at the same time, dude, he's another white guy, dude. Same thing in office, you know, same shit, old white guy. Like, it's the same people. Like, nothing is actually, from a societal standpoint, we're building data centers everywhere, dude. Like, surveillance is happening, right? Where's our government standing up for that? Like, come on, dude. Like, can we not see that these elitists don't fucking care about any of us? Like, we can't, because people are too stuck on, oh my God, you know, he's a Democrat, he's a Republican, I don't like you. So childish, dude. And I feel bad for the children. Because we don't have enough mature adults to give them a society.
But Keith, this is historical. You know, if you really study the Civil War, it really was Republicans battling Democrats to the death. And 500,000 died and 2 million casualties. And the story of Abraham Lincoln and the conflict between the Democrats and the Republicans, and subsequently what the Republicans did, you know, to the South and to black people, and it is a wild history of conflict. But the Democrat Party today is a radical, subversive, ideological, really terrorist organization. And if you're a military officer, you've ever sworn an oath in law enforcement to the Constitution to protect against enemies, foreign and domestic, the domestic enemies today, you know, it's really men dressing up as women and putting on makeup on TikTok and wasting people's time talking about transgender ideology. It's really pathetic that people choose to behave this way, but it's really because you know, we have such a free culture, an open society. But it turns out so much of it really is manufactured. And, you know, I was a fan of Noam Chomsky and his criticisms of the military-industrial complex. But then when I find out that with COVID-19, he believes if you don't get zabbed, you should starve to death and shouldn't be allowed in grocery stores. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? You know, what kind of, I thought this guy was like kind of a contrarian libertarian who was criticizing, you know, military-industrial complex all the time, and I thought that was great. But it turns out he's a pharmaceutical industrialist shill and a Jeffrey Epstein bathtub buddy. So a lot of the people that you think are your heroes end up becoming, you know, the vampire Dracula nightmare of your dreams. And, you know, I'm not saying I know Donald Trump. Nobody here knows that motherfucker and what he's done throughout his whole life. But there's a chance, you know, he's done a lot of bad things. And there's a good chance he's done a lot of good things. They go kind of hand in hand. But the truth is, you know, this country is it's like a paper tiger. We don't make anything. Our population is a TikTok, Instagram influencer, pop that ass society. Our culture, you know, still listens to drill music, and we can't arrest political criminals. And meanwhile, they stamp out every mom and pop business in existence. When COVID-19 broke, that destroyed mom and pop businesses at an 80% rate. There was no survival. They shut society down and lied to everyone and said, go get a Zav now and get 3 booster Zavs and get it on your paperwork so you can go to a restaurant. I mean, or you're not going to get fired. They lied to us so badly, and there's not one fucking arrest that you can even tell me of any significance related to that entire PSYOP operation. And that's the most annoying thing to me, is that that the Trump administration technically should have, in a way, arrested probably tens of thousands of people and actually put together an arrest list as soon as they took office, they probably should have started targeting the arrest list internally. But they didn't do that.
Why did it? And they also said they're gonna, go through the Epstein, figure out, get to the bottom of this shit. They haven't done it because they're all a part of it, dude. We all know. They're kind of smart. Epstein was a Mossad agent, okay? So clearly, his wife, Ghislaine. They say people don't say.
Well, he's a CIA agent confirmed, 100%. He's 100% been confirmed as a CIA asset and agent, etc. But the fact that he's best friends with Bill Clinton is all you need to know, because Bill Clinton is CIA too, and so is Barack Hussein Obama. It's on Barack Obama's fucking Wikipedia page. His first job out of college was at a CIA front group think tank doing economic research policy papers. Look it up. It's on Obama's Wikipedia.
What's this have to do with Epstein?
It's a big fucking network. You and I are at the lowest end of the social audio spectrum known as Clown House, where you and I have no real network into this billionaire lifestyle, because it all goes hand in hand. It is very James Bond. Jeffrey Epstein thought he was fucking James Bond.
So I have a question, Alistair. Why not go after the people who sign off on the music to be released? Like, it's their company. If you despise this trap music, so why not go after the executives of the record labels that actually make the decision?
I don't know, have you ever brought a lawsuit against anybody? I've been involved in multiple lawsuits, and I'm not even a lawyer. I've had to deal with all kinds of legal bullshit in my life. Some of it has been successful, some of it has been unsuccessful. If you believe in reparations, you're a schmuck, because there's never going to be a class action lawsuit for Black America. There just won't be. It could be individual, as they proved in California, where that family in Manhattan Beach or wherever it was that lost that land, they got compensated by the state. But the Civil War settled all differences. And we're living in 2026.
So here's the crazy thing about Americans. You guys look at America I fucking hate to say this, man. All my quote unquote white friends, they agree with me. I have honest white friends that are like, yeah, like most white people are racist. They say it to me all the fucking time. Okay? And it sucks that they have to say that to me. But the fact of the matter is, with respect to reparations, it's just simply the right thing to do. A promise was made. A promise was not kept. If reparations were to happen, and of course there would need to be a strategy implemented. It's not like the government doesn't just fucking waste money. It's not like $2 trillion disappeared when Donald Rumsfeld and George W. Bush were in office. $2 trillion. It's not like we waste spending on giving it to aid to certain countries. No, that isn't happen. But if reparations were to happen, much of the crime that happens today in the so-called black, even though I've been in this, my family's been in this country for, over 300 years, that I can trace record of. It doesn't matter that we've been here so long, because of the fact that you guys don't want to improve the country.
Keith, if the U.S. government...
Hold on, listen, crime is connected to poverty, bro. If people were given a economic, and the fact of the matter is that people literally, slavery still impacts people today. Generational wealth, for example, there are still people, if you look at the people in Congress, who have ancestors that were slave owners. They have inheritances that came from what? Their plantations, right? If you were to give reparations, guess what? People wouldn't have to commit fucking crime because they're starving. It would benefit America.
I get it. Okay,
They would spend that money with people like you, Alistair.
Keith, hold on a second.
And you would be rich too.
Keith, hold on a second. If I ran the numbers, if we were to issue $1 trillion in reparation, that's $75K per African American. And if we took that trillion from Medicare, Medicaid for 1 year, Okay, oops, big fucking deal. I'd rather African Americans get it than fucking Cigna, United, and Pfizer and Moderna. So great, but it's still wealth redistribution. And if you believe in the separation of state and economics, we can't keep doing these fucking mass trillion-dollar tranches and keep printing up debt. We have to.
Hey, Alistair, why can't we keep doing them? Because they don't work, right? Because there's no benefit, a net positive, right? But this circumstance, there would be a net positive, right? We can't keep doing it because it doesn't benefit society as a whole. Yes.
It does. There would be no economic activity.
If you were to do it now,
50% of the economy is borrowed. We don't have a real economy anymore. We don't make anything, and we're a debtor nation. It used to be the opposite when we were smart.
And you're right about that. But what does that have to do with reparations? What are we talking about here?
We're talking about how to run a fucking business. What the fuck do you think we're talking about? That's all we're talking about.
Hey, you know how you run
business? Hold on. Let me chime in here. Let me ask Keith. Keith, why not do the descendants of chattel slavery sue the largest organization that perpetuated it in the Democrat Party? I think there would be a good argument that you could hold them financially liable for what they've done.
I mean, when this was happening, we all know that the Civil War, after the Civil War, the party switched. We all know that we all know that the Republican Party.
What do you mean?
Well, let me tell you. We all know that Lincoln was a Republican, and the South were Democrats or Dixiecrats. Okay, we know that. I mean, this is historical fact. So hold on, time out. What perpetuated chattel slavery?
Time out on Keith. Let me push back on this. This is called the big lie. The big lie has been perpetuated for decades as a way for the Democrat Party to rebrand itself. And it always gets brought up. Well, what about that one Republican, Strom Thurmond? He switched parties. But there's dozens and dozens that did not, Keith. I know you consider yourself a smart person. You should look more deeper into this issue because it's not true. There was never a party switch.
Yeah, there actually was. I mean, we all know, anyone knows that Lincoln was a Republican, yes or no? Was he, or was he?
Yeah, everybody knows that, but not Democrats don't know that. They don't fucking know nothing.
That's not the question I had.
Yeah, but it's a rhetorical question.
It's not a rhetorical question. It's because a rhetorical question doesn't expect an answer. I truly did expect an answer to see whether or not you were, because you just said that there wasn't a party switch.
Precisely when the parties switched, because I'll give you data on it. I'll explain exactly that.
I told you. I said after the Civil War. I mean, like everyone knows it. It just. I'm not trying to gloat here. I'm not. But I do have a degree in political science, and so I'm ready for anything you throw at me because I'm well researched. I don't have an agenda.
Well, you got a political science, but have you ever run a pizza shop?
You've been educated by the liberal universities to be told that there was this party switch, so it abstains the sins of the Democrat Party.
No, Joe, stop.
That's literally what.
Hell fucking no.
This.
Hell no. The sins of the Democrat Party. Fuck it.
No, it's clearly the Democrat Party.
I clearly made it a fun.
Slavery, Jim Crow has always been at the blood. It's the blood on the hands of the Democrat Party. It's still on their hands. However, they've got masses convinced that they're not the ones to be held liable for it.
Okay, so, I mean, if that's what you say, absolutely. The blood on the hands of chattel slavery was done by, quote, what we consider today Democrats, because there was a party switch. So we have to, contextualize that statement, and I think what would be fair is to give.
Detail the party switch. When did the Republicans become Democrats and the Democrats become Republicans? Really give a good explanation on this. Don't leave it up to assumption.
Yeah. Okay. So, good question. All right. And I think it's very simple. We know for a fact that Lincoln was a Republican, and we also know that Lincoln is the one who authored the Proclamation of Emancipation, whatever the fuck it's called, right? So he wanted the quote unquote Republicans wanted to free slaves. The Democrats wanted to keep slaves. They didn't want people to have these freedoms because of their skin color. Now, in today's day, the Democrats are so-called the ones that are advocates for do as thou wilt, or people. They lump it under one little umbrella. You can be fucking any gender you want, and it's okay to be black. That's the problem I have with them, because they equate being fucking gender confused with being black, which is fucking crazy as fuck to me, right? But we all know this to be true. Now, when did it happen is a good question, because it happening actually took place across multiple different presidencies, all right? And we all know that in the civil rights, right, movement in the 1960s, this is where Democrats became the party of blacks. It was the 1960s, man, of when this happened.
Hold on. Well, let's address that. Al Gore's father, a Democrat, was the one that stood on the House floor and filibustered the passing of the civil rights. It was the Democrats that did this. They were the ones trying to prevent the passage of the Civil Rights Act. You're familiar about that, right? Al Gore's father.
Yeah,
Al
Gore's father filibustered it. Al Gore's a Democrat. He went on to be vice president of the Democrat Party. It didn't switch that much. It was still in the family.
Vice president of the Democrat Party?
Al Gore was the vice president of the Democrat Party when Bill Clinton was president.
I thought it was the vice president of the country.
Okay, the vice president of the country, but he was put up by the Democrat Party. He was in the Democrat Party.
Of course.
Yeah, so it's all ancestral. It's within their families. You can see this with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi's father was a Democrat mayor of Baltimore. He erected Civil War statues. Nancy Pelosi, a Democrat, sat over the House as a Democrat during the era when the Democrat voters tore down the Civil War statues that her father erected. Are you familiar with any of this stuff?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just waiting for to.
Yeah, okay, so what
Anyone,
really happened was the
doing
Democrats
anything?
have always been the party of prejudice, and they just changed their target.
Okay.
They changed it towards white men over the last 15 years.
All right, prejudice. So white men are prejudiced against other white men, is what you're saying. Because Al Gore was the president of the Democrats. So no. So let's call it what it is. So white men are president. So how? So okay. So it's not a. So since we admit that another white man is president against other white men, it can't be on the basis of being white then that he's prejudiced, and we have to understand what the word prejudice means, right? So we understand what the word prejudice means.
So this is where you're mixing up ideology and party. The ideology that brought us all the rhetoric regarding white privilege, that didn't come out of the Democrat, or that didn't come out of the Republican. That didn't come out of conservative ideas, right? That clearly came out of liberal institution ideas. Would you agree?
Everyone is looking past Brando the Clown.
Depends what you say. It depends on what you mean by that. Of course, the liberals have come up with white, but to say it came out of a liberal, but
white privilege clearly comes from the left.
No, it doesn't come from the left. What it comes from are black American, quote unquote black. Because again, I've been my family's been in the country for 300 years, and we ain't never been. I look at a box of crowns, and we ain't never been black. We always been brown. We had people call us black. You been brown and white. You never know what you do.
They just be too.
You're not powder, bro.
He was a good boy.
And you're like a light brown, like really when it comes down to it, dude. But whatever.
Are you trolling now, Keith? Is this where we go from?
I mean, are you white? Are you truly? If you were to take a white crown and put your finger up next to it,
It's how the Democrat Party has framed me.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Well, fine. It's how the Democrat Party is framed me. I guess we're arguing the same thing, so we're in alignment there. But either way, we're getting back to the point that you made is that there's prejudice that the white people in the Democratic Party, because the leadership is white.
The Democrat Party changed their prejudice in or around the 1960s with the creation of the minority-majority districts. That's clearly what happened. And then it became a institutional racism to create power in the Democrat Party and in the country based on whipping votes on race. That's what they've been doing. And that's why the collapse of this interpretation of the Voting Rights Act is detrimental to the racist Democrat Party. Consider this. If I was to propose that we were going to segregate voting districts, you see how I frame it? Segregate voting districts. Would you be in favor of that? Segregating voting districts?
I mean, the fact that we redistrict means that voting districts are separated because that's why you have different districts. So there's separation, and then the demographic of the populations that inhabit these, these areas within the districts happen to be, some cities happen to have more, quote unquote minority populations. Where I live in California, there's a city that has a fucking shit ton of Viet people. Their city council people, the mayor, school board, they're Viet. What are we talking about here? And
should we segregate our voting districts based on race?
It's not based on race. It's simply based off of the demographics. If a certain demographic has a certain concentration of a certain ethnicity, then that's what it's going to be. It's never been based off of race.
It has for decades, and that's
well, I take that back. It definitely has.
Your entire lifetime, there have been voting districts that are based on race segregation. I mean, how else do you call it? That's what it's.
I just kind of explained to you, brother. They're not based off of race segregation whatsoever. If white people lived in these neighborhoods, let's take Louisiana for example, that was contested at the Supreme Court. This district was simply a place that had, a majority of African Americans, quote unquote African Americans. Like, I don't know how it was based off of race. The lines were drawn because
the only way to create the district that was challenged was take a segment of East Baton Rouge and lasso it in with a segment over 100 miles away. You couldn't actually make a majority black district because they didn't have enough in this East Baton Rouge area. So they had to stretch it so far into a rural area in the Northeast, taking parts of areas of Louisiana to make this majority-minority district. So it's not as simple as saying, well, we're only going to do it in the black metropolitan areas, right? The majority black metropolitan areas. But that wasn't the case. What they were doing is they were suing states in the South, which our population in our metropolitan areas is much smaller than areas like California. We don't have cities your size down here. I guess maybe Houston is our biggest, right? But they had to go above and beyond to create these districts that were spanning most of all the state. just to create them. Isn't that ludicrous?
Yeah, I mean, in some rights, it absolutely is. I just did some research though, and Joe, I love you for your mind. You know, the crazy part about it is, I find myself, you know, I grew up on military bases until I was in graduate high school. So, you know, my family is, I'm a true Americano, right? So, a lot of people on this app don't, you know, they're not about the country. They're about themselves and their fucking identity, you know, whether it be racial or political. Me, I give a fuck about the United States of America. Okay, truly do. So, you know, you have to go back. This is why I study political science. What you're saying, Joe, and I love you for this, because you're absolutely right. It's called the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. It requires lawmakers to consider race to make sure minority voters are having the vote to vote. So that's exactly what you're referring to when you say it was racist. So I say, okay, process Republicans voted overwhelmingly for it. Oh shit, Joe. So what you're saying is that the Democrats,
Voting Rights Act,
brother, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which contains Section 2, which Section 2 literally says it requires map makers to consider race to make sure minority voters aren't having their votes diluted. Republicans are the ones who voted for this.
Okay, we'll take your point. So you're saying that the Republican Party is responsible for the Voting Rights Act?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all.
Said, though. I just want to get it clear what you're saying.
Yes, sir, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, because I want to reframe that. They voted overwhelmingly, but so did the Democrats. So they both voted for it. And guess what? You know, if you go down to the vote count and you look at, you know, how the Senate was 77 to 19 in favor. The House was 333 to 85 in favor. Okay? So Republicans, 94% in the Senate, 82% in the House. Okay? So we can see by the numbers in and of itself that both parties fucking participated. So to frame it as is the Democrats, you know, made it prejudice, and they just changed the prejudice. No, dude, come on, man. The facts will show.
I'll explain, because
please do.
Hold on. You're taking read Section 2 to us and tell us where it actually says that over the last 60 years they've had the right to segregate voting districts based on race. Have you read Section 2? Because they haven't.
No, Joe, I have not read Section 2.
Yeah, you should read Section 2.
I am.
Let me catch you up on it. And I'll let you read it to the room if you want. But it's not what, they haven't changed any words in Section 2. It was the interpretation. Democrat lawyers have been suing for decades, arguing that the interpretation of Section 2 should create segregated voting districts. The Supreme Court has now changed that precedence. And a famous saying by the Supreme Court Chief Justice was, the best way to get rid of racism is to quit being racist. We got to quit being racist. That's what it comes down to. So nothing was actually changed.
Racism, when you use that, it concentrates on a single act, or like, whereas white privilege is a systemic issue. That, whereas like when you say racism, it's like, oh, I called someone the N-word, or I did. That's where
it's a politically systemic issue.
White privilege is built into
let's hear them out.
these policies and things. So people clutch, you know, if I were to say, you're a racist, right? People are going like, no, I'm not a racist. But part of what Keith is saying earlier is, you know, when we talk about white privilege or dare I say, white supremacy, is that, like, there are over years, things that are built into, like, bureaucracy that needs to be dismantled. I'm going to say in Minneapolis, for instance, So there's still racial clauses in deeds. If you buy a house, you might still see a racial clause in a deed that says this property is not meant for, you know, a certain race or religion, Jews. And so, as a realtor in Minneapolis, we have a project where we're trying to get people who buy homes and have that in their deed, trying to get them to get rid of it. So, I mean, that's just one thing where these are built into these archaic institutions and things. So that's one example for you.
What was your example?
Hold on, Alistair, hold on. My follow-up question. How many years has Minneapolis elected a Democrat mayor?
That has nothing. The mayor cannot do anything about.
It has 100% to do with the issue. The issue is what you're arguing is it's systemic, okay? And I'll answer the question since it sounds like you're refusing. 50 continuous years, Minneapolis has had a Democrat mayor. Now, I don't take you to be 50 years old. So your entire lifetime, the Democrats have controlled Minneapolis. Why hasn't the Democrats done anything to get rid of their racist laws?
This is a property issue. It's not. This is not a law.
This is clearly
you understand how deeds work.
Here's another example.
It's when the property was built and when it has to do with redlining.
Jonathan, they could ban this. They could force this out of the system that the Democrats have run for 5 decades. Why haven't they done it?
It's
Holy
preceded.
shit.
It preceded this. It's preceded. It was. That's what I'm saying. It was built into a system, a real estate system, where even like lenders didn't want to lend to like certain properties. So certain areas of the
They weren't being altruistic enough. That's not good altruistic lending. Good altruism lending guarantees that people can get a good loan. Doesn't matter what your skin color is.
Trying to illustrate a systemic problem that existed that still continues.
We get it.
Okay.
Yeah, Jonathan, we get it. There's a systemic racist issue in a city that has been controlled and run by Democrats for 5 decades. Aren't you offended by that?
This issue didn't start. This issue precedes the 1970s.
Actually, count back 50 years. What would that put us in? The 1970s, right? Isn't the Democrat Party just regurgitating the same playbook while they've had all this power and all this control for all these years to do something to solve the issues they fundraise off of and they whip their votes for? Yet they have failed to ever do. Here you are, Jonathan. I take you as a younger.
And I'm not saying that I love our mayor right now.
I don't think I definitely wouldn't. I mean, he's propping up a racist institute in your city. I've never been to your city, so only you can testify to it. But I can see how long the Democrats have controlled it. Don't you think this is a problem? Don't you think this is something that should be addressed with your city that's controlled by Democrats?
It's being addressed through a different. It's not something that
Why don't Democrat
the
voters
Democrats or the Democratic mayor can just like.
Yes, they can. Yeah, no, actually, they could pass a law outright banning this. They could.
But it was.
Hell,
It proceeded.
What?
This was something that proceeded. This is like these are things that were like 100 years old. So
no, you said this is something that has existed since the 70s, and that's when the Democrats.
No. You said that Democrats have been in control for 50 years, and I just said that
Jonathan, let me
it's
ask you this.
preceded 50 years.
Let me ask you this. How come Democrat voters don't hold their Democrat politicians accountable for the rhetoric that they pretend to support?
My point is that this is a systemic issue that's preceded even the Democrats. What you were had Democratic mayors
Democrats run the
for
system
50
in your
years,
city.
but
Can you concede the point
that
Jonathan, can you concede the point
that's
that
been like
the
100 years
Democrats
ago?
run the system in your city? Can you concede that?
As of right now, our city is run by liberals. That is correct.
For 50 years, right?
I don't know that stat. I don't have that in front of me.
If 50 years has passed, when does it become the Democrats' liability?
Right now, it is being addressed by a housing project that's making sure that when people buy their houses, they're checking the deeds and that those are getting purged. I know about it. This is an issue that I know about as someone in real estate. That's why I'm bringing it up, okay? But
I take it for your word.
Point is that it's a systemic issue.
It sounds like it. It sounds like this is a systemic issue that's been propped up by Democrats for 50 years, and it's about damn time for them to get rid of their racist policies.
You're conflating this. What I'm saying is that
Democrats and Republicans are racist. They're all, they're both white people, and they're both racist.
Keith, you cannot blame this on the Republicans when they have not controlled the city of Minneapolis for 5 decades. 5+ decades. And you want to come here in a Trump room and you want to get on this stage and claim it's white people doing it when it's clearly the Democrat Party doing it. And they have been doing it, and historically they have done it.
Yeah, they're right.
However, you don't ever want to hold them accountable for their sins. Keith, they got you up here convinced
fuck the Democrats.
Yeah, but they got you convinced that it wasn't them. That somehow there was this mythological switch that occurred. And that all the racists, even though the Democrats have controlled where Jonathan lives for 5 decades, and they've continued to perpetuate this racism in this city. You want to blame it on all the white Republicans? We don't even control the cities that all y'all Democrat voters like Jonathan even live in, bro. Like, Jonathan, how can you blame white Republicans when we don't control your state?
Well, there's actually it's a very slim, majority in the Senate. We're very narrow legislature. You guys actually, well, I'm just gonna say that the whole point I'm trying to make is that I was trying to relate back to what Keith was talking about
Jonathan, you're like the new David Bobadilla.
I have no idea who that is.
I know it's shocking when someone actually presses you on why is nothing being done about the issues that the Democrats pretend they support.
Again, this whole like Democrat Republican thing, I don't know how many times I have to keep saying it. Yeah, I mean, because every time it comes back to me supporting Democrats, when I've clearly stated multiple times that I don't fuck with them, I'm not.
But Keith, every board has a director, every company has a presidency, every organization has a brand and a name. It's just a name, but nonetheless there's a philosophy embedded within each political party, and you can definitely see it in the cultural values. Whether you believe releasing people on ankle monitors to go kill people, or transgender surgery reassignment, or Muslim migration, or open borders, there's just topical policy issues that are clearly left versus right. So why can't you pick a right-sided Republican Party versus a liberal whack job clown world Democrat Party, Keith? Make a choice. Hello?
Yeah, I was trying, so here's the thing, dude. It's crazy that you say make a choice when the choices we have are inadequate. They treat all of us like the fact that you say we only have two choices and we live in an infinite, in a reality with infinite possibilities, like as if we can't create different structures, that we're only stuck to two. There's only two choices to make, so you gotta pick one. Now, how about fuck them both? Let's
Well, I do agree. The internet should have created a lot more efficiency in terms of our political leadership, but it hasn't. It's kept the same structure.
Okay, so you perhaps do, but I'd like to point something out. With respect to systemic racism and being a democratic issue, we all know about the 2021 Citibank study. Okay, this is a bipartisan study that concluded, that was written by economists, sociologists, and I've looked them up because I got called out for this, like, oh, they were racist. No, they're majority of them white, and their political affiliations are fucking diverse, so it's not a fucking Democratic or Republican narrative. But it showed that the U.S., because of discrimination in lending practices and redlining, that the U.S. economy lost over $16 trillion in the last 20 years. Dude, what the fuck with Citibank, dog? This ain't no fucking Louis Farrakhan standing on a stage with his fucking fist pumped, screaming white devil. No, these are economic or...
Are you kidding me? The banks are woke leftists. Blackstone Citibank had the DEI scoring index for investments. They are woke leftists that work at these banks and run these banks. Who do you think runs this shit? Republican, conservative, Protestant Christians? No, it's a lot of liberal left job intellectuals. I've sat in coffee shops and heard Federal Reserve employees chatting. They're academic PhDs. They're lightweights. They write research reports all day long. They don't really do anything. Hello?
They don't really do anything. I mean, they write the research papers. Maybe if you read them, you would see what they're doing. They're simply taking a shit ton of information and they're making decisions based off of data, right? Because database decision making is.
Let me help you out. Look, I think the point we're trying to make that is deeper than just the color of someone's skin. Like, there is political philosophies that have driven these policies. That's where policies, these ideas stem from. The same arguments that Jonathan was making, here I'm saying, look, the Democrats control it. They've been in control since the creation of this stuff in his city. Why don't they do anything about it? Why come here and lecture white Republicans about what Democrats have been doing? There's clear, I know you don't want to concede to the partisanship. However, name it what it is. Leftism, it's definitely different than the ideology that I believe.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, leftism is is terrible, absolutely terrible. I mean, I hate to say it, but I happen to be friends with um, people that are pretty high up in the Democratic Party, and I tell them all the time, like, you're fucking crazy as fuck, the shit that you say to me. And one thing that rubbed me, one of the most, I'm not gonna say racist, but offensive things that I ever experienced was this person was a white woman, graduated from Yale, very successful, and she cried one day. It's like, I feel so sorry that we did this to you. And I was like, this is the weirdest fucking thing ever. Like you feel sorry for me because you think I'm just some little fucking helpless, that's literally and I had to check her on this. And I remember there was one day we're at this swanky hotel, and some guy was at the cabana we're at, and we started getting this discussion about Obama. So I just kind of pushed back about Obama, just to see, what the guy was saying. And she comes up to me after the conversation. She's like, "How dare you ever talk to him like that? Do you know who he is? He works on the Obama campaign, and you just sat here and you told him that the Democrats are this or this or that, right?" And then 2 days later, basically I told her, I don't really give a fuck. I spoke the truth, right? 2 days later, she calls me. She's like, "Hey, my friend was very impressed with you. He said that you're one of the most brilliant people he's ever met." I'm like, you fucking liberals are fucking quacks, dude. For sure. You feel sorry for people instead of wanting to actually do something about it. So, look, for me, it's not a political thing for me. It's more so the issue for me is that we, as Americans, we fall for this shit. We fall for this two-party system. It's a two-headed snake, dude. They don't have any of our best interests at heart. If you look at the top bankers, I just looked it up on Claude, right? The current board of governors, okay, and the Fed. Look at their political affiliations, dog. Okay, majority of them are fucking, is actually, let's see, 3 and 3, dog. Okay, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, right? If you go back historically to each administration, it tends to change, but the appointees, have always been, for the most part, equal, right? So it's not like majority of Democrats.
Well, Keith, there's a genius in the political system. It's very Chinese Taoistic, yin and yang, a balancing between the Republicans and the Democrats. And you're right, it is a two-headed snake. It's a polarized stick. And, a lot of people think that's a problem. But what's the solution?
It's not polarized. Dude, the fact that you said that it's polarized, there are certain issues that are polarized, right? Hey, abortion, that's
well,
evil.
I don't mean polarized maybe in the way that you're thinking. I'm saying that there's a unity within the two parties. And so I'm just saying they bring balance to the force because Ilhan Omar and AOC, it really comes down to intelligence, where you have fantastical thinking retards in clown world that think you can do anything and you can borrow and pay for anything. Like George Santos. Yeah, he's from Clubhouse. He sounds about as retarded as you. Yeah, George Santos is from Clubhouse. You're welcome, Go. You're welcome.
I sound retarded?
No, I said George Santos sounds as retarded as Go here, because Go here is a negative person. He's very critical. And I would just say that if you do ad hominem projection on this app, and sometimes I do it, sometimes I think I'm accurate, and sometimes it could just be projection.
I don't give a fuck what you're saying.
Well, that's exactly my point, is that, all communication is projection. And when you say, I don't give a fuck what you're saying, I'm saying, I don't give a fuck what you're saying.
Anyways, can you finish your point, or you were done?
Yeah, so I'll reset it. Look, you can't dismiss by explaining away, Keith, that the sins of the Democrats have to be all at the hands of all white people and Republicans. I mean, trying to frame it this way clearly isn't solving any of the issues, right? Clearly, it hasn't solved. I think you have to hold the people accountable that, one, instituted this shit, and two, keep it going in all of our urban cities across America. That's like my whole point. That was the point I was making to Jonathan. However, Jonathan wants to excuse it away. He wants to say, well, it's institutional, but no, the Democrats in power can't do anything in our city. The hell they can't. Get out of here. We live in a country where it's all about being able to govern ourselves. That's the whole purpose, is that we can elect representatives and hold those representatives accountable to make changes to our society. Get out there and do it. Hold these Democrats accountable.
Yeah, well, we got to hold both parties accountable. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, you know, they work in cahoots, so that, you know, one is, okay, people hold the Democrats accountable, but then the quote unquote Republicans, you know, can get away with, you know, doing the same things that we get mad at the Democrats for. I mean, like, corruption is something that is, it crosses party lines. It's just not a Democratic or Republican
Keith, are
issue.
you double vaccinated, triple boosted?
Hold on, Alistair. Keith, I don't disagree that corruption lies on both sides. But historically, looking at the last 15, 20 years, okay, think of where we're at. The Republicans had a primary in 2020. The Democrats did not. The Democrats installed their candidate to run for president in 2024. And the Democrat voters didn't say anything. They rolled over like bitches. They just took it up the ass. They said it was done. They nominated Kamala Harris in the name of democracy. Actually, it was in the spite of democracy. It was the ones in power and control that chose this woman for the peasants to be able to get to support. The peasants didn't get to select who their representative was. So to try and say there's some sort of like comparison between the two, it's not even close, bro. You're missing the whole point here. Republican voters, well, I can concede the Republican Party has problems. We have been, for years now, the last 15 years, the populist movement. Think about this. The faux Bernie Sanders populist movement died and was compromised. Bernie sold out. That didn't happen with the Republican side. The populist movement continued to gain traction. Now, some could say that, Donald Trump hasn't fulfilled all of his promises. I don't think he's done yet. And I'm hoping that he continues to hold the establishment wing, the Senate leadership, the Mitch McConnell wing. Right now it's ran by Thune. I hope he holds these assholes accountable. This is something we've been working on in the Republican Party for a very long time. However, the Democrat voters, they're still stuck in this concept that it's got to be all the white people, and it's the white Republicans, while never holding their own politicians accountable. So much so, they didn't even let them vote for who their nominee would be.
But Joe, I never said white Republicans. I said it's the white Democrats. And I only brought that up because you said the Democrats created racist policies and changed their targeted prejudice against white people. And I'm like, they are white. The people who changed their agendas are white. You know, it's to me, you know, and I only said that. You know, I wish I didn't have to say it. I mean, because it's
why they changed? It's for power.
But still, brother. Yes, of course.
For power, it's not really about the white-black divide. Okay, they divide and conquer us based on our skin color for their power.
Brother, I never said anything to the contrary. You made a point that said the Democratic Party changed their focus with their prejudice agenda towards white people. And I just pointed out, okay, well, shit, is it white people being prejudiced against other white people? You know, Joe Biden, I'm very well aware of who the fuck he is and his history, his professional political history. I do think it was fucking weird when Kamala, you know, was just ushered in, but you know, it was a joke. And go to my Instagram, dude. Like, see all the Trump was posting back then. You know, people like, you know, we get calls from people like, oh my god, you know, you're saying Trump over Kamala. You know, I'm so ashamed of you. It's like, what? Shut the fuck up. But you know, I come here, I'm objective, and then all of a sudden, instead of saying, oh, fuck, this guy has a point, it's like, oh, he must be ignorant. It's so lazy. And to me, that is a huge problem. I'm not here to fucking put anyone down or fight against anyone, because I come here because there's smart people here. There are people that can articulate their ideas and actually what their observations are from the society around them, right? And I've learned from many of you. And so I'm here because it's intellectually stimulating. And so I simply, as an American with a